This bald guy used to be a notoriously ruthless bully at school. Even teachers had to stay away. Yet, after just 3 months in a reformatory, he ended up sorrowfully in a wheelchair and joined the disabled community, completely helpless against the wave of juvenile delinquency. Exploding in outrage, the South Korean government abolished child protection laws. Minors who commit crimes are sent straight to military camps for harsh retraining. At the slightest sign of resistance or rebellion, the guards immediately discipline them using harsh physical force. Physical measures. Lee Min-soo was originally a gentle student, but ended up here after being framed by bad people, thinking his life was over after. Falling into this living hell, Min-soo went from a weakling who was constantly bullied to step by step, rising to become the top boss of the prison. Meanwhile, at a high school, Nurse Kim was beyond astonished upon seeing students lining up in a long queue in front of the blood donation vehicle. The turnout here was overwhelmingly higher compared to other places, prompting the medical team to continuously praise their spirit. Although in her heart she still wondered why today's youth were so eager about donating blood. However, the truth behind that long line was far from noble as they thought. The students were crowding, pushing each other to hurry up so they wouldn't run out of time to exchange money. A curious guy asked how much a blood donor card was worth and received a firm answer: 5,000 won. In a corner of the yard, Min-soo sat on a wooden crate, counting money with lightning speed. Seeing that the customers seemed satisfied, he lured them in. Only for today, 2 cards for 10,000 won. Remember to come back and support me. The students swarmed to exchange cards and get money for game top-ups. Ignoring the fact that recess was almost over, Min-soo smirked and explained his trick. He bought back 5,001 gift cards for 10,000 won. It sounded like a losing deal, but the real puppet master move lay in the side blood donor cards. He knew very well that the actual market value of each donor card reached up to 12,000 won. Just by listing them online for 10,000 won, for those in desperate need of blood, purchase confirmation messages would pour in relentlessly. Even so, the reason no one dared to pull off this trick was because it was a clear violation of the law. But for a minor like Min-soo, he didn't know what fear was, firmly believing that at most he would only receive a light warning. Society was growing increasingly corrupt as countless crimes ranging from violence and theft to fraud were committed by juveniles. The situation had crossed the line. Even against severe evil criminals, the law could not punish them appropriately. Looking at the stack of cash, Min-soo clicked his tongue and sighed. Only 600,000 won. Business is terrible this month. He nonchalantly assumed the police wouldn't bother investigating small-scale trading cases with no direct victims like this. However, life is not a dream, and neither was his business venture. Just when he was at his most careless, a devastating punch suddenly flew straight at his face, knocking Min-soo onto his back, sending cash and gift cards scattering all over the floor. He bitterly realized that when stepping onto the dark path, he too would sooner or later become prey for someone else. Min-soo collapsed on the ground, coughing violently while rapid footsteps were approaching. He understood the steep price to pay for illicit profiteering. Don't squirm, no one here feels sorry for you. A group of muscular youths began surrounding him. A blond guy smirked slyly and called out to check on him. Min-soo made a good earnings today. Min-soo could only grit his teeth and endure it, knowing full well that no one would protect him in this cursed place. Looking up at the wall covered in slogans about reformatory education laws and a violence-free school environment, Min-soo saw it as nothing more than a ridiculous farce. He despised this unfair world and held total contempt for their hypocritical, high-minded talk that was all empty words. Meanwhile, the bullies kept mocking him and hurling insults. One of them even casually passed gas, making the surrounding air feel stiflingly suffocating. The ringleader took a puff of his cigarette and threatened in a low voice, "If you've got money, hand it over. Coming back from reform school turns you into a useless piece of trash, doesn't it?" After saying that, Han Kyung spat directly in Min-soo's face. He asserted with absolute certainty that if it weren't for Yu Chang-soo, Min-soo wouldn't be worth a thing. However, his expression suddenly turned sour at the mention of that name. He had to admit that Yu Chang-soo was infinitely more terrifying than he was. But guess what? Yu Chang-soo is getting released today. Min-soo's eyes widened, trembling in absolute horror as he heard Yu Chang-soo's name. Yu Chang-soo was actually the head of a criminal organization founded by delinquent teenagers. In this area, almost everyone had suffered his abuse, yet absolutely no one dared to admit they were a victim. Why? Because they were terrified of the brutal retaliation that would take place in the dark corners beyond the reach of the law. Truly, he was a ruthless psychopath. He could commit the worst atrocities without batting an eye. Returning to the scene, the bullies were still sneering in delight, seeing Minsu tremble in sheer terror. "You're acting like you two are close or something. Is Changsu your buddy?" They gloated at his miserable state and kept pressing him. "Come on. Pay up taxes time. You don't want to get on Changsu's bad side, do you?" Minsu lowered his head, reaching into his pocket as if to pull out money, muttering, "Yeah, I get it. Here, take this." But instead of handing over money, he suddenly flipped them off with his middle finger and roared in fury, "Here's one for you guys. Take it." This provocative move struck a nerve in Ti-Woong's ego. He screamed in a rage, "Are you tired of living? You dare mess with me." Instantly, a brutal group beating rained down on him, leaving Minsu with no choice but to curl up and endure the blows. The henchmen standing around didn't stop it. Instead, they laughed along. Ti-Woong is pissed off now. Man, this guy really snaps easily. In his uncontrollable rage, Ti-Woong grabbed a nearby shovel and growled, "Nobody stop me. Today I'm gonna finish this guy off," ignoring the warning that he might be sent to reform school. He frantically claimed he would make Minsu fear him from now on, just as much as he feared Yu Chang. However, before the shovel could come down, a powerful strike unexpectedly knocked him out cold right on the spot. Witnessing that terrifying sight, the gang of lackeys stood frozen in shock. Total horror was written across their faces as an unfamiliar foot appeared right before their eyes. Even through his intense pain, Minsu had to look up in complete bewilderment. "School violence is prohibited," a firm, powerful voice echoed, breaking the tense atmosphere. It was Kang Yoseong, the student council president. Calmly taking off his glasses, he stepped closer to help Minsu up and asked gently, "Are you okay?" "Is that Minsu?" The surrounding students began whispering in excitement. They quickly recognized the usually model president but couldn't understand why he appeared here looking so completely different. Interrupting them, Ti-Woong screamed in fury, "Who the hell do you think you are?" He swung the shovel, threatening to smash everything and deal with reform school later. Faced with such savagery, he softly dodged the attack, causing Ti-Woong's shovel to slice through thin air. Before he could even compose himself, Yoseong rushed forward, grabbed his shoulder tightly, and growled, "Have you ever killed anyone?" He roughly slammed Ti-Woong's head down onto the pavement, making him scream out in agony. Yoseong coldly warned him about the steep price one pays for taking another person's life. The sound of cracking bones echoed along with a blood-curdling shriek. Talking big only to end up begging for mercy. In agonizing pain, he desperately screamed out orders for his lackeys to charge in and surround Yoseong. Seeing their boss humiliated, the thugs rushed in, cursing, "You bastard. You think you can walk out of here alive?" However, Yoseong maintained a terrifyingly calm demeanor. He continuously dodged their blows and landed precise counterpunches, knocking down each bully one by one. Yoseong grabbed one by the hair and slammed him to the ground without a shred of mercy. Witnessing the horrific scene, the last remaining crony trembled so violently with fear that he could barely stand. In a panic, he stammered that he was just pretending to attack and pleaded with Yoseong not to come any closer, followed by another agonizing scream. As Yoseong decisively knocked out the last guy, he remarked, "I thought school violence was forbidden." Looking at the student council president's back, Minsu softly called out, "Kang Yoseong." Hearing his name, Yoseong paused, still clutching the collar of a beaten-up thug. He turned around with a subtle, knowing smile. "Call me Hayoung. Who calls their brother by his full name?" Minsu instantly snapped back, "Hayoung my ass, you bastard. You're not my brother, so stay out of my business." Yoseong calmly stated, "No matter what you think, you're still my younger brother." Faced with such resolve, Minsu could only turn his face away in silence. Yoseong glanced at his younger brother's wrist and sarcastically mocked the worn-out watch he was wearing. He told him to throw it away, saying it was embarrassing for someone adopted into a wealthy family to wear such a cheap item. On Minsu's wrist was a watch bearing the words Penguin Orphanage, the only keepsake he truly cherished. Seeing his younger brother silently walk away, Yoseong shouted, asking if he was going to class, but Minsu just replied indifferently, "Leave me alone, I'm going home." Yoseong sighed in frustration, inwardly blaming his brother for being too reckless. Yet the secret lay right on the wrist of the Star Student Council president. He, too, was wearing an identical shabby watch from the same orphanage. Meanwhile, as Minsu walked away, he tormented himself with worry that Yoseong getting involved in brawls would ruin his future admission into medical school. One was a brilliant student council president guaranteed early admission to a prestigious medical school. The other was a hot-tempered troublemaker. Cruelly enough, these two from entirely different worlds were biological brothers sharing the same bloodline. His older brother's original name was Lee Hyung-ho, but after being adopted by a prominent family, he changed his name to Kang Yoseong, while the older brother stepped into a glorious new chapter of life. Minsu trudged back to his old haunt, stopping in front of the gates of Penguin Orphanage, the place where he remained trapped in a bitter reality. Minsu walked alone down a deserted alley, his heart heavy with thoughts of his brother. He repeatedly told himself that Yuseong should no longer get involved with him to prevent himself from becoming a burden that would hold back his brother's bright future. While Yuseong headed toward the radiant light, Minsu had to choose a dark, solitary path just to survive. He stopped in front of a securely chained old clothes donation box, which hid all the money he had painstakingly saved over time. Inside the bag was a stack of cash along with blood donation vouchers, totaling 3.4 million won. Hiding in the dark corner, Minsu calculated that he was still short about 6.6 million won. He wondered if it would be faster to just rob a bank. Since the blood donation truck wouldn't return to the school for another 3 months, he had to figure out a plan to make money at other schools. Minsu's financial obsession stemmed from a harsh reality. In just 2 years, he would be forced to leave Penguin Orphanage. Even with 5 million won in government aid, that amount was a mere drop in the bucket compared to the high cost of renting a place. As an underage orphan, he knew all too well that applying for part-time jobs would only lead to rejection. Though he knew these actions were illegal, it was the shortest path to earn money without burdening his brother. Suddenly, a towering shadow loomed over Minsu from behind. The bully, wearing a twisted, sinister smirk, tauntingly remarked on how much money Minsu had today. He violently pressed his hand onto Minsu's shoulder, leaning in close to whisper a malicious threat that money from a crime would be completely confiscated by the government upon arrest anyway. Facing that crazed laughter and disgusting proximity, Minsu trembled and asked what he wanted. The bully growled, reiterating his previous arrogant declaration that he would make him wet his pants every single time they crossed paths, leaving Minsu in grave danger. The atmosphere at school went on as usual while students gossiped animatedly about Kang Woo. Yo Seong calmly sat at his desk, taking notes. The teacher's booming voice resounded, demanding the class to be quiet and settle into their seats as he entered the room with an ecstatic look, announcing news that Du Chang-soo, the one who once spread terror at the Reform Center, had officially returned. The teacher hoped the whole class would help him reintegrate, believing he had repented. The students below whispered nervously among themselves, saying the school was doomed this time. They knew all too well that the Reform Center was nothing to someone like Chang-soo, who took a mere 4 weeks to get released. Du Chang-soo, the head of the once unruly juvenile gang, had now returned. However, instead of an imposing big-shot demeanor, Du Chang-soo was now just a disabled person in a wheelchair, with a vacant look and a gaping mouth. Miserably pathetic, his golden days were over, leaving behind a lifeless shell who could only offer a mindless, innocent smile unconsciously. The disgust reached its peak when a scream broke out announcing that he had wet himself. Chang-soo had lost control of his bodily functions and relieved himself right on the spot in front of everyone. The whole class was in an uproar out of fear and revulsion. His mother hurriedly rushed her poor child outside amidst the sound of chatter and whispers about the crazed state of the person who was once a walking terror. Everything stemmed from the implementation of the special juvenile reform law. The controversial act protecting minors was completely abolished and replaced with far stricter regulations. The brutality would only stop when paid for with death. Now, juvenile offenders would be sent to military facilities for rehabilitation. Conducted in the form of forced detention, the re-education process would last until they were confirmed to have completely changed. Just like the tragic end of Du Chang-soo, returning to reality, the atmosphere at the Penguin Orphanage was more chaotic than ever. With blaring police sirens and loud shouting, police sealed off the scene in a dark alley, asking everyone to step back while surrounding residents excitedly gossiped about the serious crime. There were even rumors that someone had died. At the same time, the car carrying Yo Seong was stuck tightly in traffic, listening to the driver grumble about the risk of being late for school. Furthermore, Yo Seong suddenly realized this was the very area of the orphanage where he used to live. Sensing that something was wrong, he abruptly opened the door and dashed out into the street, ignoring the driver's attempt to stop him. Yo Seong's eyes clearly displayed extreme anxiety as he looked toward the actual crime scene. Under the dim lights, the shattered watch from the Penguin Orphanage lay broken on the ground. Yo Seong muttered to himself in disbelief that this couldn't be happening, while the surrounding chatter stabbed at his heart like knives. A murder? Or word has it the killer is a kid from that orphanage. How horrifying. A body covered in multiple traumatic injuries lay cold under a white sheet in the middle of the street. Yo Seong frantically pushed his way through the crowd, screaming in desperation as he thought of his younger brother. Where is my brother now? Yo Seong froze in disbelief before the sight in front of him. Pursuant to Article 243 of the Special Act on Juvenile Reform, the police announced the arrest of the suspect on the spot. It was Minsu. The young boy stood with his head bowed, hands tightly handcuffed behind his back, and his clothes covered in fresh blood. Minsu's face was lifeless, his eyes hollow, marked by numerous wounds across his face. From this moment onward, all personal information regarding this juvenile will be managed by the Military Reform Center. In courtroom 303 of the Juvenile Reform Center, the resounding bang of the gavel broke the suffocating silence. For the stern-faced judge declared in a voice trembling with rage that he was beyond rehabilitation. Standing in the dock with his hands tightly handcuffed, Min Soo hung his head sullenly, listening to the stern accusation that he showed no signs of remorse whatsoever. Don't forget you're here on murder charges. Stripped of his usual arrogance, he could only weakly resist in despair. I didn't kill anyone. I've explained it so many times, why won't you believe me? The only response to his plea was a look of pure contempt from the judge. Always lying, he said, holding up an evidence bag containing a brick. Covered in blood, so how do you explain your fingerprints and blood on this brick? The judge's patience reached its limit as he began listing a series of past offenses, asking, what about the crimes you committed before? Are you going to deny those too? He believed Min Soo was just like any other criminal, always making excuses about his circumstances, family, or situation to play the victim. Whispers broke out among the audience that the judge was truly furious, while he continued to criticize the lack of remorse in delinquent youth. If killing is your answer to every conflict, the world will turn into a graveyard. That's why you need to learn a lesson. He delivered a sarcastic lecture. If anyone bothers you, report it to an adult to handle. In short, the reason you committed this crime is that you refused to trust adults. Right after, the official sentence was pronounced, pursuant to Article 28 of the law. On rehabilitation and reform, you are sentenced to detention at the Juvenile Reform Center. Min Soo trudged onto the prison transport bus, heading toward a remote and desolate location. The teenagers on the bus started clamoring and complaining that the center was too far. When will we get there? Is this place North Korea or what with all these mountains? Meanwhile, someone rudely chimed in to ask, I need to use the bathroom. Is there a rest stop? A kid on the bus started teasing the escort officer, telling him to sing something for fun. The police officer merely smiled, then gently advised, try to sit quietly for a little longer, kids. The juvenile delinquents began to lose their patience, with some even shouting because they couldn't hold it in any longer. However, the noise was quickly silenced as a majestic arched gate leading into a sea area appeared before their eyes. The police officer coldly reminded them, once you're inside, you can perform all you want. Don't worry about running out of time. The bus trudged deeper into the desolate mountains. A massive, cold architectural structure called the Juvenile Reform Center was waiting for them. The kids began to feel anxious looking at the rundown state of the place, unable to believe they had to stay here. Suddenly, a shout pierced through the gloomy atmosphere. Look, girls over there behind the fence, seeing a group of female inmates digging soil and doing hard labor. The teenagers on the bus instantly went wild with excitement, pressing their faces tight against the window glass, throwing out filthy taunts and inhaling the air. In an extremely perverted manner, their excitement was quickly cut short as the officer yelled, quiet, that's a restricted area, don't even dream about it. The heavy iron gate slammed shut with a thud, officially trapping them all in a world with absolutely no escape. As soon as they stepped off the bus, the teenagers revealed their rebellious nature, constantly complaining of back pain and demanding various things like a gaming room. One guy even boldly blocked the guard's path, demanding cigarettes. When rejected because he was underage, he immediately flew into a rage. Stepping up to the officer to intimidate him, hey guard, do you want to get punched before you cough them up? Here comes punch 1, punch 2, punch 3. Amidst the tension, a strange noise suddenly echoed. Min Soo looked around in confusion and was shocked to see a group of heavily muscled men with shaved heads, wearing collar-like rings around their necks like animals. As they ran, they made oinking sounds, then dashed past right in front of everyone's horrified eyes. Seeing burly men running while oinking like pigs, the new recruits couldn't help but burst into laughter, mocking them as a bunch of lunatics. What kind of training makes them squeal like that? However, the lighthearted mood instantly vanished when the officer shouted an order. Everyone quiet. The The sound of heavy, rapid footsteps approaching left the crowd in panic. Confused about what was happening, as soon as the platoon command rang out, the muscular men immediately halted and fell into line like clockwork. Strange symbols were tattooed on their chests, and their necks wore iron collars no different from livestock. At the warden's command, the entire platoon chanted bizarre squeals in unison, in place of a respectful salute. The sight of dozens of burly men obeying blindly left the newly arrived youngsters utterly stunned. A powerful man with a sharp gaze stepped forward. He was the one in charge of this place. Still, the unruly youths felt no fear, continuing to mock the military-style drill as pathetic. The warden showed no anger. He merely smirked sinisterly and coldly ordered, "Everyone bow down." The recruits innocently chuckled, watching to see what the old man was up to. Yet in an instant, the absolute authority of this place was asserted as the entire platoon of veteran inmates simultaneously prostrated themselves on the ground, creating a terrifying scene of submission. The youngsters grew anxious. "Relax, the juvenile law protects us, what's there to fear?" Pointing directly at them, the warden growled, declaring that another fresh batch of vermin had arrived today. "You have 10 minutes to turn these vermin into pets," the warden ordered coldly, and the burly inmates immediately responded in unison with strange squeals. Furious, one recruit shouted, calling the chief warden a cowardly old man and threatening to break his neck, truly a case of big talkers dying fast. The challenge had barely left his lips when a powerful fist slammed directly into his face with extreme force. Witnessing this, Minsu stood frozen in sheer shock. The real nightmare erupted as 7 beast-masked figures lunged into a frenzied attack. Those who had just been acting arrogant could now only cry out in despair. They begged the monsters not to come closer. A fellow inmate was kicked far away. The sounds of impact and agonizing screams echoed throughout the prison. The warden watched with a triumphant smile, declaring that from now on they were no longer human, but merely loyal slaves. When permitted to speak, the veteran inmates fell to their knees in unison, screaming absolute submission, terrifying the newcomer. Amidst the chaos, Minsu chose to lie still and play dead on the ground, hoping to escape the demon's sight while quietly observing his surroundings. Minsu realized the situation was worsening, as the recruits were hunted down like prey. A poor teenage boy ran toward the security forces, desperately crying out for help. But answering that desperation was only the distorted face of a young officer with a wide, twisted grin stretched to his ears, waving his hand while offering a mocking warning. Minsu shuddered, realizing something was wrong, for if the officer had intended to help, he would have acted long ago. The moment the boy drew near, the officer landed a heavy blow, causing the victim to collapse on the spot, followed by a wild, insane roar. "I told you not to come close," the officer screamed, furiously raining baton blows on the recruits with wide, enraged eyes. Anyone being stubborn would get hit immediately. The harsh strikes of the baton mingled with the pitiful begs of the victims lying helpless on the ground. "I'm sorry, please stop hitting me." Lying motionless and watching, Minsu realized this was actually an intimidation tactic for survival. He noticed they controlled their force very well. Despite looking ferocious, their blows did not target vital spots. Nguyen Su told himself this was not a finishing blow, as almost nobody wanted to become a murderer, and he himself was no exception. However, Minsu's cleverness caught the eye of the powerful officer, who lowered his cold face close to him, smirking meaningfully. "Oh, you're playing your part well." Kim In-soo stammered out an apology. He nonchalantly interrupted him and suddenly kicked him hard on the head. He growled threateningly that he really liked clever mice like him. "From now on you are a mouse, you'd better try to keep me entertained." Under the heavy boot heel, Minsu groaned in pain but was immediately corrected by him. "Don't groan, squeak. Hurry up and squeak, report to the guard." All the newcomers had been stripped naked. The officers loudly made their reports in front of the long line of trembling teenagers. In a semi-nude state, the recruit stood frozen with dazed and humiliated expression. Witnessing that scene, the guard flashed a cruel smile, revealing white teeth. Then Miss Blurted declared that the official evaluation had begun. Meanwhile, at a quiet apartment complex at 2 p.m., a man in an elegant suit quietly appeared in front of an apartment door. He rang the bell and called out, "Hello, is anyone home?" After confirming there was no answer, he nonchalantly turned the doorknob and thought to himself that this was the perfect time since the owner was out. Suddenly, he pulled a sharp pair of scissors from his suit pocket, performing the task with extreme professionalism and precision. He cut the seal tape on the door and slipped inside, casually visiting unannounced just to unlock the door and drop by for a bit. Yu Seong stepped into the pitch-black room with a sharp gaze, days, childhood memories suddenly flooding back to when he and his younger brother used to break in together. Breaking into empty houses with Min Soo on lookout while he stole things. They had lived off theft for years until they were caught by the police and sent to an orphanage. It took the two of them just 5 minutes to clear out a house. Yoo-seong had thought that dark past was behind him, but now he had to steal once again. He looked coldly at the person on the bed and reassured him. "Don't be afraid, I'm not here to take your stuff. I just need answers. My brother was taken there too." The person lying there was Du Chang-soo. But now he was nothing more than a lifeless shell, opening his mouth and muttering continuously, leaving Yoo-seong shocked. He couldn't understand what kind of hellish place that reform center was, to reduce a human being to such a miserable state. Even though his file stated he fell from a height and hit his head, Yoo-seong noticed his body had no injuries or broken bones at all. He couldn't fathom what had transformed the former raccoon gang leader into a broken, wretched mess. Looking at Chang-soo now, who could only cry because he had wet himself, Yoo-seong lost all patience. He grabbed his face tightly, gritting his teeth in anger. "You were only there for 4 weeks, but my brother might never come back. Wake up and answer me." Panicking, Chang-soo began to cry hysterically out of fear of being electrocuted, begging desperately, "It hurts so much, I was wrong." Yoo-seong realized interrogating him right now was useless while he kept screaming in terror, but as he looked closely, he was shocked to see a strange red scar on his chest. At the same time, at the reform center, the classification process was taking place brutally. The recruits had inverted iron frames pressed against them and were sprayed with red paint to mark their ranks based on the severity of their crimes. A series of teenagers were forced to kneel in humiliation with bright red marks on their bare bodies, sitting on an armchair in the middle of the yard. The guard nonchalantly flipped through each kid's file, muttering names like Ah-sing-hin or Bakshana. All of them were rated C rank for minor offenses like petty theft or property damage. He complained out of boredom, "Just a bunch of petty thieves, no real backbone." However, his eyes suddenly paused when he saw a familiar face. He smirked triumphantly, knowing he hadn't mistaken him. This was indeed an interesting kid. A streak of red paint began to be sprayed onto Min-soo's chest. The guard yelled in delight, "Congratulations, little mouse, it's you." Lee Min-soo was utterly stunned. Just as he was about to speak, he had to correct himself immediately with a squeak according to the rules. The warden laughed gleefully, praising Min-soo for being much tougher than he looked. Seeing the bright red letter A on Min-soo's chest, he was the only one to achieve grade A in this batch. He was horrified to hear the warden make a promise. "Welcome to paradise." The record clearly states, Lee Min-soo, 18 years old, convicted of murder, grade A, at the gate of Gyeonggi Girls' High School. The appearance of a stranger caused a stir among the students. One girl urged her friend to stop eating and look over. There, an intellectual-looking young man was leaning against his bicycle. Immersed in reading a book, his stylish and romantic vibe drew gasps of admiration from the female students. Sensing an opportunity, 2 girls excitedly approached him to strike up a conversation, pretending they knew him. Wanting to get acquainted, they hesitated to offer to be friends immediately. One girl even mistook him for an idle trainee and asked for his social media. Yoo-seong gently pushed up his glasses and replied that he was an ancient person who only used carrier pigeons. This answer excited the group of girls even more, thinking that a guy who doesn't use social media is truly special and cute, taking advantage of being the center of attention. Yoo-seong got straight to the point. "I'd like to ask, do you happen to know anyone named Ga Si-im?" Hearing this name, the faces of the 2 girls instantly changed. One pointed to the other side with suspicion. "Why bring up that monster? It brings bad luck." Right at that moment, a girl with long, messy black hair, wearing an unbuttoned shirt and holding a helmet, suddenly appeared. She nonchalantly blew gum bubbles with a completely indifferent attitude. The surrounding students began whispering about her recent return from the juvenile detention center, while warning each other that she was an extremely dangerous person. Ignoring their warnings, Yoo-seong stood firmly, keeping his eyes fixed on his target. The 2 girls with Yoo-seong panicked and tried to leave to avoid getting caught up in trouble. Without hesitation, Yoo-seong stepped right in front of the edgy girl. Ga Si-im asked coldly, "What's the matter?" Yoo-seong looked straight into her eyes and asked in a low voice about the detention center, but Ga Si-im didn't care at all. She merely snapped, "Get lost," and brushed past him. Yoo-seong froze, whispering softly, "My younger brother is there." Watching Ga Si-im's back recede, he sighed, blaming himself for being too blunt, and decided to find another opportunity. Just then, a helmet suddenly came flying straight towards him with a swift movement. Catching it quickly, Yoo-seong looked bewildered at Ga Si-im, who was already sitting on a red high-displacement motorcycle. She ordered coldly, "Get on fast." Are you planning to stand there acting like a model for those high school girls to look at? The engine roared loudly as both sped away down the endless avenue. Yu Seong wondered why she had changed her mind, but the reason he risked everything remained his younger brother being imprisoned there. The wind slammed hard against his visor. Anxious, Yu Seong pressed for answers. What kind of place is that youth detention center after all? After a gloomy silence, Ga Siem replied with just two cold words. Hell, returning to that living hell. The warden shouted with excitement in front of a long line of prisoners. It's only been 3 hours. He continued issuing orders to start the next exercise, causing Minsu to grit his teeth in endurance, dripping with sweat in extreme exhaustion. He desperately wondered when this torture would finally end. Start frog hopping, the warden's shout echoed again, forcing Minsu to cry out squeaking sounds. Fitting his status as a rat, under the scorching sun on the yard, Minsu and his fellow prisoners had to hop continuously. Their mouths kept chanting oink, oink mixed with pathetic squeaks that resonated endlessly. Damn it, it's been 3 hours already, when is this going to end? Minsu gritted his teeth and endured, dripping with sweat after hours of continuous torture from above. The guard nonchalantly hummed a tune, savoring the roar of the livestock that he found so sweet. Unexpectedly, a prisoner collapsed from exhaustion. Instead of helping him, the guard kicked him directly and yelled, "Don't be lazy. Get up right now, someone left the line, so everyone will have to start over from the beginning." The poor soul cried and begged to use the restroom because the stomach pain was unbearable. The guards immediately rushed in to beat the helpless man, mockingly saying how fierce he had been when he first arrived, and how weak he was now. Right at that moment, the head guard spoke up to stop them, believing that beating someone just for wanting to use the restroom was too harsh. He kindly helped the beaten man up and consoled him, saying he must have held it in for a long time to finally speak up. The head guard walked closer and calmly asked the crowd if anyone else needed to use the restroom. This unexpected question made Min Su suspicious, while a barrage of urgent shouts erupted from the exhausted group of prisoners. Min Su suspected this was a plot to separate them for further torture. The guard bellowed, ordering everyone to line up in single file and forbidding them from speaking. Human language? The head guard continued to urge them, asserting that missing this chance meant holding it until evening. Seeing his fellow prisoners excited, Min Su grew even more skeptical. He wondered if in such a harsh place, they would so easily allow everyone to fake illness just to get a rest. The guard kept recruiting, claiming this was a rare opportunity. Min Su watched the envious crowd and reminded himself, free help is like strange fruit in the forest. The tastier it looks, the more cautious you must be. Deciding to take a gamble, he raised his hand and squeaked, asking to join the group. However, as soon as the guard stepped closer, Min Su immediately changed his mind. He yelled loudly in human language, asserting that he no longer needed to go and would return to training right away. The officer flew into a rage, grabbing Min Su by the neck and roaring fiercely. "Are you playing games with me? Do I look like I'm joking?" Min Su pleaded in pain, explaining that he had stomach cramps but received only a ruthless threat in return. "Stomach pain, huh? Let me help clear that up for you." He trembled and begged in despair. The guard brutally threw Min Su back to his original position and growled tightly, "Get back in line, you rat. I'll be keeping an eye on you." He fell flat on his face, humiliated amidst the taunts of the prisoners. What the hell is that idiot doing? Min Su wiped his sweat, realizing the anomaly, treating them like animals yet allowing them to use the restroom. Only humans need toilets. This was definitely a trap. The officer gathered those who had signed up in one place and clearly announced all those who wanted to use the restroom. The guard smirked ruthlessly as he stepped forward. He casually granted them mercy, saying that whether human or beast, everyone has needs to relieve themselves. In such difficult conditions, it must be tough. "Fine, you get 30 minutes. Go quickly before I change my mind." Those left behind watched with envious eyes, blaming themselves for not moving faster to get a rest. The remaining clever ones burst out laughing, mocking those who went to the toilet. But their laughter vanished instantly when the guard gritted his teeth and pointed at them. "What are you laughing at? As long as it's you guys, not them." The whole group froze in absolute terror as they realized that they were the real targets, standing from above. The guard coldly announced a bizarre new punishment. "From now on, you will instantly become a centipede." They were forced into an extremely humiliating position. The person behind rested their legs on the shoulders of the person ahead, faces pressed against each other's buttocks, forming a long human centipede. The ear-splitting shouts of the guards forced everyone to hold their position on their hands, If just one person collapsed, the whole group would have to start over from the beginning. Min-soo bitterly realized that their status now was even lower than that of insects. The true nightmare began as the guard bellowed insults. "You lot are worse than raised pigs. You lowly creatures don't even know how to control. Satisfy your body's basic physiological needs." The cruel prison guard even forced those with stomachaches to relieve themselves right on the spot in a execution position. "People like you using a bathroom is truly an excessive luxury. Useless vermin." The chief guard laughed joyfully at the prisoner's pain. He continuously stomped and urged them in a perverted manner, hoping they would use this portable toilet. "Hurry up!" A young man collapsed, sobbing uncontrollably in humiliation, as every last shred of freedom was brutally trampled upon. "What are you staring at, you idiot?" Curses echoed along with a barrage of kicks raining down on the exhausted youths. Only 3 hours had passed, and the wild arrogance of the beasts on their first day had completely vanished. Instead, high-pressure water hoses were sprayed at them to wash them clean, no different from livestock. Those fortunate enough to escape punishment now truly understood a fundamental truth of this hellhole. The warden's word is the supreme law. The loudspeaker echoed throughout the camp, signaling rest time. "All right, clean up and get inside. It's time to serve the pet buffet." The guards immediately shouted their obedience and escorted all the prisoners toward the cafeteria of the Reform Center. Holding the tray in his hand, Min-soo was stunned to see the meager ration consisting only of a little white rice and a thin soup. He quietly told himself there was hardly anything to eat. The humiliation reached its peak when he realized everyone had to sit flat on the floor to eat. Min-soo bitterly wondered why there wasn't even a basic set of eating utensils. Perhaps in their eyes, they were nothing more than pets. Right at that moment, an officer stepped forward, blocking the front, and loudly announced, "Everyone, let's sing the gratitude song together." The veteran prisoners began bellowing out the disgraceful lyrics. "We are not human, we are dogs and pigs, we eat what we are given. We do what we are told." They shouted crazily to give thanks for being cursed at and beaten. Min-soo stood frozen in total disgust. He realized the inhumane brutality happening right before his eyes. On the wall, the gratitude song was solemnly framed with words asserting they would not bark, would not bite, and would obey absolutely. A collection of the most obedient pigs on the planet. Min-soo's gaze turned cold and sharp as he realized the truth. They were merely being treated as livestock. He gritted his teeth, clutched the rice ball in his hand, and vowed that whether he had to live as a pet or anything else, he would survive and get out of here. Min-soo stuffed each ball of white rice into his mouth, while telling himself he would grit his teeth and endure it all. In his eyes burned an iron will, determined to overcome all humiliation to escape this hell, at all costs. Meanwhile, standing on a high rocky cliff looking down at the valley, Yoo-seong quietly fixed his eyes on the Juvenile Reform Center engulfed in sunset. Simmons sat perched on the railing, staring blankly toward the detention area. She admitted she came out here every day out of worry for her younger brother awaiting trial, who would eventually end up in there as well. When Yoo-seong asked if that place was really that terrible, Simmons coldly replied that hell was easier to breathe in, because that place doesn't treat humans as human beings. Horrifying memories haunted her every night, forcing her to rely on sleeping pills just to close her eyes. Seeing Yoo-seong's determination, she understood how deeply he worried for his younger brother. Yoo-seong bitterly revealed that it was his late mother's last wish. She had entrusted his brother to him. Yet he was unable to protect him. That was why he sought out Simmons, hoping to turn the situation around. Because among the few who had escaped, she was the only one who still appeared sane. Simmons suddenly asked if he wanted to know how she survived the Reform Center. Yoo-seong hurriedly asked how to get out of there in one piece, but Simmons' response left him completely stunned. Standing up, she made a distorted face, stuck out her tongue grotesquely, and said that simply playing dumb like this was enough. Yoo-seong was still skeptical, but she insisted she was telling the truth. Yoo-seong lost his temper, saying sternly that he wasn't joking and demanding she be serious. Simmons quietly turned her back, softly said she wasn't joking at all, and walked back to class. Parting her thick hair to one side, Yoo-seong was rendered speechless by the gruesome reality revealed. On Simmons' scalp were countless jagged, disfigured keloid scars. She said it took only a single spark, and they would readily pounce and tear each other apart. That place was filled with people so desperate that she had never imagined she would have to witness someone getting splashed with hot oil. As brutal as it was, Yoo-seong bowed his head to apologize for what she had gone through. Zemin brushed it off, admitting that she was released early thanks to playing dumb. A simple trick, seemingly small, turned out to be the key to survival. Still, she warned that this method might not necessarily help his younger brother. Seeing Yoo-seong still troubled, she raised her foot playfully to tease him. telling him to wipe that pitiful look off his face if he didn't want a beating. Yuxing smiled faintly and told her to put her foot down. He then pressed her about the strange marks he had seen before. Zieming explained that after the initiation ceremony for both men and women, inmates were bathed, issued uniforms, and fed. However, to block any escape routes, every person was forced to wear a tight tracking collar. Mizu nervously wore the baggy clothes, his hand unconsciously touching the tight black collar, completely unaware of its true purpose. "Don't mess around, fall into line," the guard's shout shattered Mizu's train of thought. He trudged along in the formation, still forced to chant humiliation-filled oinks like a pig. Simi continued, saying that after receiving their gear, inmates would be taken to their designated cell blocks. This division was based entirely on the severity of their crimes. For example, Cell Block A was for fighting, and Cell Block D was for illicit substances. Cell Block C was reserved for thieves and fraudsters. Because of severe assault charges, anyone involved was thrown into Cell Block B. The heavy iron door swung open, revealing a gloomy, suffocating space. Simi emphasized that Cell Block A housed particularly dangerous criminals, those charged with murder or repeat offenders. Carrying his meal tray, Min-soo stood frozen in place before the appearance of cellmates with deformed and terrifying faces. Cold sweat poured down him like rain as he realized he had stepped straight into a tiger's den, a gathering place for cold-blooded killers matching the crime he was charged with. He locked his gaze on the waiting group of cellmates, including Sejun, whose long hair hung over half his eyes, sitting quietly in the corner of the room. Among the rest, one was picking his nose, while another cracked his knuckles aggressively, creating an invisible wave of pressure that made Min-soo break into a cold sweat. He told himself, "Why is it so quiet? Is this a confrontation? I definitely can't back down." The silence was shattered when a guy with a scarred face roared fiercely. "Hey brat, don't you know how to introduce yourself?" The guy next to him chimed in, cracking his knuckles with a pop while demanding, "Where are you from and why are you here?" Min-soo kept his composure and replied, "I came from Penguin Orphanage and attended Seoang High School." Hearing this, the group of cellmates burst into mocking laughter. From an orphanage to a prison cell, what a textbook career path. In the middle of the noisy crowd, Si-jun suddenly interrupted, "Quiet down, all of you." The boss glared at Mizu with sharp, piercing eyes and asked coldly, "What are you in for? Being in cell block A means you must have done something pretty insane." Min-soo looked straight at the leader and nonchalantly dropped two words, "Murder." As soon as the word was uttered, the atmosphere froze instantly. Those who were laughing mockingly just a moment ago now widened their eyes, horror clearly written across their faces. Has a real murderer finally shown up? Or was he just talking big to show off? Seeing the exaggerated reaction of his cellmates, Min-soo lowered his head and asked himself, "Why did I lie about something that will be exposed sooner or later anyway? But wait, could I really be the only murderer in this place?" Min-soo scanned the cell, wondering if the severity of the crime truly determined one's status here. If murder was the worst, shouldn't he be the most feared guy in the room? Yet the reality was quite the opposite. A guy with slick-back hair turned to mock the one serving as a stool for Seojun, asking him to guess who was about to get stuck with the rookie status. It was the white-haired guy nicknamed Poppy. Min-soo froze as he realized the one being trampled underfoot was actually the youngest, the lowest-ranking inmate in the cell. Seojun suddenly stood up, startling Poppy into begging for mercy. Instantly, a brutal kick landed squarely on the white-haired guy for daring to make human sounds. "There you go again, daring to speak like a human. Damn it." The poor mouse guy could only squeak pitifully to beg for forgiveness. Min-soo bitterly realized that no matter where you are, the weak are always oppressed. If they wanted to treat him like a killer, he would accept the cruelty. All to survive. At 7 p.m., self-reflection writing began. According to regulations, every juvenile at the correctional facility had to write 10 reflection letters a day. Min-soo sat dazed in front of the blank page, clutching his pencil tightly in helplessness. He cursed under his breath, "Damn it, I didn't even kill anyone. What am I supposed to write?" In the middle of his chaotic thoughts, a crumpled ball of paper suddenly flew over and struck his table. Behind him, his cellmates were frantically playing baseball using stacks of paper and homemade bats. They argued loudly over foul play and saves, completely ignoring study time. Mid-practice, Min-soo, annoyed, told everyone to be quiet and asked why they didn't have to write reflection letters. The delinquents sneered, asking why they should bother with such troublesome things. One of them jerked his chin toward Poppy, who was hunched over writing amid a mountain of official papers. "Ask Poppy." He could only let out a few humiliating barks. Forced to use human speech to explain, Poppy sheepishly asked for permission to use the restroom. But he was instantly cursed at harshly for forgetting his place as a rodent. The ringleader smirked before finally allowing him to go relieve himself. Minsu watched silently, bitterly realizing that in this place, human rights were non-existent, and the guards treated prisoners no better than beasts. In the unmonitored blind spots, the law of the jungle reigned absolute. Even while using the restroom, Poppy was brutally assaulted. Punches and kicks knocked him over, accompanied by insults asking how he dared to squat like a human, leaving him to groan in agony. The weak were merely prey with no one to protect them. To survive, you had to be strong or at least act strong. The humiliation reached its peak when Poppy was forced to relieve himself like an actual dog, while his cellmates stood outside laughing in delight. They thoroughly enjoyed witnessing this humiliating sight. Like a cheap form of entertainment, at 8 p.m., shower time began in a cramped, suffocating space. Each person had barely 3 minutes to wash using a tiny scrap of soap that had passed through who knows how many hands. Minsu worried he might catch a disease from sharing toiletries with 50 other inmates. At exactly 9 p.m., the pre-bedtime roll call officially began under the strict supervision of the guard in these miserable conditions. The sharp shouts of the inmates echoed one by one in numerical order. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. However, when his turn came, instead of calling out the next number, Poppy suddenly let out a loud bark, a true game ruiner during roll call, leaving Minsu wide-eyed. In shock at this impulsive act, immediately, the cold-hearted officer struck his attendance log straight into Poppy's face. Poppy fell backward onto the floor, choking back agonizing cries of pain. Once roll call concluded at exactly 10 p.m., all the lights in the facility went out. The room plunged into darkness as everyone squeezed together on the narrow mattress, drawing a close to a nightmarish day. Amid the dead silence, Poppy's sniffling echoed again. He whimpered painfully, "Mom, I want to go home. Everyone here is a wild beast." An annoyed voice suddenly roared, shattering the quiet, asking which brat was crying like a human. Poppy quickly covered his mouth tightly, suppressing his cries to avoid getting beaten further. The first night at the reform school passed heavily, and at exactly 5:30 a.m., everyone was woken up to begin morning chores and roll call. The teenagers busily folded their blankets and scrubbed the floor like machines. A new day in this hellhole always started very early, when human emotions had already grown numb. At 6:00 a.m., the rattling sound of a cart echoed alongside the staff members' shout announcing mealtime. A few frugal food trays were pushed through a small slot at the bottom of the door. While chewing a handful of dry rice, Min Soo wondered why the whole group didn't go to the cafeteria. A fellow inmate explained that because they had an outdoor training session in the afternoon, they had to eat right in their room. He then looked at the food tray and clicked his tongue, saying that being given a spoon was already a luxury. Mid-meal, Min Soo suddenly noticed something unusual and asked where Poppy was. Wondering why he wasn't eating, the inmates casually pointed down at the floor, saying he was down there. Min Soo was horrified to see Poppy crawling on the floor, his back arched to serve as a dining table for the others. A bully barked when he saw his soup bowl tilt, cursing that the soup had spilled. Demanding to know if he was paying attention, Poppy could only cry and whimper pathetically to apologize. Seeing Min Soo's worried expression, they laughed heartily, asking why he even bothered. Since they treated Poppy like a friend, and nowhere else could one find friends who prepared meals by hand like this, Min Soo was skeptical about the meal. Immediately, one guy dumped all the leftover food, ribs, and bones onto a plate, then mixed it all together. He proudly declared that the premium garbage dish was ready. Inviting the guest to enjoy it, Min Soo froze before the cruelty of these monsters. The bullies continued to mock that this was a perfect meal because nothing went to waste, then asked if Poppy craved it. Poppy trembled, staring at the filthy plate of food, sweating profusely. Seeing him hesitate, the leader yelled out, asking why he wasn't eating. In sheer terror, Poppy lowered his head and began licking the pile of trash right off the floor, unable to stand it any longer. Min Soo spoke up coldly, telling him not to eat. He decisively kicked away the board on Poppy's back, sending the food flying everywhere. This unexpected action made the inmates' faces turn pale. Roaring in anger, Min Soo looked at Poppy and pressed him, asking if he was truly just a child. The poor teenager wearing the name tag Moon Hyun Jun looked up at Min Soo with sheer terror. Right at this moment, Si-ju suddenly spoke up, calling out to the murderer. Grunting menacingly, he asserted that this place had its own rules, and Min Soo, being the newcomer, had to obey them. Si-ju glared at Min Soo with sharp eyes before declaring, saying that if he didn't accept it, he should step up and beat him. He coldly added that to do so, Min Soo would first have to defeat Poppy, since Poppy had a higher rank. He even threatened that if Min Soo lost, he would have to take Poppy's place and become the new Poppy. Min Soo let out a weary sigh, finding this ranking game utterly childish. Laughing, he thought with contempt that even though they were sent here for causing trouble, this crowd still couldn't shed their vile thug nature. Suddenly, Moon Hyun-jun lunged forward and threw a barrage of punches at Min-soo. Witnessing this action, the inmates cheered and screamed excitedly, urging Poppy to hit him. Saying being the youngest forever was boring. They laughed gloatingly, never expecting such a weak kid to be so stubborn and gutsy. Taunts echoed continuously, challenging the killer Min-soo to fight back or else. Finding himself pinned to the rock bottom of society, Min-soo gritted his teeth and endured the beating, realizing the cruel irony of the situation with Poppy. He was beating him while sobbing uncontrollably and repeatedly apologizing. He asked himself in utter helplessness how he could possibly strike back at someone who was shedding tears while unleashing a beating like this. The story temporarily calmed down with a peaceful scene at the Penguin Orphanage. Inside the room, the director kindly asked Han Yu-seong about his preparations for tomorrow's military enlistment. Yu-seong sat quietly on the floor, tightly hugging a penguin-shaped pillow, and affirmed that he was fully prepared. Since it was a priceless keepsake of the two brothers, the director smiled, recalling the past and describing the pair as a trouble-making duo. She specifically mentioned Yu-seong, the one who used to strike fear into the hearts of local punks, keeping them from daring to come near because he constantly beat them up. Worn out, Yu-seong merely chuckled softly and asked if he had really done that. Then, his eyes suddenly turned sharp and dangerous. Smirking at the director, he asserted that she might have misunderstood something. I did have clashes with that group, but the one who terrified them the most wasn't actually me. Meanwhile, inside the cell, Moon Hyun-jun was crying while venting his rage on Min-ju, saying, "I'm sorry, I don't want to be Poppy anymore." Min-soo could only hold his head and silently endure it all. Next to them, an inmate with a scar smirked in contempt, considering Min-soo's reputation as a top fighter to be nothing more than empty hype and mocking him for being weak. Grabbing Min-soo by the hair, he taunted him about being abandoned by his parents and declared, "Turns out you're the new Poppy dog of this cell." However, Yu-seong knew the exact truth. The person who struck terror into the hearts of those local kids was not him. That person was actually Min-soo. When his rage crossed the limit, Min-soo suddenly unleashed a lightning-fast uppercut, knocking out the scarred-face inmate instantly. In fact, Yu-seong admitted that he might be better at martial arts, but once Min-soo loses control, the consequences are utterly terrifying. The swift, decisive blow left Moon Hyun-jun and the other inmates frozen in sheer horror. Even Si-jun stood stunned, his face turning pale as he showed clear apprehension toward the sudden burst of power from the person he had just looked down upon. Min-soo stood tall in the middle of the room, emanating a chilling aura. Yu-seong bitterly realized that once his younger brother truly goes insane, no one can stop him. Min-soo launched into a wild assault, declaring he would turn everyone into Poppy. His explosive punches left his opponents with no time to react, his eyes blazing. Filled with murderous intent, he shouted, "I told you I'd make you pay." However, Min-soo couldn't take on the entire cell alone and was eventually brought down. The inmates laughed triumphantly. "What a mess!" They turned around to mock him. "Turn us into Poppy, huh? Are you crazy?" Another inmate chimed in, "With a worthless life like yours, you think you can be the boss of this cell." The thugs continued to hurl insults, claiming there was no shortage of show-offs here. "Do we look like a joke to you?" One guy stepped closer, insulting Min-soo as an orphan abandoned by his parents. Hitting his Achilles heel, Min-soo roared and charged forward, brutally shoving a toilet brush straight into the mouth of the guy who had just insulted him. "You dare talk about my mother? Swallow this." Things grew even more chaotic as the remaining inmates rushed in together. Charging forward, they yelled, "You brat!" Forced that brush back into his mouth, but suddenly everyone froze. Not a single person dared to take even half a step forward. Min-soo's eyes were terrifyingly hollow. His hands gripped the sharp, broken handle of the toilet brush tightly as he asked in a deep, heavy voice, "Kill me. Have any of you ever actually taken a life before?" The scene shifted. A scarred-faced man with fierce, menacing eyes roared with determination, "I will abolish the juvenile law. If words are useless, then fists must be used." He glared at a punching bag as if it were his mortal enemy and unleashed a powerful strike to vent his anger on an anonymous foe who dared to stand in his way. Surrounding subordinates immediately clapped and praised him extravagantly. "What an incredible punch, Congressman." Even so, he was still furious inside, wishing he could easily knock down his rival, Han Man-soo. Sensing that, he turned around. Seeing Yo-seong kneeling on the floor, he asked coldly, "Why are you kneeling there?" Yo-seong remained in position, calmly stating his intention, "I want to enlist early." Completely resolving the trouble caused by those delinquents now, will surely benefit father's political career. Hearing that, the senator tightened his gloves, sneering sarcastically at his fake filial piety, dropping out of medical school just to become a detective. As soon as he finished speaking, he swung his club with a powerful blow, barked at him to speak properly, and asked directly, "Aren't you doing all this just for your step-sibling?" He deftly asserted that even if Yo Seong enlisted right now, there was no guarantee he would be transferred to that exact juvenile reformatory to meet his brother. Yo Seong lowered his head and pleaded, "I understand, which is why I must seek help from father because no one else can pull this off." However, the powerful father simply turned his back coldly without a second thought. He ruthlessly spat out bitter words, asking why he should clean up the mess left by that child. Jai, looking at that heartless back, Yo Seong's eyes behind his glasses suddenly darkened with resentment, painfully realizing that his father would never lend a hand to help him. The senator looked at him calculatingly and then named his price. "Can you help your father climb into the presidential seat?" Yo Seong was stunned, unable to believe his ears. But his father turned away decisively, forcing him to help him reach the pinnacle of power if he wanted to save his brother. Back in the cell, the atmosphere was suffocatingly tense. Min Soo yelled, telling them to come at him. All at once, his face covered in blood, holding a broom handle sharpened like a knife. But before he could react, a hulking guy suddenly closed in from behind, locking him tightly and leaving Min Soo completely unable to react. Another guy rushed in and landed a vicious blow straight to Min Soo's head, while the guy behind still pinned him down tightly. The inmates began to panic upon seeing Min Soo lying motionless. They trembled and whispered to each other, asking if he was really dead, saying that killing someone in a place like this meant being ruined forever. However, Min Soo suddenly popped back up with sharp eyes, taking advantage of an opening to land a vicious kick straight to the hulking guy's groin, causing him to collapse and scream in agony. Right at that moment, Yi Jun casually walked over, looked down at Min Soo, and spat out a bitter, sarcastic remark. "Was it your mother who provoked you? Or did being abandoned make you go mad like this?" He continued to rub salt into Min Soo's wound in a contemptuous tone. "What a pity. Does your mother know the child she abandoned has now become a killer?" Unable to contain his rage any longer, Min Soo charged forward to attack, but Si Jun easily read his move and locked his arm tight, growling a threat for him to apologize if he didn't want to go blind. Si Jun maintained his cold demeanor, humiliating his opponent's past. "For what? Because your mother abandoned you, or because you actually committed murder?" Suddenly, he let go and signaled a stop. Leaving Min Soo dazed and confused, Yi Jun quickly turned around, raised his hands in surrender, and pinned all the blame on him. "It's all his fault, I was just a bystander." Min Soo froze in utter shock, wondering who on earth he was talking to, when instantly the guards burst in, screaming furiously, asking if he knew where he was. All the inmates were forced against the wall, while the guards confiscated the broom handle and used heavy-handed tactics to brutally suppress Min Soo, raining down a barrage of blows on his body. "That punk just got here and is already causing trouble." Min Soo could only groan in extreme agony. The officer coldly wrote a report regarding Min Soo's act of using a weapon to attack a fellow inmate. When questioned, both Yi Jun and Moon Jun denied it in unison. "That's right, he put on a whole solo performance. We're completely innocent." Min Soo was dragged away while severely injured, labeled a hopeless case, with 15 days in isolation for him to ponder over life. Curled up on the cold stone floor with his hands tightly bound, Min Soo could only grit his teeth and swear silently in utter helplessness. Whether it was called solitary confinement or a punishment cell, it was a place of total isolation for troublemakers for a fixed period. Even worse, the time spent locked up here would not count toward his sentence. Min Soo lamented bitterly. "Damn it, you went and extended your own prison time again." Yet, the feeling of being alone in this quiet space actually felt quite comforting to him. Min Soo even wished he had caused trouble sooner just to get in here. His brief peace was shattered by the guard's shout through the door slit. "Lee Min Soo, sit up straight. Lie down again and you'll get another day." Instantly, Min Soo was forced down onto his knees in agonizing pain. "Wipe that look off your face." Here, inmates were forced to kneel continuously until bedtime under strict supervision, monitored by cameras 24/7, stripping away even his minimal freedom of movement. His only consolation was that the bindings were loosened when using the bathroom, but as soon as he sat on the toilet, Min Soo was shocked to realize a critical oversight. Where was the toilet paper? Hearing the noise, the guard yelled harshly, "Stop dawdling, hurry up." Min Soo quickly pleaded, "It's not that, there's no paper here." The guard replied nonchalantly, "Behind you, take a look." Min Soo looked back in confusion, but there was no toilet paper roll, only a cold, dripping water hose. The guard's voice echoed again, heavy and indifferent. Use the hose to wash. He looked down at his hands and screamed in bewilderment. Use my hands. A frugal meal tray containing only dried fish and a bit of bland soup was pushed in. But to Minsu, mealtime felt like sheer torture. His hands tied tightly behind his back forced him to bend over and dig into the food with his mouth like a wild animal. Screaming inwardly with rage, "Damn it, at least untie me so I can eat." His anger flared up with every rushed swallow, and Minsu gritted his teeth and swore. "I've added your names to my hit list. You better watch out when I get out of here." At 7 p.m., reflection essay time began, even in solitary. Minsu couldn't escape those blank sheets of paper. As he wrote, he grumbled bitterly, "I didn't even do anything wrong, so why do I have to write twice as much just for being in here?" To pass the time and assess the situation, Minsu started drawing caricatures analyzing his cellmates, from the scar-faced guy who liked to mock others to the burly guy who only cared about eating. All the way to the spineless Poppy, everyone received contemptuous comments from him. Minsu muttered to himself that everyone here had problems, but the biggest trouble belonged to someone else. His gaze suddenly turned cold and sharp as it rested on the name Kang Sejun. "I'll draw you the ugliest," despite knowing Sejun was an exceptionally skilled fighter. His thirst for revenge still outweighed all his hesitation. Night fell and the isolation room turned terrifyingly still. Minsu collapsed onto the floor, falling into an exhausted sleep with his hands still tightly bound and his collar pressing close against his skin. In his restless sleep, horrifying memories from the past suddenly surged back. The images of the two young brothers, Yuseong and Minsu, standing frozen in their pajamas in the cold, dark night. In front of them, their home was being consumed by a raging, smoke-filled fire, the bright red flames illuminating the bewildered faces of the two children. Suddenly, Minsu jolted awake in the middle of the night. He sat up, gasping for air in pain, his eyes rolled back in terror. A blood-curdling scream echoed through the pitch-black room as the phantom of the old fire haunted him once more. Trapped in his own mind, Minsu panted heavily, soaked in sweat while still tightly bound. Perhaps this harsh environment was causing those terrifying memories to repeatedly surface in his dream. He panted heavily out of fear, terrified that if he closed his eyes, the nightmare would strike again. In the end, Minsu spent an agonizing, sleepless night exhausted. After 16 long days in solitary confinement, his punishment finally ended. "Lee Minsu, your isolation order has been lifted. Go back to your cell immediately." The moment he stepped back into cell A, he had to face the very people who had put him away. Minsu gritted his teeth and cursed under his breath, but his cellmates unexpectedly changed their attitude. Smiling cheerfully, they said, "Hey, we're sorry, okay? We went a bit too far, didn't we?" They even promised that from now on, Minsu wouldn't have to act as their errand boy anymore. He wondered if things were truly resolved that easily. Accepting their apology, he clearly stated his condition. "Fine, I accept, but Si-jun must apologize to me as well right now." A brutal stomping kick rained down from above straight onto Minsu's head. "Looking for me? Take this heel to wake up," leaving him no chance to react. The gang rushed in to restrain him, capturing and gagging him. Brutally shoving a rag into his mouth, they left him only able to whimper helplessly. Si-jun coldly ordered them to drag Min-soo into the restroom. One of them pulled him while laughing disgustingly. "The underwear I've been wearing for a whole week," Si-jun smirked, looking down mockingly at the miserable Minsu on the floor. "Mommy's boy, were you looking for me? Well, someone was even more eager to meet you." He introduced a guy who harbored extreme resentment toward Minsu over a previous vicious hit, then sighed pervertedly. "What a tough day it's been today." Slumped on the floor with his mouth gagged, he could only let out sounds of desperation. Right at the critical moment when everything hung by a thread, a stern, forceful voice rang out, shattering the heavy air. "That's enough." A prison guard with a commanding presence appeared at the cell door out of nowhere. Si-jun glanced over nonchalantly with a smug look. "You must be the new guard. Don't worry, we've been given permission to do this." The guard walked over coldly and asked back, "Permission? From whom?" He firmly cut in, "We'll settle your business later," before suddenly reaching his hand out toward Minsu. He stared bewilderedly at the hand extended before him. In the suffocating and brutal atmosphere of the detention center, the guard softly uttered a phrase that he could hardly believe his ears. "Let's go home." Behind his glasses, the guard's face gradually revealed a warm, bright smile. Kang Seok, the older brother he had longed to see, was now standing here in full uniform. Pulling his brother up from the cold floor with a caring hand, who could match such a cool older brother, to legitimately enter the tiger's den, Yu Seok-yong had to make a calculated deal with his powerful father. In a luxurious karaoke room, the congressman was shouting passionately, singing fervently alongside Miflo about snow-covered battlefields and calls of comradeship. Sweating profusely, he got so immersed that it made the atmosphere intensely tense. Witnessing this enthusiastic performance, General GLC, a four-star general, was moved to tears. Deeply touched by such intense patriotism, he repeatedly praised the congressman as a true soldier. He saw him as the embodiment of the spirit of defenders of the nation. Sitting between the two powerful men, Yu Seok-yong merely observed in silence. Secretly despising their hollow flattery, he watched the congressman smugly regard pulling strings to get his son into the military as a noble privilege. Yu Seok-yong despised politicians who constantly manipulated records and faked mental illness medical reports to help their children dodge the draft. He believed that instead of fabricating heroic stories, it was best to send those kids straight into the army immediately. When asked by the congressman if he was ready to enlist, he firmly replied, "Yes, father, I will go now." Behind his glasses, Yu Seok-yong's sharp, cold gaze affirmed that he was fully prepared for everything to save his younger brother. Throughout the time Minsu awaited trial, Yu Seok-yong had plunged into the shadows to gather information from those who had experienced the brutality of the juvenile detention facility, from interrogations involving Jang Soo to meeting Ga Si-min and the director. He understood that the correctional center was a living hell on earth. That was why Yu Seok-yong appeared here with unshakable resolve, standing among the rows of police officers solemnly saluting the flag. He vowed to pull his brother out of this hellhole as fast as possible at all costs. Returning to the scene, Yu Seok-yong tenderly extended his hand toward his brother and softly said, "Minsu, let's go home," assuring him that as long as he listened to him, he would soon regain his freedom. Yu Seok-yong was immensely confident in the flawless plan he had drawn up, believing everything would go smoothly. Little did he expect that the smile on his lips would freeze as the plan collapsed. That seemingly foolproof plan crumbled into thin air from the very first step. Instead of keeping his cool, Minsu unexpectedly threw a vicious punch right into the face. Amidst the chaos of the prisoners, Yu Seong could only watch his stubborn younger brother in utter helplessness, silently blaming him for hitting someone, while Sejun coldly observed the scene. The crowd of inmates roared wildly at Minsu's reckless behavior. Out of control, the younger brother lunged forward, shouting that he would kill every single one of them. The situation grew even more chaotic as Yu Seong was surrounded by the terrifying prisoners. A man with a heavily scarred, deformed face stared at him with deep suspicion and confusion. He questioned whether he was a guard or a newcomer, as his face looked far too young. They declared that this cell was meant for only 2 people, and began threatening him with the unwritten rules he had to obey. Facing the overwhelming pressure from these monsters, Yu Seong remained surprisingly calm. He asked back if the rule was to fight, then flashed a provocative smile and declared he would follow the rules tonight. The prisoners laughed in amusement at the prey that refused to back down. Minsu charged like a wild beast, roaring in rage to take them all on. However, Sejun simply leaned aside to dodge the attack with ease. He coldly mocked Minsu for being foolish and swinging wildly, and with a single simple movement, he sent Minsu losing his balance and tumbling down. Sejun looked down with pure contempt, mocking Minsu for roaring like a lunatic when he couldn't even hold his balance. Without stopping there, Sejun's attention suddenly shifted toward Yu Seong, who was standing tall among the newly defeated prisoner. Yu Seong calmly brought up following the rules, leaving Sejun astonished that this guard had managed to subdue everyone in a split second. He wondered what on earth this guy was doing, having never encountered anyone quite like him before. Taking advantage of Si-woong's momentary distraction, Minsu delivered a devastating kick right to his face and roared in anger, asking why he was looking elsewhere during a fight. He laughed maniacally and challenged him, telling Longhair that his opponent was right here, so stop looking away. Sejun slowly lowered his head as a chilly, murderous aura began to radiate from him. He muttered that he had originally intended to settle things peacefully and leave, but now everything had completely changed. Sejun looked up with threatening eyes, declaring that Minsu was about to become meaningless. Minsu screamed back, telling him to go play the lapdog himself. Instantly, Sejun launched an insanely powerful counterattack that left Minsu completely unable to react. What on earth was this? Minsu realized in sheer shock that he was being completely overwhelmed. He groaned in agony inwardly as he absorbed the thunderous blows. Bitterly admitting that this guy was ridiculously strong, Sejun looked down coldly, asking a cryptic question about why Bobby became Bobby, ignoring the threats. Minsu still recklessly charged forward with a furious roar. Sejun coldly revealed the brutal truth that Bobby used to be the head of this room, then delivered a lightning-fast punch. That left Minsu dizzy, following up with a bitter remark that Bobby was just like Minsu, not knowing his own limits, which was why he ended up like this. Minsu gritted his teeth, telling himself not to give up. He frantically grabbed Sejun by the collar and screamed that in this room, Sejun was actually the most pathetic one. Minsu was determined not to let himself be taken down easily, but in response to his resistance, a fist came crashing down from above. A horrific, devastating blow struck with immense force, pinning Minsu firmly onto the floor. He lay motionless in the cell, eyes rolling back in sheer agony, barely able to choke out a bitter "damn it." Lying helpless beneath Sejun's feet, Minsu realized with deep resentment how humiliating it was to lose at his feet once again. His shame swelled even further when he saw the guard's shoes. Approaching him, Minsu struggled with himself because every time he fell, the image of his older brother Yuseong would flicker before his eyes. Yuseong bent down to look at his barely breathing younger brother and asked ice coldly, "Are you still alive?" Minsu felt utterly terrible and gave a weak response, while Yuseong let out a deep, exasperated sigh. He decisively hoisted Minsu onto his shoulder, muttering and wondering why he was so light. Was he being starved in here? Yu Xiang carried Minsu away. Sejun pressed him, asking where he was taking him, to which Yu Xiang coldly replied that his younger brother needed a lesson and had to be placed in solitary confinement for causing trouble. Yu Xiang suddenly leaned close to Sejun's ear and delivered a mysterious message. "All right, she told me to tell you to stop fighting." Those words left Sejun frozen in shock. "What?" Yu Xiang nonchalantly walked out, leaving Sejun stunned amid his scattered henchmen. He was thrown into solitary confinement once again, that long-haired bastard. "Next time I see you, I'll rip all your hair out." A sudden sharp stomach ache forced Minsu to squat down on the toilet. Even so, he still felt anxious inside, as if he had forgot an extremely important thing. Right after finishing his business, Minsu was shocked to find that the tap wouldn't run. He panicked, wondering if the tap was broken, and then shuddered, thinking about not being able to wash his hands. Just then, a voice from outside echoed in, reminding him that there was toilet paper right there, while the tap only ran at fixed hours in the evening. Minsu let out a sigh of relief upon seeing the roll of paper, while also realizing that this time he wasn't even handcuffed like in previous solitary confinements. Memories suddenly rushed back, snapping Minsu back to reality. He rushed over, pounding repeatedly on the cell door, screaming to confront the guard outside. "Hey, you crazy guard, have you lost your mind? Why are you here?" Ignoring Yu Xiang's sarcastic question about whether he had washed his hands, Minsu roared through tears. "Who asked you to play the hero and save me? You have a warm, happy family. You were supposed to live a happy life, you idiot. Didn't you get accepted into medical school? Stop saving me, get lost, and just ignore a murderer like me. Why would you ruin your future for a killer?" Minsu cried out in despair through the bars of the solitary cell. He confessed painfully that if Yu Xiang got stuck here because of him, he would live in torment for the rest of his life. Yu Xiang stood outside, nonchalantly admitting that he was indeed a fool. "Who says you're a murderer? I believe you're innocent, Minsu, because I'm your older brother." Seeing Minsu sniffling, Yu Xiang teased him, asking if he was crying, making Minsu fiercely deny it even though his sniffling was loud and clear. He worriedly asked if they could really get out of here if everything went according to his plan. Yu Xiang assured him that as long as Minsu stopped causing trouble so he wouldn't be thrown into solitary again, and just behaved and listened to him, everything would be fine. However, Minsu suddenly made a firm demand. "I want to fight that long-haired guy again." When Yu Xiang wondered why he wanted to fight someone who was guaranteed to beat him, Minsu gritted his teeth in hatred. "That bastard insulted my mother. I can endure anything but not someone insulting my mother." Seeing his younger brother's determination, Yu Xiang didn't stop him but instead encouraged him, "Go fight him. I'll teach you how to win." His gaze suddenly turned icy cold and threatening as he looked through the slot in the door. "If you lose to him, don't even think about coming back to face me." The 15 days in solitary confinement were Minsu's only chance to prepare for this life-or-death battle. In the dark space of the cell, while everyone was fast asleep, Sejun still sat silently like a predator lying in wait. Yu Xiang knew full well that 15 days was too short for Minsu to recover his physical strength, so the only thing he taught him now was how to bring down Sejun. "Do you think just this is enough to knock down that bastard Ga Sejun?" Minsu walked full of doubt. Yu Xiang replied in a cold tone, "If you lose, you're on your own. I won't have time to save you." Minsu could only click his tongue and accept it. Stopping in front of the cell door, Yu Xiang tightened his grip on the door handle and asked one last time if he had memorized all the tactics. Minsu stepped inside with confidence and declared, "Of course, brother, just trust me." As soon as he set foot inside, Minsu was confronted by tough-looking faces waiting for him. Jang Hyuk and his henchmen smirked triumphantly. "So you're finally in, huh? Enjoying solitary confinement, are you?" He mockingly asked if being locked up made Minsu any stronger and demanded to test it right away, while Minsu lowered his head with a sly smile. "I once said I'd turn you all into puppies, didn't I? But now I've changed my mind." Before their glaring eyes, Minsu suddenly collapsed onto the floor in a kneeling position and began to howl frantically. "Why do I have to be the one to turn you into puppies?" Minsu laughed hysterically in a miserable state. "Isn't it much faster if I become one myself?" Woof woof, what a truly talented actor, worthy of an Oscar. This bizarre behavior was actually a strategy of endurance passed down by Yuseong. To win, one must first learn to grit their teeth and endure every blow of envy. Endure insults from the enemy while waiting for the single ripe moment, even when his fellow inmates used ink pens to draw circles all over his chest to make a go bored. Minsu still had to suppress the pain and maintain his posture. The peak of humiliation was when the bullies casually sat down to play go right on his body. Treating him like a worthless object, they argued loudly over cheated scores. "You bastard, you only got 33 points. The other guy didn't back down either. Retorting fiercely, "No, it's clearly 43 points, you blind fool." Lying under their feet, Minsu screamed inwardly with resentment, and then, his limit of endurance shattered completely. He jumped up and yelled in rage, "Damn it, I can't take this for another second." His sudden defiance drove the thugs into a raging fury. Lee Jang-hyuk roared fiercely, "You think you can rebel, punk?" Another guy grumbled in frustration because the game on Minsu's back was ruined halfway through. "Do you want me to teach you another lesson?" Amidst the crowd's fury, Minsu could only clench his teeth tightly, reminding himself to endure. Outside the iron door, Yuseong thought to himself, "Just bear it for another 5 days, I will clean up this room for you." Since the guards monitor very strictly during class hours, I can't intervene right away. Yuseong adjusted his glasses slightly, his anxious eyes warning, "Please don't fight right now. I will prepare the stage for you after 5 days." However, reality turned out to be a succession of brutal beatings. Through the agonizing pain, Minsu could only grit his teeth and endure. Hold it in, the day to repay the debt is coming. On the second day, Minsu entered a humiliating routine of hard labor. He was forced to kneel and scrub the floor continuously like a machine. The third day was a stressful time writing reflection papers amidst piles of high paper stacks. Crazy screams rang out incessantly as Minsu held his pen under the supervision of a ferocious bully. "Write it properly, don't piss me off. Just apologizing for being born isn't enough." By the fourth day, Minsu was dragged out to the lawn and forced to act like an animal, only able to growl in bitter resentment. During the subsequent meal, the atmosphere suddenly became strangely suffocating. Sejun and his subordinates were eating heartily when they suddenly froze, everyone's face filled with shock and disbelief at the scene unfolding right before their eyes. Minsu had to crawl on his knees across the floor, frantically swallowing handfuls of rice like a beast, intentionally barking excitedly a few times and praising the food as delicious to curry favor with the guards. Yet, behind that submission lay an iron willpower. He told himself to endure because tomorrow was already the 5th day, the moment all this humiliation would officially end. After that haunting meal, Minsu vomited violently in the restroom because his body was overwhelmed. Yuseong worriedly asked if he was pushing himself too hard, but Minsu merely replied exhaustedly that he could still manage to hold on. Seeing Minsu so depleted that he kept hiccuping repeatedly, Hyunjin secretly slipped a sunny snack bar into his hand. He gently advised Minsu to eat to keep up his strength, because if he threw everything up, his body wouldn't last. Hyunjin told Minsu to keep this an absolute secret, as it was an item he bought out of his own pocket. Shortly after, during the outdoor training session, the guards began mockingly taunting Povey once again. They mocked him, saying that even though he was abused to the point of vomiting, his appearance didn't improve at all, and then smugly declared that only they had the right to torment him like that. One prisoner burst into loud laughter until his face turned red, constantly spewing insults. Hyung-jun's running gait looked so ridiculous, but the smile on the prisoner's face suddenly vanished. It was replaced by panic upon seeing Hyung-jun rushing straight toward the restricted area. He screamed in a frenzy to give a warning because right ahead was the prison's logistics team. a powerful collision occurred, causing chaos at the scene and triggering a chain reaction. Angry curses echoed aloud. Three heavily built men from the kitchen crew with scarred faces glared at Hyung-jun. They shouted, asking if he wanted to pick a fight in this critical situation. Hyung-jun, however, continued to pretend to act like an animal. From afar, Si-jun was resting on the yard. He suddenly recalled the image of the correctional officer, Jo Sung-tae. Right as Min-soo left, he began to doubt that person's true identity. He wondered whether someone had sent the officer or if his older sister had secretly arranged everything. Right then, a man from the logistics team yelled out loudly. Hearing the call for the leader of room A3, Si-jun shot a suspicious glance over as three men wearing aprons approached. The head of the kitchen crew jerked his chin, asking if this was Si-jun's dog. Before violently stepping on Hyung-jun's head and snapping aggressively, telling Si-jun to teach his pet a lesson. He growled, accusing Hyung-jun of starting trouble first, asking if this was room A3's way of issuing a challenge while repeatedly kicking Hyung-jun in the head. He chuckled with delight, saying it felt great to beat him up, and demanded to borrow him for a few days, to torment him even more. Seeing their roommate being beaten, the rest stayed silent, not wanting to clash with the kitchen crew over a mere pet. From a distance, Min-soo quietly observed the whole scene. He recalled the time when he was shunned and bullied by everyone. It was Hyung-jun who hadn't hesitated to give him his only candies, even though his older brother had instructed him never to cause trouble. Right now, asking him to just fold his arms and watch Hyung-jun get abused was simply impossible. Suddenly, a blue plastic plate soared through the air. The kitchen guard hadn't even finished his mock laughter before the plate slammed straight into his face with a devastating impact. The force of the strike was so strong that it knocked him backward, leaving his cronies stunned by the sight. All the surrounding prisoners and Si-jun were utterly shocked. Min-soo staggered to his feet amidst the crowd's utter shock. He roared in fury, asking if the thugs causing chaos outside wasn't enough for them, and if they intended to bring those cheap tricks in here as well. Stepping forward, Min-soo sarcastically remarked that even though their human dignity was trampled on like beasts here, everything still had its limits. Helping Hyung-jun to his feet, Min-soo growled that no matter how terrible the situation was, those dogs should feel ashamed. Seeing their own member get hit while just standing by with wide eyes, the red-haired guy from the kitchen crew stepped up and patted Si-jun on the shoulder as a warning, asking if Si-jun was messing with him and whether he should report to the captain that Si-jun wanted to declare war. Si-jun didn't even bother to answer and threw an elbow straight into his face. Facing the threat from the logistics team, Si-jun growled with a deadly aura, saying if it was war they wanted, so be it, but first he had to deal with this rebel. Min-soo grit his teeth and silently apologized to his brother for ruining the perfect plan he had painstakingly prepared once again. Around them, the prisoners began to stir and gossip, with some wondering if this was a war with the logistics team or a full-blown riot, while others didn't care and just wanted to watch the fight immediately. Min-soo bitterly realized he couldn't escape this chaotic mess. Even so, he promised himself that he would fulfill the remaining promise to his brother at all costs. The crowd continued to mock, confident that Si-jun would easily crush the rookie killer in an instant. Si-jun nonchalantly tied back his long hair, curling his lips with a dangerous look, saying he would take on the extra beating. Responding to that provocation, Min-soo burst into a wild laugh and clenched his fists. He made an extremely bold proposal. "Wanna bet? The winner of this fight becomes the room leader." Facing the towering leader, his eyes burned with determination. He declared decisively, "This time I will definitely win." At the juvenile detention center, the students still had to attend classes. During basic culture class, full authority belonged to the correctional officer. This meant everything was strictly under their control. Sitting by the window, Yoo-seong was secretly calculating phase 1 of the plan, raising Min-soo to room leader. He believed that today Min-soo would knock out Sejun to take back the top position because he had prepared a perfectly custom class space for the match. True to his nature as a passionate mentor, Yoo-seong arranged the desks and chairs into a circle as a private arena for his younger brother. He impatiently checked his watch. It's almost time. Why haven't they arrived yet? Suddenly, excited cheers echoing from the yard below forced him to look outside. Beneath the window, hundreds of students had formed a large ring. They were continuously cheering and mocking Min-soo. "Are you a comedian or a murderer?" They were amazed by Sejun's ability to dodge strikes and taunted Min-soo for being unable to even touch his opponent. How did he kill anyone when he looks this ridiculous? Witnessing the unexpected scene, Yoo-seong sighed in helplessness. He rushed over and grabbed the window bars tightly. His face distorted with rage, upon seeing his brother fail to follow the plan. He yelled out, "You bastard Lee Min-soo, you idiot!" The cheers in the yard exploded even further as Sejun landed a heavy punch straight to Min-soo's face, sending him flying backward. To prepare for the battle, Yoo Seong had personally taught Min-soo the most practical combat techniques. Step 1 was a powerful hook aimed at breaking the opponent's defense. Immediately after, Step 2 was a vicious liver blow. Step 3 was an uppercut. Step 4 was a middle kick. Step 5 was a low kick. Step 6 was a front kick. Step 7 was a spinning kick, and Step 8 was a roundhouse kick. Yoo Seong continuously demonstrated skillful combat moves to pass them down to his brother. Watch closely and learn a few moves, and finally, he delivered an extremely powerful straight punch. Looking through the bars, he asked, "Haven't seen this move in a while. Do you recognize it?" Having never trained properly, the boy merely imitated a few moves. Did he still remember what he had learned long ago? Yoo Seong asked in a serious tone whether Min-soo thought that alone was enough to defeat his opponent. Min-soo nervously admitted that Sejun was indeed very strong. Yoo Seong mentally evaluated that Sejun fought quite well for someone without formal training, making Min-soo wonder in surprise if it was natural talent. However, Yoo Seong realized that although Sejun's strikes looked flashy, they lacked actual substance and had no technical connection. Yoo Seong gently pushed up the frame of his glasses, asserting that Sejun had no true combination chain. At the end of the day, he was just an ordinary brawler who could never defeat someone with proper training. Hearing this, Min-soo lowered his head in discouragement because in reality, he was getting beaten black and blue without even touching him. He doubted if learning these few moves would still leave him getting trashed. Seeing this, Yoo Seong immediately explained his reason for wanting the fight to take place in the classroom, where the layout of the desks and chairs had already been set up. Min-soo wondered what difference it made. Yoo Seong explained that if Min-soo kept dodging, he could back Sejun into a corner. A classroom had plenty of blind spots to set a trap. Use the terrain to corner him against the wall, Yoo Seong asserted, stating that as long as he accomplished that, Min-soo's combinations would definitely hit their mark. Yet the reality at the scene was completely unfavorable. Sejun still stood tall with arrogant confidence, while the surrounding inmates began cheering out of disappointment. Frustrated by the boring match, they continuously insulted Min-soo as a loser, daring him to fight fair and square instead of just covering his head to take beating. Min-soo wiped a long streak of blood from his nose, coming to a grim realization, "Oh crap, I'm gonna get wiped out at this rate." At the yard, all hope for a perfect plan completely evaporated when there were no steps in front of Min-soo. Not a single word to press the opponent. Hundreds of inmates surrounded them, forming a giant circle. Turning this place into a life-or-death arena in the vast open space, Yoo Seong dashed down the corridor. He screamed out in helplessness because his foolish younger brother never listened. His foolish younger brother never listened. Standing before the barbed wire fence, Yoo Seong froze upon realizing the crowd was too massive, obscuring all the unfolding brawl and discarding all initial calculation. Yoo Seong decided he had to stop the fight immediately before things went too far. He raised his voice demanding everyone disperse, but suddenly a bucket of popcorn flew straight into his face. Making him freeze, Yoo Seong was shocked to realize someone was nonchalantly sitting there watching the fight like an exciting movie. That was none other than the chief warden. He sat proudly on his chair, chewing popcorn while stuffing his mouth and asking, "I'm watching a good movie, why are you ruining the fun?" Yoo Seong hurriedly stood still, saluted, and explained he was a new guard trying to stop the fight. However, the chief warden merely asked back coldly why he needed to intervene. He nonchalantly chewed his popcorn and suddenly asked Yoo Seong if he liked watching Animal Planet shows, where tiny mice appear. Yoo Seong was stunned, not understanding what game this old man was trying to play. He began to make a ruthless comparison. In nature shows, when a hungry snake is hunting a mouse, the camera crew will never intervene, because predators eating prey is an inevitable rule of nature. With insane eyes and a chilling smile, he affirmed that this fight was the same, so everything was just a part of the natural law that humans must respect. He growled, asserting that witnessing them slaughter each other was an incomparable form of entertainment. Witnessing that ultimate perversion with his own eyes, Yoo Seong shuddered in horror, realizing the man running this place was a true lunatic. The chief warden curled his lips, casually inviting Yoo Seong to sit down and enjoy the show until someone landed a real heavy blow. Below the stands, Min-soo charged forward like a moth to a flame, screaming inside with determination that just one solid hit would knock his opponent out. He began applying the lesson, throwing step 1 with a feint hook to draw attention. However, Zai-jun easily dodged the strike in the nick of time. He coldly asked, "What the hell are you doing?" and immediately delivered a devastating counterattack, leaving Minsu dizzy and in ultimate pain. He could only inwardly pray, "Please, just one hit." Xiang didn't give his opponent a moment to breathe, continuing to close in while Minsu struggled to execute step 2. Si-jun threw out smug, mocking words, asking if he was learning first-grade math. Minsu struggled to throw step 3, but the hit still only struck thin air. Si-jun nonchalantly dodged and taunted, "Two comes after one." Outside the window, Yu Xiang broke out in a heavy sweat seeing his younger brother completely crushed. Minsu bitterly realized his reach was too short. His stamina was exhausted, and all tactics were useless against Si-jun. Despair enveloped Minsu as he realized there were no walls around to complete the combination attack his brother taught him. Helpless, he told himself that all he could do now was endure the beatings. Seju then unleashed a thunderous kick straight into Minsu's body. The tremendous impact sent him flying into the crowd of spectating inmates. They shouted in annoyance, cursing, "Why did he fly over here?" and telling Si-jun to aim properly. Seeing that pathetic sight, Yuseong covered his face in pain, sighed, and accepted defeat. If he loses after being taught like this, he might as well go to sleep. Minsu lay sprawled. Amidst the curses yelling at him to get lost as a defeated murderer, he clenched his teeth and endured the humiliation patiently. Ignoring their mockery, the bone-chilling pain racking his body from head to toe began to make his resolve waver. Minsu thought to himself that if he continued, he would only suffer another miserable defeat just like before, so it was best to surrender to avoid further injury. Suddenly, the rough hands of the prisoners rushed in, grabbing him and hauling him up off the ground. They roared angrily at his face, asking how long he intended to lie there and threatening that if he gave up, he would have to fight them instead. Minsu looked around weakly, realizing he was surrounded by bloodthirsty faces that were forcing him to keep fighting. Sejun ambled closer, hurling a final insult by asking what Mommy's boy was doing and if he was looking for his mother. Minsu lowered his head, but then a sinister smile unexpectedly spread across his lips, making Sejun freeze in suspicion. Asking what was so funny, he calmly replied that it was nothing, just that he had suddenly remembered something. Clenching his fists, he revealed his blood-stained teeth along with a wild smile. He declared that he had found a way to land a combination strike on him, confidently asserting that he now knew how to execute an attack from the outside. The crowd began to lose patience, shouting and urging them on, cursing that free time was over, telling them to wrap it up quickly, and mocking whether the two were fighting or confessing their feelings to each other. Sejun lost his patience as well, calling him a mommy's boy and pushing him, demanding to finish it since time was almost up. Minsu slowly got to his feet and casually replied, "Fine, I was planning to end this anyway. I know how to use the combo strike now." But how could he lure him into the trap? Memories of their conversation in the solitary confinement room came rushing back, when Yoo-hyun suggested that if he just backed Sejun up against the wall, victory would be guaranteed. Even so, Minsu had already noticed the flaw in that logic, so he asked back, analyzing that no matter the situation, Sejun was not stupid enough to let himself get cornered like that. Yoo-hyun, standing outside the iron bars, nodded in agreement, but told him that after luring him there, he could watch the opponent draw closer. Sitting on the floor, Minsu sighed and sarcastically remarked that he had already factored that in, saying that even if he tried, it might not succeed, which would ruin the whole plan. Hearing that, Yoo-hyun slightly curled his lips cryptically and offered to teach him a magic keyword that would make Sejun charge right at him immediately. Minsu grabbed the window bars tightly in shock and yelled, complaining about why the guy had been hiding such good stuff without revealing it sooner. Yoo-hyun's gaze turned icy cold as he firmly guaranteed that just hearing this word would make Sejun completely lose control. Minsu hurriedly urged him to reveal what the word was. Back to reality in the middle of the schoolyard, Minsu suddenly roared out loud, "Hey Sejun, is your sister Si-min pretty?" He covered his face while laughing like crazy with his eyes rolled back, instantly causing Sejun to lose all composure and fly into a rage, his face twisting in fury. He roared, demanding to know who allowed him to say his sister's name, then charged forward and unleashed a devastating punch toward Minsu that startled even him. He bellowed in a mad frenzy, asking where he had heard that name from. Witnessing that extreme reaction, Minsu inwardly gloated because his bro's magic keyword had truly worked. Sejun had completely lost his mind, screaming and demanding to know why Minsu knew his sister's name. Looking at the manic opponent in front of him, Minsu recalled the nickname Mommy's Boy that Sejin had used to humiliate him earlier and retorted with contempt. He sneered, asking if that was the best insult he could come up with, before decisively raising his hand to block the thunderous punch, leaving Sejin in utter shock. Immediately after, Minsu grabbed him by the collar and roared, "You clingy loser, now you're gonna get it." He launched a decisive counterattack that left Sejin no time to react, accompanied by a sarcastic warning, "Don't you start crying and calling for your sister." Got that? Sejin bit his lip to regain his composure, demanding to know what knowing his sister had to do with this fight as he tried to step back to dodge Min Su's punch. However, a harsh reality hit as the surrounding crowd of prisoners began to stir, pushing forward and shrinking the space even further. Sejin realized with horror that his rear was completely blocked by a living wall of people. Seizing this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, Min Su immediately executed step 1, planting a devastating hook straight into his opponent's body. Min Su roared in excitement, telling him to taste the pain. While Sejin was stuck with nowhere to dodge, he tried to desperately attack first, but his arm got caught. Unexpectedly jammed in the chaotic crowd, while Sejin was still stunned from being unable to move, Min Su seized the chance to unleash the finishing strike of step 2. It was a punch aimed directly at the opponent's liver. Sejin gritted his teeth, realizing he had fallen into a trap, screaming in desperation as being pinned from behind stripped away all his movement. Min Su continued with step 3, throwing an uppercut that snapped his opponent's head backward. Watching the scene from a distance, Yojun was shocked to realize his younger brother wasn't following the plan at all. Originally, he had told Min Su to use desks, chairs, or classroom walls to corner the opponent. But now he had found a different way, turning the surrounding crowd of prisoners into living walls to trap Sejin in the middle. Min Su relentlessly rained down combinations of step 1 and step 2, leaving Sejin entirely helpless under the frantic barrage of punches. Sejin understood that standing still meant becoming easy prey, so he decided to dodge to the side to find an escape route. But Min Su saw right through his intent, unleashing a powerful low kick from step 5 straight into his leg, making Sejin cry out in pain. Min Su smirked triumphantly, then immediately looped back to step 1, adding a rapid sequence of direct punches straight to his opponent's face. Blocked on the right, Sejin struggled to jerk toward the opposite direction, but was instantly cut off by step 4, a mid-level kick planted straight into his ribs. "Where do you think you're going?" Sejin was utterly terrified as he realized he was completely sealed in. In Sejin's eyes right now, Min Su had suddenly turned into a massive, terrifying monster looming over him. He continuously rained down strikes from combinations 1, 2, 3, and 4, then threw everything out the window to pour out an endless flurry of step 1 punches, nose swollen and bleeding. Si-yoon tried to cling to the last bit of consciousness to swing back in desperation. "What the hell do you think you're doing? You think swinging blindly is gonna hit me?" He landed a thunderous punch that sent him flying backward, then roared, "Messing with my mom means you're dead meat." His exploding rage drove Min Su to unleash strikes mindlessly. "Damn it, just thinking about it makes me furious." Gathering his strength, he delivered a combination executed to the exact rhythm he had trained. Min Su shouted at the top of his lungs while attacking relentlessly, "What the hell do you even know?" Witnessing the scene, the crowd of prisoners began to buzz in shock. What's going on? Has he lost control? Is Sejin really going to lose? Sejin struggled to defend himself in agony, realizing he couldn't take any more hits and tried to counterattack. However, reality was much harsher. Min Su was one step faster, landing a heavy blow that left Sejin dizzy. Min Su panted in rage, "What do you know about me or my mom to open your mouth? Apologize right now." Sejin remained silent, but Min Su didn't stop, screaming at the top of his lungs to demand an immediate apology. The explosive burst of power exhausted Sejin. He could barely gasp for air before collapsing. Min Su poured out all his resentment into a decisive punch. "Apologize to my mom now." The entire arena held its breath. His inmate friends froze with wide eyes, unable to believe what they were seeing. What the hell is this?" Sejin got taken down. Min Su stood there dripping with sweat and panting heavily in exhaustion. Damn it! Right to the very end, this guy refused to apologize. The crowd was in uproar over the unbelievable outcome. Did Si-yoon really lose? Did Min Su actually win? Someone sarcastically called him Dumb Poppy. Many questioned whether Min Su would become the room leader, while others argued that Sejin was weak to begin with. which was why he lost to someone like that. Suddenly, a sharp, commanding voice rang out, shattering the chaos. The guards roared, ordering everyone to step aside and show their respect. The line of prisoners instantly bowed, their voices booming in unison as a figure stepped out from among the prostrate ranks. Once a cold and authoritative prison guard, "Oh, I didn't think you'd win, but you actually did it." The head warden stepped forward with an excited grin. He thoroughly enjoyed watching the entertaining spectacles of the animal kingdom, where a mouse could actually bring down a snake. Minsu panted heavily in exhaustion. Shocked, he asked himself, was he the mouse and Sejun the snake? The warden leaned close to his face, his lips curling into a sneer. "You've been calculating this ever since you got here. And now you're keeping me entertained even while fighting. Are we not fighting anymore?" Minsu could only grit his teeth, letting out a humiliating squeak to save his own life. When asked what to do with Sejun, who was unconscious, on Yusian's shoulder the old man casually waved his hand, "Lock him in the solitary cell." Yusian silently carried Sejun past his younger brother, unable to help sighing in dismay at Minsu's stubbornness. "I don't know who he gets it from, being so foolishly reckless." Minsu curled his lips, barely finding the energy to talk back. Who else could it be? Truly, like brother, even with his face covered in blood and bruises. Minsu was still smug about taking down his opponent. Yusian gently pushed up his glasses, his eyes turning sharp and calculating. The drama is over. Time to switch to the comedy script. The scene suddenly shifted to a quiet art studio, where Simon was concentrating at her easel, asking in a soft, worried voice, "So my younger brother has been thrown into the solitary confinement cell." Yusian looked flustered. Sweat beaded on his forehead as he tried to explain the unexpected mishap. With everything having veered off the original plan, all he could do was apologize. Hemfing in disapproval, Simin ordered him to stay still so she could finish the painting. Yuan had to strain his muscles, posing like a muscular statue. Holding an apple in his hand while half naked, Simin grumbled aggressively, because his constant fidgeting kept ruining his abdomen area. As she painstakingly painted her masterpiece, Yuan struggled and groaned in exhaustion. "How much longer do I have to hold this pose? It's so uncomfortable. Why don't we switch to a different one?" Glancing around the room, he pointed at a fully nude statue and suggested using it as a model. Seeing it, Yuan felt hesitant because the statue was a bit explicit. Simin nonchalantly insisted that that was precisely the key element. She coldly told him to stop complaining since the painting session was already ruined. When she finished, Yuan cleared his throat sheepishly and asked if he could see the painting yet. But Simin just sighed, lamenting that his constant moving had ruined her hard work, making him mumble an apology in embarrassment. Confident as she gazed at her creation, Simin declared, "This is more than enough to make me the top student at the art academy, right?" Contrary to her confidence, Yuan stared at the painting with wide, disbelief-filled eyes. "You call this art? Is this really supposed to be me?" Simin coolly told him there was no need to apologize, the model was simply lacking. Then she abruptly changed the subject, asking if he was worried about his younger brother currently in solitary confinement. Yuan thought she was talking about the disastrous painting, but Simin seriously warned him that his brother was in big trouble. "I mean your brother mess with the mess hall crew. I used to be in the women's kitchen team, so I know very well how tightly united they are. Mess with one and the whole gang comes to settle the score." Among them was someone Yuan needed to be particularly wary of in the cafeteria. A guy with bulging biceps and prominent blue veins suddenly stood before Minsu and asked, "Are you Lee Minsu?" That was Kang Yabo, the head of the kitchen crew. Minsu nodded in confusion and immediately. Kang Yabo dumped a massive amount of food, slamming it over Minsu's tray. Minsu asked in utter shock, "What are you doing? Wait, isn't this way too much? Are you trying to fatten Minsu up for slaughter or what?" Simin explained why this guy was so scary. Kang Yabo might look like a good guy at first glance, but he was actually extremely dangerous and unhinged. A terrifying secret about him was revealed. He had once nearly beaten 2 prison guards to death. Minsu stood frozen, staring at the overwhelming pile of food on his tray in sheer astonishment. Kang Yabo, the kitchen crew leader, smirked menacingly and threatened, "My boys said you just caused trouble with them. You deserve every bit of this." Scooping up even more food, he let out a cold, ruthless remark, "You'll regret ever messing with this crew." Seeing his terrifying demeanor, Minsu played dumb. Me, when did I ever cause trouble with the kitchen crew?" When pressed again about his name, he quickly made up an excuse. "I am indeed Minsu, but it must be a shared name. After all, it's a pretty common name." Seeing Minsu's bewildered and innocent face, Kang Yabo suddenly shifted his attitude. Scratching his head, he apologized. "Oh, is that so? My bad, eat up okay? I apologized, so let's let it slide." Right at that moment, another member of the kitchen crew shouted at the top of his lungs, exposing him. "Right here, he's lying. You need to double check. It really is him. The guy who kicked the trash can was him." Realizing the situation had turned against him, Lee Min-soo immediately sprinted for his life, leaving everyone in total confusion. "What the hell?" Kang Yabo roared upon realizing he had been tricked. Enraged, he bellowed Min-soo's name, his voice echoing across the cafeteria. "You bastard, Lee Min-soo." Meanwhile, Min-soo ran as fast as his legs could carry him, laughing gleefully. "Hee, that was a close one. I almost died." The roar of "Freeze right there, you piece of trash" continued to relentlessly chase him from behind. In another turn of events within the solemn halls of the Blue House, South Korean President Han Man-soo stepped out with majestic stride, bearing a radiant smile to welcome the distinguished guest. "Thank you all for traveling such a long distance to attend today's summit." During the high-level meeting among party leaders, Han Man-soo enthusiastically approached and shook hands in a warm, friendly manner with Assemblyman Kang. "Assemblyman Kang, you're looking in great shape. Aha." Assemblyman Kang quickly responded with a very professional, polite smile. "It's all thanks to you, Mr. President." The two put on a warm display of unity in front of a barrage of cameras, declaring they would set aside all grudges for the national interest. However, while the camera flashes kept going off continuously, Han Man-soo suddenly leaned in close to Assemblyman Kang's ear. Bringing up their past rivalry in the presidential race, the old man let out an arrogant smirk. "But now, for the future of the country, just obediently work like a devoted subordinate." "Got it?" As soon as he finished speaking, Han Man-soo raised his hand and gave Assemblyman Kang's buttocks a hard, humiliating slap. Assemblyman Kang froze, breaking into a cold sweat from shock and bitterness. "What the hell was that? Did he just slap my ass?" Right in front of the entire nation's public, a fierce rage erupted inside him as soon as he returned home. Assemblyman Kang frantically hurled punches at a punching bag to vent his rage, gnashing his teeth and roaring bitterly. "Han Man-soo, how dare you humiliate me like this? Take this!" In a fit of fury, he turned around and growled at Yoo-seong. "Your father is enduring this humiliation. What do you think about that?" Standing before the plan board, Yoo-seong calmly asserted that overthrowing President Han Man-soo would actually be much easier than expected. He believed that by simply dismantling his most important political foundation, the Juvenile Reform Center, everything would collapse like a house of cards. That was also the real reason Assemblyman Kang had planted his son in that hellhole as an insider. When asked about the progress, Yoo-seong coldly revealed what he had witnessed inside. Inside, it was completely different from the educational facility the public imagined. It was a brutal scene filled with tyranny. Yoo-seong continued to expose the horrifying truth. This place forced the kids into violence and slaughtering one another, with abuse running rampant. Brawls were intentionally ignored just for amusement. He stated firmly, "This is not a reformatory. This is hell." Yoo-seong's eyes darkened with gloom as he recalled the cruel reality behind those high walls. Hearing this, Assemblyman Kang clapped his hands in triumph. "Brilliant. So the Reform Center is Han Man-soo's fatal flaw, huh?" The old assemblyman was immensely pleased, believing that leaking this news to the press would immediately bring down his rival. However, the sly old fox suddenly hesitated. Realizing that this alone wasn't enough, he coldly reminded Yoo-seong that juvenile criminals were still offenders anyway, and the actual victims would probably just want them to suffer even more pain. Assemblyman Kang then ordered Yoo-seong to return and dig up even more disgusting, hidden secrets from the inside. Yoo-seong silently walked out of the room, his heart heavy over the cruelty of his own father. Returning to the detention center in his guard uniform, Yoo-seong brooded to himself, it's still not enough. He stood quietly, watching the prisoners crawling indignantly on the ground, dripping with sweat under the scorching heat. Yoo-seong suddenly called out in a loud, stern voice to Min-soo. Hearing his name, Min-soo raised his head and looked up, unsure what scheme his brother was about to pull off this time. Yoo-seong immediately announced that Min-soo had to step outside to undergo a separate training regimen. Min-soo cheered inwardly, thinking he was receiving special treatment to get some rest. He silently thanked his brother, but clearly he had celebrated way too early. Yoo-seong suddenly yelled at him and forced him into a bizarre, agonizing position. Min-soo could only scream in pain and humiliation as he was forced to crawl like a crab across the football field, crying out repeatedly in boundless despair. Yoo-seong leaned in and explained that if he simply exempted only him from training for a day, it would easily spark suspicion. Thus, he had no choice but to make him the one in the most wretched condition here. Min-soo yelled out in frustration, complaining about this absurd form of support. Even while Min-soo was still struggling on the ground, Yu Xiong ignored his brother's pathetic cries and nonchalantly announced the next step of the plan. The Juvenile Reform Center operated under an extremely strict system of reward and penalty points. Yu Xiong pulled out a summary sheet. He then explained that one must accumulate a full 100 reward points to be considered for release. Conversely, the more penalty points gathered, the further away freedom becomes. Looking at his younger brother struggling in a lobster pose, his body drenched in sweat, he cold-heartedly delivered the news that his current score was minus 50 points, with 2 solitary confinement stints and a major brawl to his name. Min Su had yet to earn a single reward point. His eyes widened in shock and gasping for breath, he asked in desperation how he could regain points. Yo Xiong immediately suggested the quickest way to recover his score right now, volunteering as an assistant cook for the kitchen crew. The moment he heard the words kitchen crew, Min Su was filled with horror. He immediately recalled the menacing, murderous face of Kang Du-sik, the captain of the kitchen crew. Min Su shrieked in panic, adamantly refusing to go near that place. Terrified, he believed going there was no different than handing his life over to the men hunting him down. He would rather endure torturous punishment than face those violent devils. Calling them sinister fiends, Min Su continuously squirmed on the floor to fiercely protest his older brother's suggestion. Yet whenever he caught sight of a guard passing by, Min Su had to quickly return to his torture position and shout the slogan aloud. Though his face mechanically obeyed orders, his inner self screamed in fierce resistance. He would rather grit his teeth and endure physical agony than set foot in that kitchen of death. He roared within his heart, preferring to shout in this grueling stance 1,000 times over joining the kitchen team. Seeing his brother's stubborn resolve, Yo Xiong let out a weary sigh in compromise, looking for another option to help him gather points. Min Su was overjoyed as if he had struck gold. Deep down, he felt deeply grateful to have such an amazing brother. The scenery around the center suddenly grew peaceful under the gentle rays of the afternoon sun. The rustling of leaves blended with bird song, bringing a rare moment of tranquility. In the classroom, the curtains gently swayed in the cool breeze, creating an ideal atmosphere for a peaceful afternoon nap. Min Su rested his head on the desk, enjoying a rare sense of relaxation after an exhausting morning of brutal training drills. Drowsily, he wished he could snooze just a little longer, but a series of simulated engine noises kept buzzing in his ears, waking him up. Exploding with annoyance, Min Su slammed his hand on the desk and shouted in extreme anger. He scolded the surrounding inmates for intentionally imitating noisy engine sounds with their mouth, while sharply declaring that he no longer needed these human-powered vacuum cleaners. Below, the inmates remained prostrate on the floor, mechanically pretending to be engines to clean according to a bizarre rule, a rule set by Min Su himself. One guy even insisted he could clean much better if he roared like a train engine. He excitedly claimed that if he made too much noise, he would switch to silent mode so as not to disturb anyone. Min Su observed them and realized the work was nearly finished. But he grew worried that cleaning an entire classroom yielded only a single reward point. At this rate, when would he ever reach 100 points for freedom? Just as he was pondering, the guard walked in to inspect the cleaning progress. Min Su promptly reported that the job was almost complete, and the guard immediately informed him that he needed to move out right away. He had to head to the next location alone to carry out the extra volunteer duty he had previously registered for. Min Su was thrilled, secretly thanking his brother Yo Xiong for arranging an extra point-turning opportunity for him. But the moment he set foot at the destination, the smile on Min Su's face vanished instantly. Awaiting him was not the light duty he had imagined. Rather, the muscular cooking unit leader with an intimidating face, exuding a menacing aura. So that liar Min Su has shown up again. Since you're here, get ready to suffer, kid. Min Su looked around in shock. He realized he was trapped in a kitchen from hell, surrounded by the burly men of the logistics unit. He froze, realizing he had fallen straight into a trap. This isn't the job I signed up for. You promised not to throw me into the kitchen team. It turned out he had been sold out by his own brother. In his heart, he screamed with deep hatred for his traitorous brother, that bearded bastard. At that exact moment, Kang Dubo appeared. The fanatic who harbored a desire to become a South Korean master chef was wildly swinging his wok amidst the soaring flame. His strength was terrifying, easily controlling a heavy 3 kg cast iron wok with his right hand, tossing 2 kg of food effortlessly, while his left hand was trained for delicate operations when seasoning and plating dishes. However, reality was harsh when looking at the prisoners' meal trays. The inmates kept complaining, "What kind of terrible food is this? How long do we have to eat this stuff?" A chef like this deserves to be sued. To Kang Dubo, criticizing the food was no different than insulting his honor. Gritting his teeth with veins bulging on his face, he tried to suppress his burning rage. These bastards, I have to endure this. But looking back at the chaotic kitchen behind him, where fire blazed and food flew everywhere, he felt even more helpless. Clearly, there was not a single true culinary talent in this hellhole to support him. The kitchen nightmare escalated further as blood-curdling screams echoed violently once more. The pasta is completely burned. A dazed henchman carried out a pitch-black pan and cheered, "Dubo, I found a way to create petroleum. Our country has become an oil nation." On top of that, the soybean soup unexpectedly turned deep purple, flustered another minion. He asked stupidly, "Who put red cabbage in here?" Completely losing control, Dubo roared in despair. In a massive kitchen like this, is there no one who actually knows how to cook? Kang Dubo coldly held up his wok and stepped closer, emitting a terrifying killer instinct. In a low voice, he charged Minsu with insulting the tribe, declaring he would receive no mercy. Standing tall behind the bewildered younger guy, Kang Dubo threatened, "I will teach you a lesson with this pan." Yet he suddenly froze, his eyes wide in disbelief as he stared at the flaming pan. Right before his eyes, Minsu was demonstrating extraordinarily skilled cooking techniques, continuously handling 2 woks simultaneously with professional seasoning moves, leaving the unit leader unable to believe his own eyes. Overjoyed, Kang Dubo excitedly lifted Minsu high into the air and shouted, "Kid, where on earth did you learn to cook?" Minsu shyly replied that he had only worked as a kitchen assistant at an orphanage. Upon hearing this, the unit leader instantly burst into tears. Sobbing uncontrollably out of overwhelming emotion, he whispered tearfully, "I found it. I finally found it. I knew this day would come." Dubo passionately hugged Minsu tightly and cheered, "Don't worry, I'll carry everything, my sweet darling." He scooped Minsu up and ran around the kitchen, laughing ecstatically, asserting that he was the unit's treasure, while Minsu could only cry out in despair, begging this lunatic to put him down. Meanwhile, in the food warehouse, amid scattered trash and candy wrappers, the cooking unit's henchmen were secretly gathering, sneaking snacks while fuming because their original plan had failed. They had originally planned to provoke Dubo and Minsu into a fight, but who would have thought Dubo would stick to him like glue? One guy gritted his teeth, scheming ways to make Dubo hate Minsu, and came up with a sinister idea. If the food Minsu cooks tastes terrible, he will definitely be hated. The whole gang chuckled, deciding to secretly throw trash into Minsu's dish to get rid of him, gloating that Minsu was finished this time. However, their smiles vanished instantly when Lee Yoseong suddenly loomed at the warehouse doorway with an ice-cold smile. He declared that he had found the reason why supplies kept mysteriously disappearing for so long. Facing the panicked criminals, Lee Yoseong sternly reminded them that you reap what you sow. Despite them shouting threats that this was the cooking team's turf, Lee Yoseong punished them without hesitation, all in the blink of an eye. He knocked out everyone who tried to mess with his younger brother. Looking down at the crowd lying sprawled on the floor, Lee Yoseong let out a soft sigh of relief. He thought to himself that he had only been worried because Minsu didn't want to join the cooking team, and as he glanced at the defeated men under his feet, he realized Minsu was adapting quite well. Still, he wondered who had pushed his younger brother in here if it wasn't him. Meanwhile, at the office, 2 prison guards rushed in breathlessly to report, making the chief warden sit up straight. Expecting another bloody fight in the cooking team, the truth left him thoroughly disappointed. Instead of a brawl, today's menu was egg roll rice, his absolute favorite. The chief warden sighed in disappointment, having hoped for a more dramatic turn of events rather than this boring meal. Nevertheless, to please their superior, the 2 guards performed a bizarre incantation and asked for salt to make the dish richer, though confused at first. After taking a bite, the chief warden had to nod in agreement that it was superb. In the cafeteria, the atmosphere suddenly turned heavy with tension as Kang Dubo shouted, announcing that today was a special occasion that only happens once a month, and warning everyone to be extremely careful during prep. Minsu stood bewildered, not understanding what was going on, especially when Dubo ordered him to get a brand new bar of cucumber-scented soap. He wondered in confusion, wait, are we taking a shower or cooking right now? But his astonishment peaked when he saw the team captain decisively grating the bar of soap into fine shreds on a grater. The bizarre cooking process continued with adding double the amount of olive oil compared to the soap, then double boiling it over a high flame. Kang Dubo passionately lectured about grinding basil powder as a secret ingredient to create a fragrance, and he didn't stop there. He squeezed in mandarin orange juice to add vitamin E, creating a mixture he claimed was both moisturizing and fragrant. Kang Dubo stirred vigorously until everything blended together, then shouted proudly that the product was finished. Delusional about his own greatness, Dubo watched as Minsu stared at the thick, gooey paste and asked in complete bewilderment, "What is this? Are you really planning to eat this?" Dubo replied with glee, "How could anyone eat this? This is homemade hair wax for the logistics team." As he spoke, he slicked back his greasy, greasy hair. His cronies immediately gathered around, crowding and asking for favors. "Hey, apply it carefully so it doesn't clump. Help me with the back of my hair." Minsu was surprised. "Oh, so it's not food but hair wax. But what special occasion is today that everyone's dressing up for?" Dubo smirked. "Fresh ingredients arrived today. Every time there's a delivery, we get to meet the girls from the female reformatory." Just as he finished speaking with great anticipation, a group of female prisoners excitedly carried boxes inside. A playful girl greeted, "Dubo, why are you so late? We took all the good stuff already." Then she noticed Minsu. "Hey, who's the new guy?" "Hi there." Dubo quickly explained that once a month, the cafeteria receives daily supplies and has to share them with the cooking team from the women's wing. This was the sole privilege granted to men joining the logistics team. Meanwhile, a girl was struggling to carry a heavy box on her own. Seeing this, one of Dubo's henchmen eagerly rushed over to help take the box, proudly declaring with a beaming face, "Leave it to me, beauty. No need to strain yourself." But that little trick was nothing compared to Dubo showing off his strength. The team captain single-handedly carried a towering stack of boxes. "This is nothing. A real man should carry at least this much." The girls gasped in admiration. "Wow, Dubo is so strong. Stack another one on top." "So cool." Minsu stood nearby, shaking his head in disbelief. "What on earth are you guys doing? You'll break your backs." The girls suddenly swarmed Minsu, teasing him. This guy looks so small and cute, it made him furious. "Move aside, I'm not cute at all." But his annoyance only made them enjoy it more. "You look so cute when you're angry. Since you're so cute, let me help you out." Minsu stubbornly refused but began to hesitate. "I can do it myself." However, seeing that scene, Dubo grit his teeth in anger. That brat, does he dare slack off to flirt with girls? While Dubo was fuming with jealousy, a petite girl suddenly backed her cart up behind him. She gently pulled the apron string of the big guy. With a blushing, shy face, she held out an envelope sealed with a bright red heart. She whispered softly, "Take this before the big boss sees it." Jang Dubo's rough hands trembled as he accepted the letter. His heart beat wildly as if it were about to burst out. He cheered with joy inside. Could this be a love letter? Watching the girl run off with a playful smile left behind, Dubo completely drowned in a sweet fantasy. In the team leader's head right now, he painted a picture of a blissful future. He dreamed of a grand wedding where he wore an elegant suit, walking alongside his beautiful bride, accompanied by the applause and blessings of everyone. He even imagined his future wife sweetly asking, "Honey, what should we name our child?" Just receiving a letter, and he was already thinking about naming their baby. Then, the image of a little daughter named Izzy calling out to him filled him with happiness. His happiness and delusion went so far that Dubo pictured himself as the father of a huge family with 5 innocent kids. He excitedly called out, calling each of their names. "Yi-chan, Yi-won, Yi-gun, D-sup, are you all ready?" The whole family shouted out together and took a warm group photo. Returning to reality, Dubo was crying, laughing wildly with emotion. Finally, he got it. Let's see what romantic love poem she wrote. But the moment he opened the letter, the smile on his face instantly vanished at the very first line. To Manager A, Dubo's face contorted in shock. Veins bulged furiously on his neck. At the same time, in the deserted kitchen, Minsu was struggling to lift a heavy crate, grumbling endlessly in fatigue. Those head chefs were too busy helping the girls, abandoning their own work. Suddenly, a massive shadow fell behind Minsu. Realizing it was Jang Dubo, he looked up bewildered and asked. Dubo approached slowly, oozing a chilling aura of killer intent. He growled softly, "You're the manager, right?" Minsu nodded nonchalantly. "Yeah, that's right. What's up, Dubo? Need something?" The team leader suddenly asked a very bizarre question. "Do you know what day November 22nd is?" Dubo solemnly declared that it was their 3rd wedding anniversary. Minsu was stunned by this groundless delusion. "What?" Dubo continued to interrogate him about Jia and then roared threateningly, making Minsu tremble in fear. He asserted firmly, "Izzy is the name of my 5th child." Dubo's madness peaked. He gritted his teeth and screamed. "She was supposed to be a beautiful little girl with pigtails if you hadn't stolen my wife." His eyes were bloodshot as Dubo bellowed in rage, "I'll kill you. "You thief who stole my wife." Minsu only had time to widen his eyes in horror as a giant fist lunged straight at him. Before he could even ask why this was happening out of nowhere, Dubo's 1,000-pound punch smashed heavily right next to his head, causing the wall behind him to shatter instantly. Minsu dodged it quickly, yet was still terrified by the destructive force. He screamed, "What is this? Are you seriously trying to finish me off?" Dubo had completely lost his mind, muttering insanely, "Die, Lee Minsu, enemy of my daughter." Minsu yelled back, "What daughter, you lunatic?" Taking advantage of his opponent's opening, Minsu launched a flying double kick straight into his face. However, Jang Dubo seemed completely unfazed. He quickly grabbed Minsu's ankle and decisively slammed him hard onto the floor. His fury still unquenched, he roared, "How dare you steal my future wife?" Minsu realized in horror that if he took another hit, his head would surely be crushed. So Minsu tried to find a way to counterattack. Calculated that as long as he could pin the monster's right arm, he would be rendered harmless. However, reality was far too harsh, and he bitterly realized the opponent's reach was too long. This made it impossible for him to close the distance. The nightmare didn't stop there, as Joe Bo's left-handed punches were also extraordinarily powerful. Min Su took heavy damage continuously, feeling as if he were colliding directly with a massive boulder, the force of the blows sending him flying back. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he reassured himself that at least his opponent's right arm was still trapped. But Joe Bo roared, demanding Min Su return everything, before violently ripping the steel locker door clean off its hinges. Min Su realized in shock that the guy had broken free from the restraint, while the lunatic continued to scream about his plan to take Sajang hiking up Mount Buckhanson. The heavy steel door slammed down repeatedly, forcing Min Su to dodge desperately. He bitterly realized he had fallen into a dangerous dead end after being cornered. Facing the cold wall before him, Min Su suddenly remembered a trick about taking advantage of blind spots that his senior had once taught him. Jobo roared in utter rage about his first kiss with his future wife, then swung a thunderous fist straight at Min Su's face, completely ignoring his bloodlust. Despite the terrifying aura surrounding them, Min Su calmly replied that he had no idea who Sajang was, but added that his dating plan was utterly terrible. Suddenly, he grabbed the opponent's collar, mocking that no girl would ever agree to go out with him. Taking advantage of the enemy's carelessness, Min Su immediately applied the technique. Swapping positions to execute a counterattack, he decisively spun around and exerted all his strength to pin the giant against the wall to turn the table. Yet no matter how hard he tried, the giant's massive body wouldn't budge at all. Looking at a bicep larger than Min Su's head was enough to realize that this method was completely useless. The lunatic screamed madly, falsely accusing Min Su of ruining his pure love and his child's future. Jobo violently grabbed Min Su's face and slammed his head hard against the steel locker, leaving Min Su screaming in agony. He roared uncontrollably, declaring that this nightmare for Min Su was only just beginning. "Die!" Kang Jobo screamed with murderous intent, while delivering a fatal punch straight to his face. Min Su realized in horror that he couldn't dodge the blow in this cramped space. On the line between life and death, he quickly grabbed an object next to him to fight back. Right at that moment at the women's correctional facility, the inmates were complaining about the exhausting cooking chores and talking about their senior. One girl spotted a forgotten box of onions and guessed it belonged to the men's camp. Although her teammates tried hard to stop her out of fear of Kang Jo Bo's terrifying appearance, a spunky black-haired girl eagerly volunteered to return it. She casually claimed that Jo Bo looked quite cute, so there was nothing to worry about. That sense of aesthetics is truly alarming. She definitely needs an eye exam immediately. Meanwhile, in the men's kitchen, the chaotic brawl was still raging wildly. Min Su's piercing screams echoed as he begged the lunatic to stop chasing him. Panting heavily, Jo Bo madly pursued Min Su around the kitchen tables, constantly shouting, demanding to punish the man he saw as the enemy of his future family. Noticing that the giant was starting to lose his breath due to his oversized body, Min Su immediately seized the opportunity to turn the table. He unhesitatingly smashed a whole tray of eggs right into Jo Bo's face and shouted, "Try this egg punishment." The runny yolk covered him, making him look even more pathetic. Min Su added a harsh, sarcastic comment about the smell of chicken manure and shoved him aside, pushing his rage to its ultimate peak. Jo Bo grabbed a kettle together with pots and pans, hurling them everywhere toward Min Su. He struggled to dodge, not forgetting to curse him as a psycho for these potentially lethal actions. However, Jo Bo didn't care at all, madly roaring that he would take Min Su's life immediately. The situation became more critical than ever as Jo Bo flipped an entire pan, of violently boiling oil. At that exact moment, the girl from the women's camp walked up to the kitchen door, cheerfully humming a tune. She casually pushed the door open and spoke up. "Guys, I brought back the stuff you forgot." Disastrous misfortune struck out of nowhere as hot oil splashed straight toward the door from a misplaced movement. Jiang Zobo stood frozen in disbelief at what he was seeing as the boiling oil surged directly toward her. "Girl who just came in, get out of the way," Min Su screamed in utter horror. Without a second thought, he charged forward and threw his arms around the girl, using his back as a human shield. The scalding hot oil poured straight onto Minsu's back, forcing him to grit his teeth and endure the agonizing pain. As the fiery liquid soaked through, the girl exclaimed in total bewilderment, "Huh!" A blood-curdling scream tore through the kitchen air, catching everyone's attention. Yu Jiang charged wildly down the corridor at terrifying speed. "Min Su!" he roared in extreme panic, his heart clutching in sheer terror. Yu Jiang blamed himself. He had come here to protect him. He absolutely could not let his younger brother suffer any more harm. Yu Jiang burst straight into the infirmary and anxiously asked the person on duty, "Room A3, is Li Min-su here?" The nurse asked him to keep quiet and then pointed toward a bed behind a pulled curtain. "Quietly, please. He's over there." Yu Jiang yanked open the curtain, calling his brother's name repeatedly in unyielding worry. But what met his eyes was a cold, dry skeleton lying on the hospital bed. He froze in horror. "Minsu," the skeleton spoke in a remorseful voice. "I'm sorry, brother, I ended up like this after all." Yu Jiang collapsed by the bedside in despair. "No way. Do I really look that much like a skeleton? Ha ha ha." Minsu's laughter rang out, blowing away the mournful atmosphere. It turned out that what splashed on him was not hot oil. He was just using the skeleton model in the infirmary to prank his older brother. Min Su cheerfully explained that he almost met his end, but his smile instantly vanished when he noticed Yu Jiang's hands trembling violently. Consumed by anger, Yu Jiang slowly approached with a terrifying aura, making Minsu bow his head in fear to apologize for pushing the joke too far. Yet instead of an outburst of fury, Yu Jiang unexpectedly pulled his younger brother into a tight embrace. What deep brotherly affection. Yu Jiang squeezed Min Su tightly, choking up with relief. "Gosh, you're squeezing my heart out." Min Su was stunned by his brother's affection. He softly hugged back and quietly apologized for worrying him. Behind them, the nurse threw a furious tantrum, yelling at whoever dared to mess with her skeleton model. As soon as he calmed down, Yu Jiang roared in astonishment again upon learning that Minsu still wanted to keep working on the cooking squad. Minsu explained that it was the fastest way to earn points. Although quite scared, he hoped his brother would help him. Min Su's eyes burned with determination. Looking straight at his brother, he said, "Teach me how to defeat Dubody," barely escaping death, and yet he was already asking to fight again. Yu Jiang swept back his hair. Smirking dangerously, he said, "You really are something else. Ready." Right after that, at the assembly yard, the head warden expressed immense admiration for Yu Jiang's new training method when asking about this bizarre exercise. Yu Jiang coldly explained that this was a special method to teach those who dare to challenge authority to know their proper place. He declared this to be the dung beetle workout. The head warden showered praise on Yu Jiang's creativity as he watched the group of inmates struggling. They had to hunch over, using their backs and legs to push giant boulders across the yard. The old man wondered where these massive rocks came from, only to be casually told that Yu Jiang had carried them down from the mountain behind the facility himself. Under the crushing weight, Min Su gritted his teeth, his face distorted from exhaustion. He yelled in outrage, "Damn it, Yu Jiang, you bastard. Can't you just teach normally?" Yu Jiang nonchalantly adjusted his glasses. Praising his younger brother for a job well done, he declared the end of today's training. Dripping with sweat, Minsu excitedly asked, "So, can I fight Dubo now?" But Yu Xiang immediately poured cold water on his hopes. "Not yet. For now, roll it back yourself." Instantly, Minsu had to strain himself under the giant rock. He screamed in anger, "Damn it, Yu Xiang, you bastard. Are you crazy?" he yelled, pushing the rock while unleashing a torrent of endless curses. Seeing his younger brother completely exhausted from this brutal torture, Yu Xiang finally offered a word of praise. "Good job, you can stop now." Minsu asked in delight if it was time to take revenge on Dubo, but the response was still a firm no. Yu Xiang pointed toward a massive tetrapod concrete block and coldly issued the order, "Here is your next present." Hearing this, Minsu felt like he had fallen back into hell on earth, screaming in utter agony, as he had to exert all his strength to move the multi-ton concrete block across the ground. Yu Xiang casually adjusted his glasses, praising him, "Even though you're struggling a bit, it's still great." Minsu lay flat on the ground, silently cursing his ruthless brother and wondering when this torture would ever end. Yuseong sighed and explained that taking down someone in a vastly superior weight class was no simple task. He asserted that as long as Minsu could make it budge, he would definitely win. Minsu asked back in bewilderment, "Really?" But he immediately froze when he saw the next target. Before him stood a boulder as imposing as a tower, making him look pitifully small sitting in front of it. Shocked, he wondered to himself, could human strength really move such a giant thing? Meanwhile, in the solitary confinement cell, Sejin had been locked up for an entire week. He still couldn't understand why he had suffered defeat, recalling the desperate strikes of his opponent. He wondered, since Minsu hadn't even managed to land a single punch on him. Sejun bitterly consoled himself, believing his recent loss was simply because he had been overly careless. Sitting lost in thought in the dark room, he reflected and promised himself that if he got a rematch, he would definitely win. He believed his previous defeat was merely an unfortunate fluke. However, at present, a much more urgent problem was giving him a headache. Sitting helplessly on the toilet, Sejun bitterly realized the toilet paper was completely gone and the bidet hose was broken too. Looking at his filthy shirt hem, he felt stuck and bitterly realized there was only one way left to resolve this awkward situation. Gritting his teeth, he tore off a piece of cloth from the school uniform he was wearing. Just as he was about to use it, a roll of toilet paper was suddenly tossed in. The roll rolled right up to his feet. At the same time, Eugen's voice rang out sarcastically from outside, telling him to use it to clean himself up. Standing behind the bars, Eugen coldly reminded him that they still had an important matter to settle, waiting for Sejun to finish handling everything. Eugen casually opened the door and walked right inside. The moment the warden stepped foot in, Sejun suddenly lunged to attack him from behind. However, Eugen dodged the sneak attack with lightning speed, leaving Sejun thoroughly stunned and astonished. He realized in shock that this warden's strength and reflexes were far beyond his imagination. In the blink of an eye, Eugen counterattacked. He easily pinned Sejun to the floor, expressing disappointment and mocking his cheap sneak attack. Seeing Eugen raise his fist ready to bring it down, Sejun could only squeeze his eyes shut, resigned in hopeless helplessness. After waiting without feeling the punch fall, Sejun timidly opened his eyes and looked around in confusion. Eugen suddenly offered a bright smile and suggested, "If you're that curious, why don't you ask her yourself?" He casually held out the phone that was mid-call with Semin right in front of Sejun's face. At that exact moment, in an aesthetic dermatology clinic, Semin's phone rang incessantly. Screen clearly displayed the caller ID saved as husband candidate number 1. She picked up, softly calling Johan's name, and got straight to the point. She asked if he had met Si-jun yet. Recognizing his older sister's familiar voice, Si-jun stammered nervously, asking why the correctional officer had her phone number. Si-min hurriedly asked Johan if her younger brother had left the reformatory and whether he was injured. Then, she suddenly made a strange request, asking Johan to cover his ears. To cover his ears because she had a secret to tell. The correctional officer obediently complied and turned away. Si-min carefully confirmed the situation with her brother. Only after receiving Si-jun's nod confirming that Johan's ears were covered did she begin. She took a deep breath and suddenly screamed furiously into the phone. She unleashed a torrent of rage, fiercely scolding her stubborn brother. She called him stupid and asked what was inside his head to act so recklessly. She cursed at him for being a bastard, thinking she was so easily led by the nose. Si-min continued to scream about all the suffering she had to endure. She had to endure it all. She blamed her damned brother for causing her so much trouble. She was furious that even after getting out, she still had to rush around fixing his mess. Even in prison, he kept causing trouble, and she demanded that he hold his head up and listen. Si-jun froze, his face drained of color before his sister's absolute rage. Meanwhile, right on the prison's training yard, a massive boulder stood imposing, like an immensely harsh challenge. Minsu exerted every ounce of his strength, his muscles bulging. Drenched in sweat, he pushed hard against the rock, gritting his teeth and channeling all his power. From his hands to his feet in excruciating pain. A group of fellow inmates watching from afar began whispering among themselves, debating whether the boulder had moved at all. One guy asserted firmly that the rock hadn't budged an inch. Then the crowd began shifting to small talk, discussing whether there would be cod for dinner. Someone shouted loudly, advising Minsu to give up, and the crowd buzzed again about the day Si-jun would be released, along with the risk of a new war breaking out. One guy wondered why Minsu was trying so hard to push the boulder, only to get the answer that if he succeeded, he would gain the right to challenge Dubo. I hope he isn't stupid enough to fight Dubo. There are many strong guys in this prison, but Dubo is the true ruler here. taking just one hit from his right hand and it's over. Just look at Gangsu's tragic end to understand. The prisoners started to fear that Min-soo would meet a similar tragic fate. Ignoring all warnings, Min-soo frantically poured all his strength into it. Into the massive boulder, he gritted his teeth and roared, swearing that he had to move it at all costs. Meanwhile, in the solitary confinement room, Si-min's anger showed no signs of cooling down. She shouted provocatively through the phone, blaming herself for raising and taking care of Si-jun only for him to turn out so foolish. Furious, she felt that he didn't even realize who was helping him, only spewing nonsense. Si-min reminded Si-jun that she had worked so hard to find someone to support him. Yet he went and picked a fight with that very person. She bitterly cursed him to just stay there and rot away. At the same time, she threatened to skin him alive if he caused any more trouble after getting out. Helpless against her barrage of insults, Si-jun decisively hung up the phone. On the other end, Si-min was shocked, unable to believe he dared to hang up on her. She worried that Si-jun was in deep trouble this time and regretted not reminding him to be careful earlier. Just then, a nurse hesitantly poked her head in to announce that the doctor had heard all of her profanities and was waiting to meet her, leaving Si-min embarrassed and gasping. Oops. Johan nonchalantly took back his phone and asked if she was finished with her call. Si-jun slumped onto the floor, letting out a weary sigh, replying that he was just thoroughly chewed out. He looked up at Johan to double-check the relationship between him and his sister. Upon learning that Johan was Min-soo's older brother, Si-jun fell into deep thought. He asked if Johan was the one who had taught Min-soo how to fight. After a moment of hesitation, Sejun looked straight at Ayu Seong with firm determination and declared that he would follow his every word, while begging him to teach him how to fight. At the same time, in the prison cafeteria, the atmosphere was becoming more chaotic than ever. The kitchen crew underlings were in a frenzy because the food kept getting burned, causing the whole group to be punished together. They feared that if this situation dragged on, they would all be kicked out of the logistics team. Someone wished Min-soo were here to carry the burden. But that idea was immediately dismissed, as Min-soo himself was the root cause of all the trouble since that terrible battle. Jiang Dubo, the proud team leader, had completely broken down. Sitting in a corner of the kitchen with his knees pulled up, his face blank, he unconsciously drew circles on the floor and muttered, "Great." He told himself it was all over. Suddenly, Min-soo pushed open the door and stepped into the kitchen with a cheerful look, declaring that the assistant chef was here to save the day. The underlings panicked. Seeing the troublemaker return, they screamed at Min-soo, asking if he was tired of living, given that he himself had driven Dubo crazy. Dubo raised his sluggish eyes, his mouth constantly muttering Min-soo's name in ultimate fury. Instantly, the team leader snapped to his feet and ambled toward Min-soo with murderous intent, making the atmosphere extremely tense. Min-soo unexpectedly stopped the rage in its tracks with a provocative question. "Do you know why women don't like you?" Striking right at his weak spot made the giant freeze. Curious, he asked why he wasn't popular. Min-soo bowed his head in silence for a second, then delivered a bitter taunt with absolute certainty. "It's because you're way too ugly." Dubo's face instantly contorted completely. Grinding his teeth in absolute madness from being directly insulted, Dubo let out a wild roar. "I'm gonna kill you." The guy's gone crazy again, everyone. The crowd of bystanders could only hold their heads in panic at Min-soo's recklessness, convinced that a gruesome scene was about to unfold right in this kitchen today. Dubo charged forward like he wanted to swallow his opponent alive. He bellowed, asserting that all these bad things happening to him were caused by Min-soo. Yet the young man kept adding fuel to the fire with sarcasm, asking why he was shifting all the blame onto him. He poked fun at his ugly looks, leaving the surrounding crowd stunned by his crazy boldness. Instead of facing him head-on, Min-soo started a game of chase around the kitchen tables, driving Dubo even more furious. He nonchalantly refused the guy's call to stop, and continuously threw out mocking, provocative jabs. The underlings could only stand and watch Min-soo showcase incredible speed to dodge these attacks. Heavy blows came from the team leader who was losing control, as Dubo roared in frustration. He put all his strength into a punch toward Min-soo, swearing to crush him. Immediately, Dubo's 1,000-pound punch slammed hard into the steel cabinet, but Min-soo had swiftly dodged it. He burst out laughing, mocking his opponent. "You idiot, don't you have a brain? How did you fall for the same trap again?" Seeing Dubo's right hand stuck in the rubble, the guy still madly lunged forward as Min-soo kicked. Having calculated everything in advance, he decisively grabbed the team leader's giant arm, leaving him exclaiming in shock. "Huh!" Min-soo roared in ultimate excitement and thrill. "No, I've thought it through. You fell right into my plan." He poured all his strength into the attack for the decisive strike and shouted the name of his ultimate move. Flesh-shattering punch. Sounds like a strange name, doesn't it, guys? Meanwhile, as the fight in the kitchen was reaching its climax, Kang Yu-seong was still doing his best to win over the head warden. With a private feast right at the cafeteria, set in an elegant dining setup with candles and wine, he respectfully introduced, "I have prepared this dish specially for you, director." The head warden seemed quite pleased with the atmosphere. Yo-hyung solemnly lifted the dish cover and introduced it as a special steamed Alaska pollock dish. Although it was actually just a simple braised fish dish, the old warden was thrilled, to the point where his face distorted, unable to believe he was enjoying such a luxurious meal in a place like hell. But it didn't stop there. Yo-hyung continued to show off his mixology skills by blending two types of fruit drinks together. Skillfully shaking the shaker, he introduced a special beverage named the Star. The old warden was ecstatic as if he were in heaven, distinctly feeling the harmonious blend of fresh peach flavor and smooth, sweet grape flavor. Yo-hyung let out a subtle, meaningful smile and invited him to begin enjoying the ongoing dinner show. From the dining table, the old warden excitedly watched the fight between Dabo and Minsu through the glass window. Dabo roared arrogantly upon seeing his opponent had no way out. "Run more, why did you freeze up all of a sudden?" He threw a 1,000-pound heavy punch toward Minsu, grunted and asked if he wanted to be knocked out immediately when he dared to block his attack with bare hands. However, Dabo's smile vanished when he realized his right arm was locked tight by a highly skillful grappling technique. He was stunned because he couldn't move at all, frantically wondering where this kid had learned these moves, taking advantage of the opportunity. Minsu unleashed a rapid flurry of punches to his opponent's face, making Dabo furious. The insane cook team captain roared in defiance, questioning whether Minsu could overcome his raw muscle power. Then both plunged into a brutal hand-to-hand combat. A few days ago, while lying flat under a large rock, Minsu tiredly wondered why he had to torture himself like this. Instead of backing the opponent into a corner as he did with Sejun, Yo-hyung coldly reminded him to think carefully, because the weight difference between him and Sejun was only one weight class, so he could corner him. As for Dabo, the physical gap was way too big, up to 2 or even 3 weight classes above Minsu. Yo-hyung warned that Minsu himself was the one who needed to pray not to get cornered by Dabo. When Minsu panted and asked if his brother was going to help him move up weight classes to match his opponent, Yo-hyung scolded him for being silly because that couldn't be done quickly. Muscles aren't mushrooms that just sprout overnight. He suddenly posed a scientific question about how Minsu managed to move a rock heavier than his own body. And the answer was the leverage principle. He explained that human limbs also operate based on this principle. Yo-hyung affirmed that if Minsu could act as a lever to lift a huge rock, he could completely push back someone like Dabo. Back to the fight, Minsu was straining every muscle to hold off the captain's massive arm. Dabo's eyes widened in utter shock, unable to comprehend how a tiny kid wasn't budging at all against his strength. Minsu continuously poured down a rain of blows, screaming. In rage over the hardships he had endured all this time, watching through the cafeteria glass, Yo-hyung asked the old warden if he was enjoying the performance. The old warden admitted it was quite entertaining, but the outcome was way too predictable. He pointed out that Dabo didn't even feel pain from those tiny punches. Look, while Minsu was already starting to get exhausted, he firmly asserted that no one could level such a massive gap. Seeing the old warden still skeptical about his younger brother, Yo-hyung suddenly made a bold proposal. "How about a bet then?" "I'm betting on the kid, Minsu." The old warden, who was eating, paused, curling his lips into a sly smile. "A bet sounds interesting. You really love high-risk bets, don't you?" Yo-seong gently pushed up his glasses, nonchalantly confirming that was indeed the case. He wanted to use reality to test the hypothesis that facial attacks would be ineffective due to the weight class gap. In theory, the fundamental stance in combat sports is always designed to provide maximum protection for the face. That is because the head and face are where the body's most vulnerable weak points are concentrated. Meanwhile, as Minsu continued his fierce effort to pour on the attacks, Dabo, despite taking consecutive hits, roared arrogantly, "Keep punching. Is that an itch you're scratching?" Little did he know that countless lethal weak points were right on his head. From the eyes, forehead, nose, and philtrum to both temples. In particular, the most dangerous spot is the chin. A precise strike here causes a severe brain concussion, instantly making the opponent lose balance. Minsu summoned all his strength to land a lethal strike straight on target, leaving Dabo utterly stunned, eyes rolling back as he fell unconscious. Hitting the chin precisely takes just one strike to knock an opponent out. Although weight class gaps matter in amateur fights, top-tier technique always rules the game. Minsu roared and delivered the finishing blow, completely contorting the giant's face under the devastating force of the strike. Minsu cold-bloodedly watched his opponent collapse, tossing out a farewell, goodbye, Dubo, delirious from the painful impact. Dubo vaguely saw the silhouette of his dream girl smiling and waving affectionately, making him scream in panic and despair. Wife, don't leave. The beautiful vision of a grand wedding beside a tender wife and young children that he had constantly fantasized about suddenly vanished into thin air after this fateful fall. Dubo lay motionless on the floor, still whimpering the name of his dream lover in his delirium. The minions from the kitchen team froze in shock. They couldn't believe their boss had lost to a rookie like Minsu. Even the head warden shouted in astonishment over his painful loss in the bet. Staring at Yo Seong, he demanded to know how he had predicted it so accurately. Yo Seong casually adjusted his glasses, flashed a mysterious smile, and replied that it was just a hunch. The warden smirked with amusement and turned away, not forgetting to tell Yo Seong to start thinking about his reward. For this victory, Minsu sat sprawled over his opponent's chest, panting heavily from exhaustion after the grueling battle. He accidentally spotted an envelope sealed with a heart sticker right under Dubo's hand. Minsu bewilderedly read the writing on the outside, to the section chief. Shocked, he wondered, is this love letter for Sejun? The minions confirmed the letter was originally meant for Sejun, but Dubo mistook Minsu for the recipient, which was why he went crazy and demanded a fight to the death. The bitter truth left Minsu completely dumbfounded. It turned out that all the pain and exhaustion spent pushing a giant boulder stemmed purely from this madman's ridiculous misunderstanding. Minsu roared in anger, throwing himself into pummeling the unconscious Dubo to vent his frustration. The minions had to struggle to hold him back, since attacking someone who lost. The ability to resist was a violation of regulations in a heavily guarded, restricted area. The atmosphere was becoming extremely tense. Inside the dark room, a mysterious figure was nonchalantly playing cards and drinking alcohol while discussing the choice of the next candidate who fell into the lower floors of the tower. He grew anxious as the strongest ones, like Sejun and then Dubo, were eliminated one after another. The mysterious figure doubted and wondered whether Lee Min-soo was truly that overpowered. Could he really knock out Dubo, who was considered the undisputed champion of this Gangyo region? The two strongest are both gone. What do we do now? The mysterious figure spun the cards in his hands while lost in thought, pondering deeply in this place full of monsters. Is there anyone left worthy enough to catch their eye? The first name called out made anyone who heard it tremble in fear. Lee Kangbin, the notorious leader of a dangerous gang in the Deonjong area, was a ruthless man who used force. Brutally imposing absolute authority, Lee Kangbin stood tall among the crowd, laughing arrogantly at the pain of the defeated beneath his feet. But the list of potential candidates didn't end there. The second name mentioned was Ha Seung, but the list of potential candidates didn't end there. The second name mentioned was Ha Seung. Unlike the battle-hardened appearance of his teammates, he was a very special member of the maintenance crew. Seok Young-cheo always appeared with a welding mask and a cold, intensely focused glare. The mysterious figure calmly poured more alcohol. He understood why a leader like Lee Kangbin was on the list, but he wondered why someone who wasn't a leader, like Ha Seung-seon, was chosen. Jisoo asked if the opponent wanted more people to make the game more interesting. The one holding the number 1 spot at the Gangwi Rehabilitation Center was none other than I Am Gizu. He gently ran his fingers through the pile of gambling chips, his eyes full of calculation. Jisoo admitted that he originally intended to skip it, but recent events completely aroused his curiosity. Smiling meaningfully, I Am Gisu decisively made his final choice. Recommending Lee Min-soo, after the brawl, Dubo was locked away in solitary confinement. Thus, Min-soo had the chance to take on the job. In return, he had to work in the kitchen, watching the flames burst up from the pan. Min-soo yelled out in frustration over this absurd reward and punishment system, while he was spinning in circles with work. The logistics subordinates kept causing hilarious and absurd trouble. They excitedly cheered Min-soo's name, showing that the foolishness of these kitchen recruits seemed to have no limits. One guy shouted in astonishment when he saw rice boiling over the pot. He naively cheered that the rice was cooking itself. When asked how much rice he had poured in, he casually replied that he had filled an entire pot, leaving everyone speechless. Not stopping there, another guy proudly showed off his artistic creation, a turtle resting dominance on the back of an octopus. The climax of the disaster was when an electric kettle was put directly onto the fire until it was burnt pitch black. Looking at his foolish subordinates making excuses that they were only following instructions to boil water, Min-soo completely collapsed, screaming in despair and wishing Dubo would hurry back to carry the weight for him. Right at that moment, a group of female prisoners happily brought over crates of goods, and asked about Dubo's absence. The receiving area suddenly became chaotic as the men competed to score points with the girls. Shouts of carrying heavy boxes echoed everywhere. Minsu sighed in frustration at the scene. Suddenly, the girl he had saved from the hot oil incident walked up to him. She hesitantly called Minsu's name, then shyly thanked him for risking himself to save her that day. Minsu just smiled and patted her head to brush it off, saying that the oil wasn't too hot at that moment, so it was no big deal. However, the girl suddenly handed him a letter sealed with a bright red heart, leaving Minsu completely stunned. Holding the letter in his hands with doubt, he muttered, thinking she gave it to the wrong person, and told her to pass it to Seja. Hearing Sejan's name, the girl blushed deeply in embarrassment, then shouted furiously that the letter was meant for him, before hurriedly running away. Minsu stood frozen, staring at his name written on the envelope. His heart suddenly skipped a beat, so his forever-lone days were officially over, huh? In his mind, he began imagining a beautiful future with a cozy little house on a green meadow, where he would live happily with a gentle wife and sweet children, causing his face to turn bright red. Minsu stood stunned, staring intently at his very first love letter. At the beginning of the letter, the message contained deeply touching feelings. To Minsu, the moment boiling oil was about to be poured directly onto me, I thought everything was over. You were the one who saved my life. But the truth was, she had been secretly observing him long before that. The first time she saw Minsu was through a gap in the barbed wire fence between the two detention camps during an evening roll call. As she was taking a walk, a spectacular sight suddenly caught her eye. A blue trash can lid flew straight into the bully's face. Witnessing that decisive move and that sheer strength, the young girl stood frozen, her wide eyes filled with admiration and awe. That was the day of the grand battle between Minsu and Zia. She was completely captivated by his fiery gaze, his resilience, and his wildness, a fierce beauty like a honey badger. Fearing nothing, upon hearing the crowd chant Lee Min-su's name, she carved his name deep into her heart from that very moment onward. Her heart fluttered constantly, following his every step, longing to make a grand entrance and hand-deliver the letter to him herself. She had prepared meticulously despite the meager conditions of the prison. She carefully used the heat of a stove to warm an iron clip, curling each lock of hair by hand. To her liking, when her roommates suggested wearing makeup despite the lack of cosmetics, they still found a creative way of their own, soaking colored magazine pages in soapy water and rubbing them vigorously. She skillfully repurposed the printer ink as homemade blush and lipstick. Sporting that unique look, Sarah applied the color to her lips, secretly hoping this preparation would give her enough courage to confess. The inmates around her showered her with praise. The color turns out so nice. Sarah, you look so pretty. Why haven't you done this before? Sarah blushed timidly. Stop teasing me, sisters. She secretly wondered whether she was truly beautiful in his eyes today. Back in the cell, Minsu sat dazed reading the letter with the note. Next time we meet, you have to give me an answer. His fellow inmates immediately gathered around, yelling in envy, you traitor. Do you have a girlfriend now? What about us? Are you really happy? The guys who had been single for years were extremely annoyed by this. Minsu awkwardly admitted he was happy, but also deeply confused. Up until now, I've only received letters from my mom or private cars. Faced with everyone's curiosity, he threw the letter out. Read it yourselves. The letter was overflowing with Sarah's feelings. I like you. Do you like me? Thank you for saving me. But please take care of your health. If you get hurt, my heart will break because you are the only one in my heart. At the warden's office, Yu Xiang knocked on the door to report, Sir. Sergeant Kang entered with a formal posture, speaking clearly. I heard you were looking for me. The old director smiled, mentioning that Xiang had been here for 3 months, and kept praising his extremely impressive background. From passing the military academy early to rising to the rank of sergeant at light speed, the old man was smug about his luck in having a talent like him at the center. Yu Xiang promised to dedicate himself fully to the director and the country, but in his heart he was calculating. I must gain his trust to find a way to add merit points for Minsu. However, the atmosphere suddenly turned ice cold as the old director leaned close to his ear, smiling slyly as he said he had seen something interesting on the CCTV. You and him are brothers? Xiang was stunned. Cold sweat began to pour out behind his glasses as the old director glared, asking in a menacing, perverted tone about the relationship between the two. The heavy tension caused Xiang to freeze, unable to react in time. The scene shifted to the shower room, where Minsu was struggling under the shower head. He looked fed up with the tiny piece of soap, which was down to just a small fragment in his hand. This is even smaller than before. How am I supposed to shower with this? Suddenly, a full shampoo bottle is handed over, making him gasp in astonishment. What is this? Min Soo looks at the shampoo bottle in utter shock, unable to believe such a luxury item exists inside the reform center. He turns around to look at the person who handed it to him. A prisoner with romantic golden hair and an extremely calm, mysterious face under the shower stream. To rescue Min Soo from this place, Yo Seung knows he must absolutely hide the fact that they are biological brothers since he was adopted. No one knows about this relationship. Under the warden's watchful eyes, Yo Seung breaks out in a cold sweat, wondering if the old man has sniffed out anything. The warden leans in close to his face, smirking sinisterly, and asks if there's any romantic affair between the two. Yo Seung silently reminds himself to keep the secret. He tries to come up with an excuse to cover it up. Unexpectedly, the warden bursts into a loud laugh, guessing that this is a bond between a master and a student. The warden smugly declares that he has figured everything out, believing Yo Seung is secretly training Min Soo in combat skill. He believes Yo Seung dared to make a bet because he was sure his student would win, then excitedly throws a few punches while asking how good he is at fighting. Yo Seung quickly goes along with it, explaining that Min Soo wanted to become stronger, so he helped. He breathes a sigh of relief as the warden misunderstood in a favorable direction. The warden instructs Yo Seung not to get too close to the trash, then allows him to prepare for outdoor activity. Looking at his back as he walks away, the warden smirks, praising Min Soo as an interesting kid for wanting to become a real man. Right after Yo Seung leaves, the warden immediately pulls out his phone and orders his subordinates to thoroughly investigate Sergeant Kang's background, intuitively feeling he will find something unusual. Receiving a reply from the other end of the line, the warden smiles maliciously because the real fun has just begun. Meanwhile, in the solitary confinement cell, Seo Jaeun is quietly pondering over his sister's successful prison escape. Suddenly, soft sobbing sounds echoing down the hallway catch his attention. Following the sound, Yo Seung comes across Gang Du-bo curled up in a corner, crying bitterly and screaming that all the injustice was caused by Lee Min-soo. Yo Seung calmly approaches, stating that Du-bo getting kicked out has nothing to do with Min-soo. Du-bo screams in resentment, asking what a guard would know, blaming Min-soo for ruining his life and taking away his wife and child. Seeing Du-bo's severe delusions, Yo Seung coldly corrects him that the person Chief Inspector Jeong liked was Si-jun, not Min-soo. He believes Du-bo made a huge mistake by not realizing that the position had changed. Immediately, Du-bo turns around and cries, apologizing to Min-soo for blaming him wrongly, then shifts his hatred to Si-jun. Yo Seung smirks and tells him not to jump to conclusions, then shows him a photo of Si-min taken together with Si-jun. Du-bo realizes in utter shock that his goddess Si-min is together with Si-jun. He goes crazy, screaming in disbelief at how his goddess could be close to such a miserable guy. He curses the superficial society that only cares about appearance and vows to destroy Si-jun for stealing his lover. However, Yo Seung immediately pours cold water on him by revealing they are biological siblings, and Si-jun is actually Si-min's younger brother. Du-bo's expression instantly turns into a perverted smile upon realizing Si-jun is his future brother-in-law. He clings tightly to the iron bars and screams in excitement, leaving Yo Seung speechless. Meanwhile, inside the cell, Si-jun loses his temper and yells back at him, harshly calling him a pig and forbidding him from calling him brother-in-law. Si-jun certainly has quite a short temper. Despite that hostility, Du-bo continues to flatter him, promising to cook lots of delicious dishes for his future brother-in-law since they are about to become family. Yo Seung sighs and walks away amid the argument. He mockingly tells Du-bo to stop daydreaming, then reminds Si-jae to speak politely to his future nephew. Putting Min-soo's matter aside, Yo Seung begins to notice a restricted area that was heavily guarded. He told himself he had to uncover the dark secret that the director was hiding. Hiding it here, Yoo Seong understood that exposing it to the press would only create a small scandal. If he wanted to bring down the president, he needed a far more fatal weakness. He realized that despite being a prison guard, he still couldn't step into this heavily guarded restricted zone. Yoo Seong was convinced that something shady was hidden behind that locked door. Peeking through a narrow slit, he was shocked to see guards carrying a prisoner on a stretcher, the inmate's face covered in blood and countless bruises. Yoo Seong shuddered, wondering what horror had occurred behind that door. His eyes paused when he spotted another inmate quietly entering the restricted zone wearing a bright red outfit instead of the usual gray uniform. Frozen in surprise, Yuseong secretly resolved to uncover the truth about those wearing red. In the shower room, Minsu had just finished washing his hair. He thanked the person who had lent him the shampoo, comfortably exclaiming that it had been a long time since he enjoyed such a refreshing wash. However, upon looking closely at the person in front of him, Minsu froze as he noticed something unusual. Astonished, he pointed at the mysterious blonde man's outfit and asked why his uniform was red. Minsu felt suspicious seeing this muscular, romantic-looking man without any rank badges attached to his chest. Wary, he asked further why there was no rank symbol on his shirt. In the solitary confinement area, a skeptical question echoed down the quiet hallway, asking why he had let him win so easily. Dubo couldn't believe Sijiu had lost to a guy like Minsu. Sitting quietly behind bars, Sijiu admitted he had been too careless. While Minsu had prepared his tactics meticulously, Dubo Bitter realized he himself had fallen into a trap when trying to toy with his prey. Sijiu understood that this victory would definitely draw special attention from the leaders toward Minsu, asserting that it had already begun. Minsu had even caused divisions within the kitchen team and might be chosen as their replacement. Hearing this, Sijiu curled his lips in disdain, his eyes burning with murderous intent and his clenched fists trembling. He firmly asserted that he was the only candidate. Sijiu would prove his capability to reach the top and wash away this humiliation at all costs. Meanwhile, in the locker room, the muscular, romantic blonde stranger who had lent Minsu the shampoo officially made his appearance. He nonchalantly introduced himself as "I am Jai-Su," and confirmed Minsu's name via his name tag on his chest. Before Minsu could react, Jai-Su suddenly reached out to pat his head with a condescending attitude. Minsu snapped and confronted him, but Jai-Su just mocked that his head was smaller than he thought, then sarcastically added that such a tiny guy somehow managed to win, though very annoyed. Minsu endured it out of gratitude for the shampoo. Jai-Su looked straight at Minsu and issued a mysterious challenge, saying that he had sought him out this time, but next time Minsu would have to look for him. He also warned that the road ahead would be tough, but he would always be waiting. Watching Jai-Su's back fade down the hallway, Minsu could only scratch his head in confusion, wondering what that weird guy was trying to imply. The story closed with the image of a bizarre ramen pot with fish heads poking out of the broth. Who on earth put fish into this sacred pot of ramen? A guy from the logistics team yelled in astonishment while looking at the steaming pot. If you add something delicious, won't the flavor be much richer? He nonchalantly picked up some noodles to eat, only to realize that everyone around him was staring wide-eyed at him with extremely strange expressions. Extremely weird expression. Bewildered, Minsu asked, "What's wrong? Why are you staring at me instead of eating?" Before he could finish his sentence, a giant shadow suddenly towered over him from behind, accompanied by a chilling wave of murderous intent. The air turned freezing cold. It was Kang Dubo, standing menacingly with his muscular arms raised high as if preparing to deal a fatal blow. Leaving Minsu frozen in horror, Minsu's eyes widened and sweat poured down his face, thinking he was about to meet his end at the hands of this madman. But instead of throwing a punch, Jiang Dubo suddenly collapsed to his knees, fervently kowtowing to apologize. "I'm so sorry, Minsu, this Dubo is no longer a big shot." Sobbing uncontrollably, the gang leader confessed that he had misread a letter, which led to him unjustly tormenting Min-Su all this time. "I misread the letter, that's why I tortured you. I'm truly sorry for hitting the wrong person." Overcome with embarrassment, Dubo painfully explained that Si-jun had become his brother-in-law, making it impossible for him to avenge Min-Su anymore in light of his sincere repentance. Min-Su gently waved his hand and spoke softly, "What are you talking about? I accept your apology. Stand up and let's eat noodles together." Dubo was deeply moved to tears upon being forgiven and even invited to eat. Do you really forgive me? And you're offering me noodles too?" Standing outside, the henchman burst into cheerful laughter, teasing Dubo that he didn't need to worry because Minsu had now received a love letter from another girl. The moment he heard that, Dubo's face instantly distorted with rage. He roared like crazy, "Hey Minsu, you bastard, how dare you set your sights on my second wife too?" And just like that, a chaotic chase broke out once again. Minsu ran for his life as fast as his legs could carry him, while cursing the guy for being a total jerk. Despite being completely out of breath, his heart overflowed with joy and excitement, because tomorrow he would finally be able to hand-deliver the letter to Saja. But reality wasn't a dream. Minsu stood frozen in utter shock before the prison transport bus, his eyes wide with disbelief. Utterly devastated, he racked his brain wondering why things had turned out this way. Minsu threw a tantrum, rolling on the floor, screaming that he didn't want to go volunteer because he needed to meet Saja to deliver the letter. Truly, love conquers all. Yet despite his fierce resistance, he was still escorted onto the bus to accumulate bonus points in hopes of earning early freedom. As soon as they arrived at the new volunteer site, a crowd of strangers blocked their path with an arrogant attitude. A short, scheming guy with a snaggletooth stepped closer and offered condescendingly, "Become my henchman, and I'll open a fried chicken shop for you." Min-soo curled his lips in disdain. He turned to Moon Hyun-jun and said, "Hyun-jun, look, there's another guy talking nonsense just like you used to." This contemptuous attitude immediately enraged the henchmen. They shouted in defense of their boss, "How dare you call our boss a fraud? Do you know how much money he makes from business?" A large guy immediately grabbed Min-soo by the collar and lifted him up, looking at him with a sneer. Can a weakling like this really take down Saja? Just at that moment, the harsh, angry shouting of an elderly officer rang out, shattering the tense atmosphere. "Stop right now, you guys want to start trouble again." He angrily scolded the group of prisoners who were about to start work, yet were still acting arrogant. Seeing the officer blowing his top, the short guy quickly retreated, cunningly shifting the blame. "Sir, we were minding our own business when they started picking a fight with us for no reason." Kwang Hiu, with the scar on his head, talked back in disbelief. "What nonsense are you talking about? You were the one who started it." Before he could finish his sentence, a thunderous punch from the officer landed squarely on his face, knocking Kwang Hiu to the ground. The officer pounced aggressively, continuing his assault while yelling unreasonably, "I've been sick of your face for a long time." Witnessing this absurd act of violence, Min-soo was completely stunned. What? He's just hitting people so recklessly. Could he be taking their side? While the group of henchmen cheered and laughed triumphantly, Kwang Hiu could only cry out in pain, begging for mercy. Fortunately, Yo Si-woong rushed over in time to stop the elderly officer's hand. "Stop it, we have to depart right away." Being interrupted, he scratched his head and forced an awkward smile to cover his embarrassment, claiming it was because this group was too stubborn. Yo Si-woong sternly ordered everyone to get on the bus, gently asked after Kwang Hiu, and let out a tired sigh. Yo Si-woong looked at Min-soo suspiciously. "You weren't planning to make a move on that officer just now, were you?" Min-soo flashed a sly smile. He gave his older companion a meaningful wink. "Come on, don't you trust your little brother?" The bus pulled away from the prison, taking the group of troubled youths to their volunteer worksite. On the bus, Moon Hyun-jun exclaimed with delight, "Haha, this vibe feels like we're going on a school picnic." In contrast to that excitement, Min-soo was lost in thought, reflecting on the officer's violent attitude earlier. Before he could make sense of it, a foul stench suddenly hit his nose. Park Tae-ho nonchalantly put his smelly feet right in front of him. He let out a mocking laugh. "You're wondering where this smell is coming from, aren't you?" Min-soo flew into a rage. "Get your filthy foot off me right now, you bastards." Ignoring his anger, Tae-ho smugly provoked him, relying on the two burly guys beside him, and declared, "If you got a problem, step up and take it out on my underlings." Tae-ho triumphantly declared that even if Si-jun himself showed up, he wouldn't stand a chance against his gang. Both Min-soo and Tae-ho froze as an imposing dark figure approached. A chilling air filled the vehicle as Si-jun suddenly appeared with long hair. Covering half his face, he stared directly at the noisy crowd and issued an authoritative command. Faced with the murderous intent of Room A's former king, the two guys broke into a cold sweat. Hastily pulling their feet back, they stepped aside. Min-soo asked in surprise if Si-jun had been released, but he said nothing and silently sat down right beside him. The younger guy could only sigh in frustration at having to cross paths with his former rival again in a situation like this. The bus packed with delinquents continued rolling along before pulling up in front of a nursing home where an elegantly dressed man in a suit warmly thanked everyone for making the long trip. He expressed hope that this volunteer trip would bring about positive changes for the reformed youths. Politely shaking hands with the director, he hoped the students could be of help to the elderly. Meanwhile, the inmates were treated to refreshing cold drinks. The teenagers drank happily, raving about how good it tasted and enjoying the moment. One of them suddenly cheered upon spotting the silhouette of a woman, sending the whole group into a frenzy of curious questions. However, their hopes quickly faded when they saw only elderly women in wheelchairs in front of them, leaving the troublemakers utterly disappointed. Seeing only senior citizens, one guy clicked his tongue to console himself, but was still crestfallen that there wasn't a single young girl in sight. Suddenly, another guy shouted and pointed ahead, cheering as he spotted a beautiful nurse. Si-jun, who was casually drinking water, froze as he realized Si-min was attentively caring for an elderly lady, the absolute image of a poetic muse. Si-min asked after her so gently that Si-jun was stunned to the point of spitting out a mouthful of water in sheer disbelief. He stared in shock, unable to believe his sister was actually here as a volunteer. Right after that, the foot-washing session for the elderly officially began. An old lady looked at Gwang Hee and praised him in admiration. She remarked that the student looked just like her husband when he was young. Hearing this, the guy with the scarred head immediately took the chance to flatter her. However, the old lady promptly reminded the student not to cross the line. Camera flashes flickered continuously to record photos for the report, while Minsu wiped his sweat, wishing for the session to hurry up and end. Just then, an old man asked the young guy to wash his feet. Minsu obediently agreed, but when he looked down at the man's foot, he was shocked to see it severely injured, covered in peeling, calloused skin, filling Minsu with quiet sympathy for the hardships the old man had endured. Patiently and meticulously, he cleaned between every toe, then kindly asked if he felt more comfortable. In response to his thoughtfulness was the sly grin of the short guy, Park Tae-ho, disguised as an old man. Chuckling gleefully, he admitted with delight how good it felt to have his toes scratched. "Man, that feels amazing." He nonchalantly slammed his soaking wet foot right onto Minsu's face and mocked, "Hey, want to work under me? How about working as my foot washer?" Minsu's temper flared up, nearly making him explode, but Moon Hyung-jun managed to hold him back tightly and urged him to stay calm. Meanwhile, behind them, reporters were constantly snapping photos to capture these moments of volunteer work, while the correctional officers had to issue a warning about the potential risks. One of Tae-ho's henchmen stood outside, laughing triumphantly. They mocked Min-soo for being a fool, claiming that even Sejun or Dabo were nothing to be afraid of. Min-soo thought he should swallow his anger, repeatedly reminding himself not to cause any trouble right now. In the quiet space of the nursing home, Ga-in was gently taking care of an elderly woman in a wheelchair. She warmly pointed towards the flower garden. "Grandma, those flowers over there are so beautiful, aren't they?" Seeing Sejun silently pushing an old man past her, she asked. "Everyone else is busy working, while you're planning to slack off." Stepping away from the elderly for a moment, the two walked off to another spot to talk. Sejun thoughtfully brought up the reason why they both ended up in the reformatory. Just because she had punished an old pervert, she sighed and admitted it was a huge mistake. She believed they should have simply reported the old man for sexual harassment, instead of taking matters into their own hands and burying their youth in a reformatory. Looking at the elderly peacefully enjoying the view, Sebum realized that not every older person was as evil as that man back then. She reminded Sejun that one day they too would pass away. Then she suddenly asked, "What kind of old men do you think we will become in the future?" The tough question about the future left Sejun completely silent. She could only advise her younger brother to think carefully about it. Saying that, Sebum stood up and pushed the grandmother's wheelchair back inside as the activities resumed, leaving behind an open question about Sejun's future. Lunchtime at the nursing home was lively and bustling, with the kitchen staff frantically preparing meals for everyone. Min-soo and his fellow inmates were also eagerly helping out. "Grandpa, it's lunchtime. Please eat plenty, Grandma. Remember to chew carefully." Min-soo was so busy he didn't even have a moment to rest as calls echoed continuously. "Give Grandma another sip of water, she's so hungry." However, that warm atmosphere was suddenly ruined by a mean trick. Park Tae-ho held a sausage up high, teasing a starving elderly woman like a pet for amusement. "Should I give it to you or not? But it's mine," he teased as the poor old woman cried and begged for food in humiliation. Enraged, Min-soo screamed out, "You bastard, what the hell are you doing to that old lady?" Right as Min-soo's anger reached its peak, a tray of food was suddenly dumped right over his head from behind. Park Tae-ho and his henchmen sneered mockingly, "Oops, just a slip of the hand." Min-soo went wild and roared, "You bastard, do you want me to accidentally dump something on your head too?" Moon Hyung-jun and Hwang Hae-yu had to struggle to hold Min-soo tightly to stop him from rushing into a brawl. "Calm down, don't throw a punch here." The prison guard's shout boomed out, "What's going on again, Lee Min-soo? Are you trying to pick a fight again?" Min-soo angrily pointed at the guy who had just set him up, but the guard coldly brushed it off. He claimed it was just an accident and scolded Min-soo for intentionally causing trouble, leaving him standing there frozen in helplessness. Meanwhile, the guys from Block C laughed gloatingly, thrilled to have pulled off a trick and humiliated someone from Block A again. Park Tae-ho curled his lips mockingly, stating that the people in Block A weren't scary at all after all. He began to arrogantly lecture them about the rules of the reformatory. Rankings here were divided by the severity of the crimes, not by fighting ability. Block A held murderers. Block B held assault offenders, while Block C brought together thieves and fraudsters. Tae-ho casually admitted he was a fraudster and asserted, whether inside or outside society, money is always the absolute truth. He pointed at the TV showing news of a corporate chairman being released on bail, smugly stating that money could buy total protection from the police. As well as the law, holding up a coin, he arrogantly declared, "If they have brute force, I'll use money to buy that force. We have endless money." His lackeys cheered and praised him lavishly, believing that even the inmates in Block A would drop to their knees before money. Meanwhile, Moon Hyung-jun was still diligently taking care of the elderly. In the bathhouse, Tae-ho's henchmen were secretly gathering. One boastful thug had just won a pack of cigarettes from an old man. Puffing out smoke, they grumbled about the dirty job of cleaning up waste. A cold-hearted fellow ordered them to blast water directly at the old man, bathing and drag him out quickly. The poor old man trembled and cried for help under the scalding hot water. "It's so hot, please stop." At that moment, Kwang Hyu had just finished cleaning the restroom and was excitedly heading to the bathhouse, proudly believing that cleaning was his mission. However, the moment he opened the door and stepped inside, he was horrified to see the Block C inmates casually smoking and tormenting the old man. Kwang Hyu's face instantly transformed, radiating utmost fury. Panicking, he rushed over to the collapsing old man, asking anxiously, "Sir, are you all right?" The Block C thugs continued to puff smoke nonchalantly. One laughed mockingly, "Gave me a fright, I thought you were a guard." "Want a puff, kid?" Those guys knew how to play tough too. Seeing the old man in critical condition, Kwang Hyu shouted in rage, "What if he goes into cardiac arrest? You guys are going way too far." Instantly, a heavy punch landed right on his face. The guy growled, "Who do you think you are to tell me what to do?" They kept sneering with utter contempt. "Hey, go easy on him, the kid's crying." However, Kwang Hyu's tolerance had reached its absolute limit. He suddenly threw a thunderous punch, catching his opponent completely off guard. The henchman stood frozen in shock as the usually gentle guy suddenly turned into a monster. Kwang Hyu roared with murderous intent, "Come at me all at once, you bastards." Min Soo and Hyun Jun were horrified as they witnessed the chaotic brawl unfolding inside. After the fight, Kwang Hyu lay collapsed on the ground, severely injured, leaving Hyun Jun helplessly screaming his name in desperation. Taking advantage of the empty area, Min Soo hurried to meet Yuk Seong. He gripped his older brother's shoulders tightly and pleaded, "Brother, please save my friend." Yuk Seong let out a tired sigh, reminding Min Soo that even in a place like this, he never stopped causing trouble. He urged Min Soo to endure, warning that if a major incident broke out, things would turn catastrophically bad. Frustrated by his brother's extreme caution, Min Soo snapped, "Forget it, I was an idiot to trust you." He turned away decisively and walked off, ignoring Yuk Seong calling out, "Min Soo, if I didn't mishear." A heavy set of footsteps and a raspy voice echoed from behind, freezing them both in their tracks. The old officer strolled over. His eyes narrowed slyly. "I definitely heard you call him brother." Yuk Seong broke into a cold sweat, frantically trying to cover it up in a panic. "Ah no, that was..." But the old fox was not easily fooled. He asserted that he had been suspicious for a long time, noticing Yuk Seong always treated Lee Min Soo differently from the other inmates. "Spill it, what's the relationship between you two?" The question was like a bucket of ice water dumped on him, leaving him stunned and speechless. Sweat trickled down Yuk Seong's face as he tried to stay calm to come up with an excuse. Standing behind him, Min Soo was also trembling uncontrollably. He blamed himself for his momentary lapse in judgment, which had nearly exposed their true identities. Right at the critical, nerve-wracking moment, a hand suddenly raised up in the distance accompanied by a loud shout, "Big brother!" It was none other than Si-jun. He ran toward Yuk Seong, exclaiming, "I've been looking everywhere for you." This brilliant plot twist caught the old officer completely off guard. The old man muttered suspiciously upon seeing Si-jun call Yuk Seong brother. Meanwhile, Yuk Seong let out a soft sigh of relief, silently thanking Si-jun's quick wits for saving him from a desperate situation. The old officer grunted coldly. He gave a stern reminder that this place needed tighter supervision, then turned away gloomily. "Sergeant Kang, I'll let it slide this time. But watch your step." The old man's warning forced Yuk Seong to lower his head and accept blame. "Yes, sir, I'll be more careful." As soon as the old man's figure faded away, Yuk Seong covered his face, panting in fear. "That was a close one. At this rate, my identity will be exposed sooner or later." Contrary to his anxiety, the other two were still glaring at each other. "Thanks, but don't misunderstand, I didn't mean to help you. I just didn't want him meddling." Si-jun sneered at Min Soo, then suddenly made a serious proposal. "This time, we should focus on the battle for the leader spot." Min Soo replied, fueled with intense momentum, "All right then, let's go all out." Unexpectedly, both of them found common ground. However, their excitement was instantly extinguished when Yoseong rushed over, roughly grabbing both of them by their collars and lifting them up. "Stop it right now," he shouted angrily because Minsu's carelessness almost ruined the entire plan. Yoseong roared in fury, "The main point is, aren't you guys in a hurry? Those guys have already crossed the line." He brought his face close to Minsu's, asking in a strained voice if he really wanted to rot in this hellhole forever. After that, Yoseong coldly assigned the task, pointing towards Si-jun. "You handle him." Although Si-jun was still wondering why the target was Hong Hyu, Yoseong immediately confronted him with a sharp threat. "You'd better listen. If you disobey, I will double your workload." Right after, the atmosphere suddenly became extremely weird as the nursing home staff cheerfully distributed a pillow to each inmate. In reality, this place had many elderly people who needed to use the restroom urgently. The diapers were brought out as a saving grace for those unable to control their personal hygiene. An inmate clumsily helped an old man put on a diaper and received sincere thanks. "Thank you, young man," he could only reply sheepishly. "Ah, it's nothing." However, trouble arose again when Minsu went to look for the remaining diapers. He was shocked to realize that all the backup diapers had completely vanished. "Hey, where did all the diapers disappear to?" Suddenly, a loud cry for help echoed, tearing through the silence. "Save me!" Before Minsu could understand what was happening, a terrifying scene hit his eyes. His fellow inmates appeared wearing armor made of diapers and struck superhero poses with full enthusiasm. They boldly announced, "It's time for battle, Diaper Squad." Minsu stood there helpless, blurting out, "What the hell are you guys doing with those diapers?" Seeing the situation turn chaotic and absurd, Si-jun quietly walked away. Minsu hurriedly called after him, only to receive a cold response. "Don't get in my way, I just want to finish this quickly." The Diaper Squad remained extremely hyped up, claiming they were not joking around but had created a real monster to protect the world, and that person was Hong Hyu. Witnessing this scene, Minsu couldn't hold back his anger and roared, "You bastards, what the hell are you doing with the elderly's diapers?" Just as Minsu was about to intervene, Si-jun raised a hand to stop him. Accompanied by a cold reminder, "Calm down." Minsu turned around, glaring furiously. "Don't stop me, or do you want to step up and have a fight first?" Si-jun calmly pointed toward the prison guard who was preparing to take photos for a report, reminding him that this was not the right time to make trouble. Minsu gritted his teeth and held back. He understood all too well that if he took action now, he would be the one getting into big trouble with superiors. Better safe than sorry. At the same time, rumors of the recent shocking showdown spread throughout the prison. Inmates were buzzing about Minsu knocking out the big shots and how he might become the new leader. Still, a few remained doubtful, believing his golden era wouldn't last long. In a hidden corner, those in power were secretly discussing selecting special candidates to promote to higher positions. The name I Am Jisoo was suddenly brought up as the strongest contender, making the person behind the game curious whether Jisoo was truly inferior to the newcomer Lee Minsu or not. Si-jun walked down the hallway under the wary glares of others. He told himself this wasn't revenge, but simply an opportunity to prove his capability to those watching from behind the scenes. Si-jun was determined to defeat the one blocking his path to reclaim his status. Right at this moment, Minsu also fell into an intense internal struggle. He realizes Seo Jae-hun was right to advise him to be patient. He tells himself to endure a little longer to resolve the root of the trouble, determined not to let Hong Hyu fall into the trap of the Sector C soldiers. It's truly a matter of patience brings peace. However, the tree desires calm, but the wind refuses to stop. As he is walking down the hallway, a foot suddenly sticks out, sending him falling flat on his back. The bullies immediately burst into a despicable laugh. "Where are your eyes?" tripping like a moron. At this point, it is the last straw, and Minsu screams in rage, "Damn it, I don't care about planning anymore. You bastards, today I'll finish all of you off." Just at the breaking point, a hand suddenly hands over a tissue and asks gently, "Are you okay? Thank goodness you aren't severely injured." A tender voice speaks as the female volunteer approaches to help. She smiles and then lightly touches Minsu's face, uttering a phrase that leaves him frozen. "You're just as stubborn as your older brother, aren't you?" Minsu is bewildered and asks in confusion, "My brother? How do you know my brother?" Realizing she slipped up, she merely gives a meaningful smile. "Ah, this was supposed to be a secret, wasn't it? Let's pretend nothing happened." Minsu's eyes widen as he looks at the name tag on her chest. "Ga Si-min." She gently turns her head, passing on a deeply sincere message. "Please take care of my younger brother, Minsu." The name Ga Si-min strikes like a bolt out of the blue, leaving Minsu stunned with shock. Ga Si-min, It can't be. Memories of the fight with Seo Jae-hun suddenly flood back. He recalls a magic code that Yo Si-young once taught him to counter that monster. Is Ga Si-min pretty? This exact question once caused Sejun to lose all composure and fall into Yo Si-young's trap. He had indeed anticipated everything. He wanted Minsu to exploit this weakness to deal with. The ringleaders in the cell. On the rooftop of the nursing home, Yo Si-young and Ga Si-min are having a private meeting. Yo Si-young approaches and hands her a can of drink as a token of gratitude. You worked hard today, didn't you? Si-min smirks and asks if he bought it with his own pocket money. Yo Si-young nonchalantly admits it's a bribe to thank her for her support, which made his work run much more smoothly. Si-min leans lightly against the railing, her distant gaze fixed toward the prison. She admits that everything she does isn't out of kindness, but simply because she cannot abandon her foolish younger brother to fend for himself in that hellhole. Yo Si-young stands silently beside her, understanding that feeling better than anyone. Both are willing to do whatever it takes to protect their impetuous younger brothers. At this age, they are so reckless, always thinking they're the best. Unexpectedly, Ga Si-min speaks up and asks if he has ever heard about the Red Prison. This leaves Yo Si-young lost in thought about the isolated area reserved exclusively for those wearing red uniform. He wonders how anyone could infiltrate a place guarded so heavily. Realizing it has grown dark, Yo Si-young urges Si-min to head back. He reassures himself that Si-jun was assigned the task of protecting Minsu, so he can rest easy. Si-min smiles, asserting that Si-jun is inherently very gentle and would never lay a hand on anyone again. Unless there's a valid reason. Yo Si-young appears skeptical, but Si-min firmly believes in her younger brother's composure. She is certain Si-jun would never be the one to initiate a conflict. Dream on, life isn't a fairy tale. Yo Si-young nods in agreement, thinking they have nothing to worry about because how could their two younger brothers end up fighting each other? However, the reality is a brutal brawl right at the charity location. Instead of going at each other, Minsu and Si-jun stand shoulder to shoulder, raining down blows on the surrounding enemies, both back to back with eyes blazing, with killer intent ready to smash anyone in their way. The surrounding crowd of prisoners begins to cheer frantically. A fight. Go for it. Minsu and Si-jun are beating each other up. Minsu realizes the battle for the leader title he has been waiting for has finally arrived. He smirks provocatively. Are you ready to lose that seat? Si-jun replies in a low growl, shut your mouth and fight. I'll teach you the difference between a pro and a bratty kid. Tiho's henchmen standing outside kept jeering, eagerly anticipating a bloody purge. Si-jun coldly declared he would make them regret coming here. Unexpectedly, Minsu and Si-jun turned and launched a fierce joint attack on Tiho's henchmen. Instead of taking each other down, the underlings screamed out in agony as they were overwhelmed. What the hell is this? Why are both of them attacking us? Minsu struck decisively, asserting that trash needs to be cleaned up first, while Si-jun sternly declared he would make these bastards pay for causing a mess in his room. In the storage room, the fake officer calmly lit a cigarette and asked, "How does it feel?" Surprisingly, he cringed and lit a cigarette for the rat-faced man. With a flattering look, they laughed gleefully because the arrogant kids had no idea what tragedy awaited them. The rat-faced man instructed the prison guard to watch Lee closely, as he was the most unexpected variable in the plan. Holding a heavy envelope, the prison guard immediately obeyed like a well-trained pet. Meanwhile, the nursing home instantly fell into chaos, sending the prison guards into a panic. One helpless guard screamed that only the director could handle this. Meanwhile, others rushed off to report that Kang Si-jun was on a rampage, knocking everyone down. The incident was so severe that the officers began to regret letting a rebel like Si-jun join the trip. Observing from a distance, Kang Si-min could only cross his arms and sigh in disappointment at his younger brother's unchanging, combative nature. Meanwhile, the enraged underlings also screamed, ordering their comrades to bring down Si-jun at all costs, to reclaim their pride. However, Si-jun stood firm like a fierce beast among a pack of wolves. With precise and brutal strikes, he neutralized each target one by one. His target struck terror into the surrounding crowd, even as he found himself surrounded by 6 men at once. He didn't flinch. Instead, he grew even wilder, roaring at them, demanding to know how they dared lay a finger on his person. Taking advantage of the moment, the crowd surged forward to overpower and pin down Room A's leader. Si-jun gritted his teeth and cursed under his breath for stepping into an unannounced, troublesome fight. Seeing his friend getting jumped, Minsu immediately rushed in to rescue him. Kicking one guy down, he followed up with a kick straight to another's vital spot. Si-jun took the opportunity to break free and punched away the guy holding his arm. Quickly regaining his composure, he calculated the blind spot spots to counterattack. One guy charged forward, swinging a heavy punch at Sejun's face, roaring triumphantly that he had nowhere left to run. Immediately, Sejun unleashed a thunderous punch, sending the large prisoner crashing to the ground, groaning in pain. Watching from a distance, Min-soo was stunned to realize that the beast inside Sejun had truly awakened and was no longer holding back, refusing to be outdone. Min-soo also burned with determination, proving he was stronger than before. He charged in with a powerful punch to prove he was no longer weak. Back to back amidst the encirclement, Sejun coldly told his opponent not to get in his way. Min-soo snapped back fiercely, telling him not to trip him up. Enraged at being called a mama's boy right after saving someone, Min-soo roared in anger. Sejun impatiently asked if he was done talking. The two were even about to go at each other right on top of the pile of defeated enemies lying everywhere. Finally, Sejun conceded, declaring he'd let Min-soo take the lead this time. Suddenly, a giant appeared and delivered a kick that sent Min-soo flying backward. He contemptuously called them both brats who weren't on his level to face him. As the formidable stranger stepped forward, Sejun decisively threw a kick to his face, but the blow didn't even faze him. Smirking, the giant praised them for being fairly strong but asserted that he was even stronger. Meanwhile, T-ho above smirked triumphantly, as everything was still within his control. Right after that, a black bag was suddenly shoved over Min-soo's head. Panic set in as his surroundings abruptly went pitch black, taking advantage of Min-soo losing. His vision, T-ho continuously delivered heavy blows and yelled, telling him to obey while he was still being nice. He gloated, claiming that what he truly desired was a powerful subordinate like Si-yoon. However, Theo confidently asserted that his monster was many times stronger than Si-yoon. He gloated that no matter how strong Sejun was, he could never stand against the monster he possessed. He then haughtily introduced Theo, stating that although he was D rank, he was as strong as an A rank, possessing the pure power of a true A ranker. Sejun struggled to hold his ground, stunned to realize that the giant was intentionally taking hits just to find an opening for a ruthless counterattack. The continuous punches hurled directly into him caused Sejun to fall into a dire situation. Bitterly, he realized that if this continued, he would surely suffer another humiliating defeat just like before. Sejun was determined to strike back to turn the tide, but his body had reached its limit and refused to obey his command. Pelted by Theo's heavy rain of punches, Sejun's vision blurred and his consciousness began to spin. In agonizing pain, Sejun was horrified to feel darkness gradually consuming him. Before his opponent's completely overwhelming physical strength, Sejun passed out in pain and obsession. Once again steeped in bitterness, the scene shifted to the isolation room, where Yuseong was looking at a haggard Sejun behind bars, speaking coldly. Asking whether Sejun was willing to accept being a loser for the rest of his life, Yuseong asserted that he shouldn't fall so pathetically like this. He then offered a crucial piece of advice to help turn Sejun's future around. Looking up with burning eyes, Sejun affirmed that he knew what he had to do so he would never have to regret again. Returning to the battle, Theo laughed arrogantly, declaring the outcome was already clear. While Sejun was merely a defeated opponent with no way to fight back, he mocked his enemy's weakness and claimed the difference in their levels was far too vast. Despite his bruised and bloodied face, Sejun still forced himself up, declaring with a steadfast gaze that he would show him what true level really meant. Seeing his opponent refusing to give up, Theo roared in excitement, shouting that crushing him now would be even more fun. He threw a devastating punch aimed straight at Sejun, but was stunned when the attack was easily blocked. Theo wildly rained down blows on Sejun's defensive arms, screaming in frustration, and urging him to respond more fiercely. Theo continued to rain blows onto Sejun's defensive arms, screaming in frustration and urging him to fight back harder. Sejun silently endured the thunderous strikes, ignoring Theo's challenge, asking how long he could keep taking the hits. Memories of his training session with Yuseong resurfaced. Yuseong had instructed him not to passively take hits but to shift the point of contact, demonstrating a refined technique to neutralize the opponent's power and reminding him to learn how to redirect the incoming force. Returning to reality, Sejun suddenly executed a precise parry, knocking Theo's punch into the air. Theo gasped in utter shock as he watched his attack being deflected. The scene flashed back to the training session in the bathroom when Sejun questioned whether shifting the contact point actually reduced damage. Yuseong lightly adjusted his glasses, affirming that it was the key to defeating larger opponents, and asked if Sejun was ready to apply it in real combat. Theo wildly swung his fist, but Sejun could now read his every movement. Taking a deep breath, his sharp gaze locked onto the opening, spectacularly blocking Theo's thunderous punch. He coldly declared that his opponent's strikes were completely harmless, and immediately unleashed a wind-splitting counterpunch. Theo let out a panicked gasp as he realized he was completely outmatched by Sejun's masterful technique. Sejun skillfully dodged, closed the distance, grabbed the giant's collar, and delivered a heavy blow straight to his face. Theo screamed in agony as Sejun declared that the fight was far from over. The fatal punch contorted Theo's face, surprising even Sejun himself with his own explosive power. From a distance, Yuseung realized Sejun had learned how to shatter his opponent's center of gravity. Sejun delivered a thunderous blow that sent the giant flying backward and crashing down in sheer pain. Standing firm among the defeated foes, Sejun coldly looked down at the enemy, knowing that Theo's massive frame made his center of gravity easily off balance, before casually gliding toward his next target. Meanwhile, Minsu was taking cheap shots from a muscular thug but still managed to mock him, threatening to call his crew over. Trapped inside a black bag, Minsu gritted his teeth through the pain and forcefully slammed Theo up regardless, amidst screams begging for mercy and roars promising death. Everyone looked on in utter confusion, wondering how he could strike with such precision despite his view being completely blocked. Theo had utterly collapsed, weeping. He begged and swore he didn't mean it, but Minsu didn't care in the slightest. Pouring all his hatred into a final, devastating blow, he was determined to smash his face in. Roaring that this was the price to pay for himself, for his injured knee, and for his grandfather, he yelled, "What the hell do you think you're doing?" The old officer snapped furiously at the kids for causing trouble at the charity event, while the C-Zone elder stood beside him, anxiously trying to conceal their biological relation to avoid exposure. Suddenly, he launched a lightning-fast kick straight to Minsu's head and bellowed, "This is what a real fight looks like," Minsu cried out in bitter frustration. Seeing this, Yuseung quietly ordered Sejun and Minsu to stay silent so the situation wouldn't escalate any further. Sejun calmly explained that the C-Zone soldiers were the ones who started it by messing with his sister and harassing local residents, leaving Yuseung stunned upon learning the truth. Unwilling to listen, the old officer threatened to penalize Yuseung with a disciplinary report. Just as he turned to walk away, Yishin suddenly appeared and shot back. "You'd better prepare to go to court instead." Yishin casually walked over in volunteer attire, leaving the old officer shocked as he demanded to know her identity. She calmly held up her phone, which was recording, and asserted that she had witnessed the entire incident. The old man froze in place as he saw the screen displaying everything crystal clear, a scene showing him accepting a bribe from the prisoners. His face contorted in fear as Gai Sin mockingly spoke about the value of this video evidence. Dripping with sweat, the crooked officer begged Gai Sin to stop and delete the video. She cold-heartedly questioned him about taking money to help inmates abuse the poor, elderly prisoners. Driven to desperation, the old man screamed, demanding it back, and rushed forward to snatch the phone. But Yuseong swiftly blocked him. The officer shrieked in agony as Yuseong twisted his arm. He ruthlessly pinned the arm behind the officer's back and slammed him into the ground, warning that his arm would break if he kept resisting. Internally thanking Gai Sin for providing solid proof, he could now report this dirty behavior. Reporting this to his superiors left Sejun and Minsu completely stunned in astonishment. Pushing away the old man's hand, he demanded in a low, stern voice the identity of the person in the red uniform hiding in the dark. In the shadows, Yuseong nonchalantly lowered his phone, declaring he was merely doing his duty by reporting the truth. The old man hastily promised to drop everything if he let him go, but Yuseong roughly grabbed him by the collar. The old man growled, but Yuseong got right up to his face, firmly demanding a detailed explanation about the existence of the group in red uniforms back at the rehabilitation center. The atmosphere remained suffocating and full of violence as usual. Min Su silently watched the inmates tearing into each other through the fence, realizing the order here hadn't changed at all. He waved goodbye to everyone and quietly followed Yuseong into a secluded area. Yuseong strictly told him to focus because the new training plan was about to start. Then both stepped into a dark warehouse, completely isolated from the noise outside. Standing among a pile of crates, Min Su innocently asked if they were here to clean up. Yuseong casually replied that he had already cleaned it beforehand. Then suddenly, he locked both of Minsu's hands behind his back with handcuffs. Before Min Su could understand what was going on, Yuseong picked up a tennis ball. Announcing this was the new training tool. Before Minsu could regain his composure, Yuseong ordered him to dodge and threw the ball at extreme speed. The younger brother could only widen his eyes in horror at the sudden, powerful strike from his older brother. Min Su initially scoffed with contempt as the tennis ball. As the first ball flew towards him, thinking it was slower than imagined and nothing to worry about. However, right after that, he was stunned as another ball suddenly hurtled towards him with an unpredictable trajectory. The ball hit him straight in the face, leaving Minsu dizzy. Realizing its speed had increased, Yuseong casually held a ball and explained that this was a drill to train reflexes in unexpected situations. Minsu felt aggrieved. Wondering what kind of damn instinct this was, Yuseong coldly interrupted, telling him to stop talking back and focus on dodging. The younger brother had to swallow his pride and endure it, despite being furious inside. He then immediately asked a question that made Minsu freeze. He asked if Minsu had really won convincingly or not, and then analyzed that the fighting style of all three was too one-dimensional. Sejun relied on instinct, Dubu relied on pure strength, while Minsu was merely exploiting his opponent's weaknesses to gain an advantage. But what if Seo Jaeyoung also knew how to plan tactical strategies properly? Would he still be able to hold onto his victory? If he didn't train his physical strength to surpass Dubu, what would the result be? The image of Minsu pushing a large boulder resurfaced as proof of the effort required to make up for the physical gap. Yuseong revealed the truth. In fact, Sejun was learning basic tactics from him. If they were to rematch right now, Minsu would definitely lose. Minsu was stunned by this harsh statement, realizing he could not afford to be careless for even a single second. Gritting his teeth, his eyes burned with determination, he accepted continuing the training because he didn't want to lose to him ever again. Memories of that night drinking suddenly flooded back when Yuseong met the fake officer at a quiet diner. Getting straight to the point, he asked what the red uniform actually represented. Taking a sip of liquor, the old man admitted he didn't fully know, as there were too many secrets. Yuseong emphasized that he needed to know the dangers so he could protect himself. The old man began to reveal that the red uniforms were a group of inmates handpicked by the warden to handle illegal tasks. In return, they enjoyed special privileges. Tense, Yuseong listened as the old man revealed their true mission was to keep inmates from leaving the facility. Although the facility's official goal was youth rehabilitation, some were deemed beyond saving. If these individuals were allowed back into society, they would cause severe political trouble for President Han Manso. Though Yuseong questioned the reward point system, the old man insisted it was all a front, merely a cover to prevent them from leaving. The old man mocked Yuseong's naivety, asking if he had ever seen anyone leave that place in one piece. Those in red uniforms specialized in doing the dirty work the guards couldn't do themselves. They targeted inmates nearing their release date, brutally beating them and leaving them disabled. The old man concluded with a desperate statement that getting out of prison was impossible. Yuseong stood frozen, muttering with determination that he would turn the impossible into possible. Meanwhile, in another area of the facility, Hwisu was secretly meeting a broker. Casually tapping his fingers on the table, the broker offered to make a deal. Looking at the list of targets to be eliminated, the man on the other side was curious to see they were all high-profile figures. Park Tae-ho presented an enticing offer, paying 1 million won for every name crossed off. He believed the power of money could bend anyone to his will, but Hwisu's response caught everyone off guard. "For now, I decline." Park Tae-ho was stunned. Hwisu flashed a contemptuous smile and declared coldly, "No matter how perfect a plan is, submitting to a weakling only tarnishes Han's reputation." Bitterly humiliated, Tae-ho flew into a rage, roaring threats to show Hwisu what death felt like. Hwisu countered with a question of his own, asking why he dared to come alone without bringing any bodyguards, asserting he was strong enough to clean up the trash himself. Instantly, the most formidable hired thugs from all sectors began to reveal themselves. Surrounding Hwisu, it started with Ngo-do, the boss of Cell C2 with a massive build and complex tattoos, followed by Han Sang-hyun, the bloodthirsty leader of C3. One after another, Park Yong-il from Cell C4 and Park Tae-gwan from the rear block also appeared. Tae-ho smugly asked if Hwisu had changed his mind after seeing this overwhelming force. Gently pushing up his glasses, Hwisu casually praised the display as impressive, acknowledging that using money to recruit the strong was a solid move. But then, looking straight into the crowd, he threw out a challenge. "Did you really think just 4 people would be enough?" Hwisu's arrogance made the atmosphere suffocating. The scene then cut back to the training session in the storage room. Yuseong shouted a clear command to begin while Minsu stood handcuffed, taking a deep breath and preparing to face a new challenge. "Ready," Yuseong yelled, while Minsu contorted his body to dodge incoming attacks, drenched in sweat under the suffocating pressure. Yuseong showed no mercy, continuously ramping up the speed to force his younger brother to push past his limits. A barrage of tennis balls hurtled toward him from every direction. yet Minsu maintained an astonishing sense of composure. Yuseong observed in silence, amazed by his brother's rapid progress. He was struggling at first, but now he's doing pretty well, he realized, noticing that despite having no formal training, Minsu already knew how to eliminate unnecessary movements to dodge with extreme precision, moving with agility. Minsu used only minimal movements to slip through the rain of tennis balls, as if guided by raw, innate talent. Dodging the balls effortlessly, he gasped for air and asked, "Is this enough?" Yuseong secretly admired him, seeing that his younger brother not only knew how to dodge, but also how to maneuver to gain an advantage. He gave a meaningful smile and announced they were moving on to phase 2, before suddenly launching a new shot before Minsu even realized what was happening. Seeing the ball flying low, Minsu reacted quickly and jumped up, thinking his older brother. Aiming for the legs unexpectedly, the ball bounced off the ground and curved in a bizarre trajectory straight into his face, sending him tumbling. Crying out in pain, he complained about cheating. "What kind of weird bouncing ball is that?" Yuseong nonchalantly explained that this was a stage 2 lesson. The straight strikes from the first stage were very easy to dodge once. You got used to them, but at this level, he had to learn to react to multi-angle attacks. Yuseong affirmed that attacking from blind spots is always the ultimate challenge. Even for professionals, although Minsu understood the lesson, he couldn't stop grumbling about being hit. Getting handcuffed was truly frustrating, but like it or not, he had to accept it. He might as well pretend they hadn't returned from hanging out yet. Yuseong coldly reminded him that hands are meant for both offense and defense, so they should only be used when dodging or blocking is impossible. Minsu had no choice but to glumly continue practicing. But he froze when he saw Si-jun suddenly appear at the training session. Right then, Si-jun screamed in pain as he pushed himself to resist the pull of the rope. Observing from afar, Yuseong thought to himself whether he should let Si-jun train along as well. But seeing Minsu struggling desperately under the pressure of the rope, Yuseong shook his head, thinking to himself that he still had a very long way to go. Dripping with sweat, Minsu pushed his limits while Yuseong encouraged him, "Just a little more." Immediately after, an explosive surge of strength caused the rope to snap. Si-jun lost his balance and fell painfully to the floor. Yuseong casually walked over to his 2 exhausted younger brothers. Training this hard, he doubted how much defense they could manage. The risk of collapsing from exhaustion was very real. Yuseong looked at both of them and asked, "You both want to get stronger, right?" He asserted that he was merely a guide, while whether they made progress or not depended entirely on their own efforts. Yuseong warned that this training process would be as grueling as hell, then stared straight at Minsu and Si-jun. He emphasized that if they overcame it, their potential would explode. Otherwise, it would remain just potential. Yuseong pointed his finger provocatively, wondering after this hellish training course, who between the two of them would end up stronger. Minsu and Si-jun glared at each other. Their eyes flared with fighting spirit and intense rivalry. The dark night enveloped the gloomy rehabilitation center behind closed iron doors. The officer smirked sinisterly as he walked in, muttering to himself that the piled-up debts had been settled smoothly. Immediately after, Officer Shin was stunned by the gruesome scene before him. The men brought in by Park T.O. had been single-handedly defeated by Hai-Su. He completely overwhelmed them without breaking a sweat. T.O. scrambled frantically, clinging tightly to the officer's leg, crying out desperately, "Save me, Officer Shin." Coldly looking down, Shin muttered that things had completely spiraled out of control. He nonchalantly handed the phone to Hai-Su. "Take it. Didn't you say you wanted to evolve?" Witnessing that act of ungratefulness, the inmate realized in shock that the officer he trusted was actually an accomplice of the enemy. Shin rained blows down on T.O. and yelled furiously, "You piece of trash, because of you, Kang Yuseong has gotten leverage on me. Hurry up and spit out the safe passcode." While Shin was interrogating, Hai-Su casually put the phone to his ear to listen to the report. The person on the other end announced that they had taken control of all business establishments and cleared out everything inside the dark warehouse. Thick stacks of cash were lined up on shelves alongside numerous dark cryptocurrency accounts. The total value reached a massive figure of 200 billion won. One had to admit these guys were exceptionally good at making illegal money. He smirked with satisfaction upon hearing the report that the revenue statements had been neatly taken care of. He coldly demanded his own commission, ignoring Shin's presence right behind him. Calculating intent gleamed in his eyes as he looked into empty space and ordered his subordinate to deliver the news that he wanted to meet in person since the sacrifice is ready. The scene shifted to another location. Minsu gasped in shock at the bad news. "What on earth are you talking about?" He couldn't believe he was suddenly kicked off the logistics team. A member of the team sighs and confirms that it's true. The guard explains that the kitchen staff is overstaffed, so cuts had to be made. Seeing Minsu still standing there bewildered, the guard suggests, "The construction team is short-handed. Do you want to try over there?" Minsu murmurs with great doubt about the new job. He worries whether this unexpected change will ruin the plan that I Am Jisoo worked so hard to arrange. Seeing him hesitate, the guard snaps, telling him to speak up if he doesn't want to do it. Minsu decisively replies, "I'll do it." He comforts himself that working here earns a lot of reward points, so there shouldn't be any trouble. Minsu secretly realizes that being transferred to the construction team seems to be part of someone's pre-calculated plot. As he steps into the huge workshop, a suffocating atmosphere completely overwhelms him. In front of Minsu are tough-looking inmates, especially those wearing a bright red B symbol on their chests, the mark of extremely dangerous criminal. Minsu wonders in bewilderment if these are really high school students like him, seeing how they look like this. Yet he worries, not knowing if the team leader here is as crazy as Kang Yubo. Just then, a calm voice speaks up. It's impolite to bring someone to help empty-handed. He kindly hands Minsu a pair of gloves and reminds him, "Take these." Doing heavy labor with bare hands makes it easy to get injured. He introduces himself as Lee Kangmin, the leader of the construction team, but says he can also be called Gizu. Kangmin warmly puts his arm around Minsu's shoulders, telling him that since he is new to the machinery, he should take it easy. Thanks to his help, Lee Kangmin pats Minsu on the shoulder warmly. "If you have any difficulty, just let me know, I'll support you," Minsu cheerfully replies. "Understood, Captain." He sighs with relief, thinking to himself that this guy is really gentle and kind. Completely unlike that crazy Yu Balem, joining the construction team was definitely the right decision. However, as soon as Minsu turns away, Lee Kangmin's gaze suddenly changes, becoming cold and calculated as he watches the newcomer. This guy is truly a wolf in sheep's clothing, specializing in acting friendly just to entice others. In the dark hallway, lonely, rhythmic footsteps echo along with complaints about tired feet. A stranger stops in front of a door and wonders if this is the place they are looking for, while commenting that this place reeks of lonely men. After getting permission from the guard due to limited time, that person pushes the door open with a bubbly goodbye. It turns out to be Park Hyojin, a special inmate wearing a bright red uniform. She casually winks, announcing that she is here looking for someone. The inmates below buzz with amazement upon seeing a girl appear in a male reformatory. Still, some remain suspicious because she looks quite young. Immediately, Lee Kangmin orders all his subordinates to bow their heads to the ground to show respect. Seeing the crowd obey like professional gangsters, Hyojin laughs with delight, assessing that these are indeed the most prominent people here. Only then are they worthy enough to talk to her. Lee Kangmin firmly asserts that without his order, his subordinates will neither hear nor see a thing. Hyojin mutters to herself that Kangmin's face looks nothing like the person she once met, seeing her strange expression. Kangmin asks with a hint of curiosity if she likes Hyacinth, but she bluntly denies it, stating she is merely surprised that someone else has taken his place. He cuts straight to the point, asking why she came to such a wretched place. Hyojin suddenly remembers her purpose and shouts excitedly. She holds up 3 fingers, announcing that the candidate list has been narrowed down to 3, which leaves Kangmin thoroughly surprised. She explains that since Balem and Kang Sejun have been eliminated, the remaining 3 names are Lee Kangmin, Ha Seung-chung from the maintenance team, and Lee Minsu. Hearing that Minsu was personally recommended by I Am Jisoo, Kangmin begins to get resentful. He believed he had always worked hard to prove his ability all this time. Why did he remain merely a candidate in their eyes? Hyo Kai-hin let out a mocking laugh, asserting that Kangmin hadn't actually proven anything at all. She exposed the harsh truth that all his achievements were thanks to hiding in the shadow of his elder brother, Charlie Kang. Kangmin was shocked, his eyes wide with astonishment upon realizing this stranger knew him all too well. Hyo Shin calmly stepped closer, delivering a bitter, sarcastic remark. Even with a tiger backing it, a rabbit is still just a rabbit. She provoked him directly, calling him a cute little rabbit before throwing down a challenge. Try proving your worth without the tiger's protection and let's see how you do. His pride deeply wounded. Kangmin took off his glasses, revealing sharp eyes filled with killing intent. He asked in a low voice whether knocking Hyo Shin down right here would be enough proof of his strength. Hyo Shin could only sigh in dismay, putting her hand to her forehead, amazed that he had fallen so easily for such a cheap provocation. She coldly remarked that Kangmin was still far too naive and lacked the skill to join the high-ranking executive lineup. Kangmin was stunned. He realized the person before him was clearly anything but but ordinary despite her appearance. What kind of prowess must she possess to act so boldly in a place like this? Suddenly, a chill ran down Kamen's spine as he looked into Hyoshin's dark, threatening eyes. She pressed him, asking, "Do I really look that weak to you?" Kamen froze. He realized the pressure emanating from this girl was terrifying, and her true strength was definitely not below his. Hyoshin suddenly smirked, telling him not to take it too seriously since she just wanted to personally test a strong candidate's ability. She raised a finger to her lips, issuing an ultimatum. If he could defeat one of the remaining candidates, she would consider it the most convincing proof. Hyoshin playfully waved goodbye, saying "see you later" to the little rabbit, promising to help him advance further using Minsu's tool. She walked away, leaving Kamen standing frozen with hands trembling uncontrollably. He asked himself in shock, was he really this nervous? Kamen gritted his teeth, clenched his fists, and resolved that knocking down just one of those two would be enough. At the workshop, Minsu was diligently hammering nails into wooden crates, completely unaware that he had become a target. From behind, Kamen silently observed him with scheming eyes. He secretly evaluated that Lee Minsu didn't look like someone who had defeated Dubo or Ga Si-young at all. If that was the case, maybe he should test his strength against him a bit. Watching Minsu work hard, Kamen gradually realized this young man seemed to possess woodcrafting skill, more dexterous than he had imagined. Suddenly, an object flew through the air at a wind-cutting speed. Minsu's eyes widened in horror as the hammerhead grazed past his face and lodged deep into the wall behind him with immense force. A large, burly prisoner approached, casually picking his ear with an apologetic smile. Saying the hammerhead accidentally slipped off the handle, causing Minsu to yell out in anger. What kind of crazy swing was that? The man shamelessly made excuses that he didn't do it on purpose, leaving Minsu crossing his arms in utter helplessness at such irresponsible behavior. Minsu trudged forward, telling himself to be extremely cautious because danger was always lurking around. But no sooner had he finished his thought than his foot caught on a horizontal cable. Minsu gasped in panic, lost his balance, and fell backward onto the floor. He almost slammed his face into a wooden board covered with sharp nails directly beneath him. Just then, the same prisoner rushed over again, flustered and apologizing, claiming the wire was too long so he didn't expect him to trip over it. Minsu wondered in disbelief what on earth was going on. As a series of dangerous incidents kept happening, like a spinning saw blade, he questioned whether this was an accident or a planned setup. Suddenly, a rough hand grabbed Minsu's wrist, making him flinch. What trick is he trying to play now? But the muscular prisoner merely reminded him coldly. "Working like this, you're gonna cut off your hand, kid." Minsu blinked in confusion. Then, responding embarrassedly, "Oh, thank you." He nervously wondered if he was being overly paranoid. "But snap out of it, man, you're already in here, how can you still be so trusting?" Sure enough, two other guys approached with sinister smile. Pretending to show him how to use the table saw, they began closing in. Cutting him off, they said, "You gotta do it like this, and here too." Uneasy as they pinned his shoulders tight, Minsu spoke up, "Wait a second, I can do it myself." The cruel truth was revealed as they started using force to press down. They forced Minsu's hand directly toward the spinning saw blade, which was whirring rapidly. Minsu's eyes widened in horror as he realized their malicious intent. "What on earth do you guys want to do to me?" The monstrous thugs screamed insanely, their faces distorted with excitement. Straining their necks, they used all their strength to crush Minsu's hand down, pushing it straight toward the saw blade that was screeching ominously. Dripping with sweat, Minsu struggled with all his might in this life-or-death moment. Right at that moment, an anonymous hand suddenly flipped the circuit breaker, plunging the entire workshop into darkness. The crowd began to panic. "What's this? A power outage? Damn it! What broke down again?" Just a few seconds later, the lights turned back on, leaving everyone stunned. Minsu looked down at the ground and couldn't believe his eyes. The hulking prisoners from earlier were now lying scattered all over the floor, their faces disfigured as if they had just been beaten unconscious. Stunned, he called out, "Hey, why are you guys lying down sleeping here?" Seeing dozens of resentful eyes glaring at him, Minsu frantically waved his hands to explain. "It wasn't me, I didn't touch them at all." The air in the workshop suddenly grew suffocatingly tense as Minsu realized he had fallen into a trap, bitterly aware of the situation. He realized he had just walked into an extraordinarily elaborate setup. Even though he had only tried to defend himself, Minsu had automatically become the villain who viciously assaulted his fellow inmates right before everyone's eyes. Cornered by those intimidating men full of murderous intent, he hesitated between fighting back recklessly or enduring it to avoid punishment. Finally, Minsu tightened his red gloves, knowing deep down that there was no way out for him. Seeing the surrounding prisoners with their dark motives, Minsu immediately shouted loudly for the guards' help. However, all he got in response was chilling indifference from the prison officers. Minsu continued to scream in desperation, but the two nearby officers remained nonchalant, casually sipping coffee and even cheerfully discussing the weather, behaving as though they didn't hear any of the chaotic noise coming from the workshop. Minsu realized in shock that the guards were deliberately feigning ignorance, abandoning him to be torn apart by these monsters. He coldly exposed the truth that all the guards here had been bribed long ago. Minsu's eyes darkened when he realized he was completely alone in this deadly trap. At the same time, in a quiet corner, Sejun was exhausted, sweat dripping profusely as he panted heavily after a series of harsh training drills. Realizing how late it was, Yui-sang, who was standing nearby, reminded them both that they had to head back right away, because taking too long to clean the warehouse would make others suspicious. Even so, Sejun desperately asked to practice one more round. Yui-sang appeared quite surprised by the sudden persistence of Room A's leader. Sejun grit his teeth and summoned all his strength, determined to clear level 1 this time. He gritted his teeth as he recalled that Lee Minsu had easily cleared this level long ago. Sejun promised himself that he would absolutely not fall behind, and even less could he lose to Minsu ever again. Back in the workshop, Minsu began applying the sharp reflexes he learned from Yui-sang to frantically dodge attacks coming from all directions. Single-handedly fighting his way through the tight siege of dozens of fierce prisoners, Lee Gangmin quietly observed, realizing Minsu was far better than he looked. But he wondered why Minsu only kept dodging. In truth, Minsu was holding back to avoid trouble, wanting only to collect volunteer points and leave. Gangmin knew all too well that Minsu was pulling his punches out of fear of penalty points. He cleverly urged the guards to go outside for a smoke, promising to clean up the workshop himself. The guards left immediately, trusting the captain. With the obstacle gone, Minsu knew it was time to act. Hulking Thug rushed forward, shouting that he needed a lesson, while his followers chimed in with vulgar threats to take his life. There was no need to hold back anymore. Minsu launched a decisive counterattack. He knocked down the bald guy with a precise elbow strike to the face. Seeing this, another thug immediately charged in, seeking revenge for his buddy, but Minsu leaned back in the blink of an eye to dodge the blow. Bracing himself with his hands, he kicked the guy away along with his roar. In pain, Kangmin had to admit that Minsu defeating both Seo Jae-eun and Dubo was by no means a stroke of luck. Minsu asked in a low voice if he was the one who devised this cowardly scheme, wondering inwardly what he had done to be pushed into this corner. Kangmin suddenly revealed that he was also a candidate, just like Minsu. Faced with the concept of a candidate, Minsu was only worried about his volunteer points, because fighting right now was far less important than his score. The taunts from Hyunjin about being a harmless little bunny, without his older brother's protection, had deeply wounded Lee Kangmin's pride. Taking off his glasses, he clearly showed his irritation at being compared to a loser, who knew nothing about the system like Minsu. Initially, Kangmin had only planned to use his lackeys to clear out his rival, but rage overwhelmed his reason, making him grit his teeth and resolve to personally finish off Minsu. Seeing his opponent's intent, Minsu was startled for a moment before quickly getting into the groove, casually wiping a smudge off his face. He mockingly said that if Kangmin wanted to fight, he should just say it directly, as he had wasted his energy on petty probing traps. Minsu showed a reckless smile, flipping him the middle finger in defiance and demanding that he cut out those cheap, annoying tricks immediately. These feints are old news. If you're so tough, come at me, bastard. At the construction area, the prisoners began to stir as they witnessed the showdown. One guy asked Gang Hui, "Isn't that guy your cellmate?" Immediately after, Kang Min threw a wind-splitting punch that shocked Minsu. Thinking to himself, "He's too fast, I barely managed to dodge it." Kang Min began to unleash a relentless assault like a wild beast pouncing on its prey. The continuous pressure gave Minsu not a single second to rest, leaving him struggling to dodge. He thought in shock, wondering if this bastard had learned boxing before, considering how sharp his strikes were. He must have had some martial arts training to dare talk so big and challenge others. Realizing he couldn't stay on the defensive forever, Minsu knew he had to change his tactics. Determined not to just dodge anymore, he moved swiftly, targeted an opening in his opponent, and lunged forward with a decisive punch. However, Kang Min casually caught his fist midair, leaving Minsu in total disbelief. Smirking mockingly, Kang Min sneered that he was good at dodging but didn't know how to attack. Right after, Kang Min rained down punches on Minsu's face, leaving him no choice but to brace himself and take the beating. As he hit him, he condescendingly asked if he fought like this with everyone else. Kang Min began to show disappointment, assuming that Si Jun and Du Bo were actually nothing special either to have lost to Min Soo. Despite being completely overwhelmed, Min Soo kept observing patiently and internally shouted with joy when he saw a golden opportunity. He had been waiting for this moment for a long time, but just as Min Soo was about to counterattack, Kang Min suddenly shifted direction with a brutal elbow strike, catching him completely off guard. Shocked, Min Soo gasped. "What is this, an elbow strike?" He bitterly realized he had no choice left but to keep dodging the lethal strikes to save his life, judging that his current counterattacks were completely useless against this bastard. Min Soo decided to patiently keep dodging, waiting until Kang Min was exhausted before landing a fatal blow. As soon as Kang Min exposed a gap in his chest, Min Soo poured all his strength into a decisive strike, but instantly realized it was just a trap. Kang Min unexpectedly delivered a kick, leaving Min Soo struggling to block it. Stunned, he wondered why the guy was using kick attacks while boxing. Min Soo suddenly realized he had underestimated his opponent. Kang Min didn't just know how to use his fists. His surprise kick caught him entirely unprepared. Terrified, he realized that Kang Min wasn't just a boxer but a professional kickboxer. He was truly finished this time. Just as Kang Min was about to deliver the finishing blow, a hand suddenly reached out and firmly grabbed his leg. With incredible skill, Yu Seong showed up right on time, effortlessly blocking the powerful kick from the leader of the construction team. Kang Min exclaimed in utter shock. Yu Seong stood towering between the two of them and cold-headedly declared that the fight ended right here. Kang Min glared at the interrupter and wondered who this officer was. Yu Seong gave a stern, forceful warning that if they continued brawling, he would throw them both into solitary confinement. Kang Min quickly recognized him as the new officer in charge of the construction team, yet he still couldn't figure out when he had snuck in. Yu Seong retorted provocatively before turning to scold the negligent officers, who lamely made excuses that they had just stepped away to smoke. Yu Seong decisively ordered everything to be dropped for today. Since it was late, they had to disperse immediately. Kang Min gritted his teeth in regret, as his goal of knocking Min Soo out had slipped away by a hair's breadth. He was just a moment away from badly beating Min Soo. Watching his opponent's back as Yu Seong led him away, Kang Min swore in resentment that he would definitely catch him next time. In the infirmary, Yu Seong tenderly bandaged his younger brother's wound. Looking at the blood-soaked cotton balls on the floor, he softly asked why he hadn't gotten angry. Wiping away the blood under his nose, Min Soo hesitantly asked, thinking Yu Seong would be furious seeing him in another fight. Yu Seong thoughtfully replied that he still didn't know the real reason. When asked why he transferred to the construction team, Min Soo explained he heard the kitchen team was downsizing. Yu Seong immediately sensed something suspicious, as he hadn't received any notification. He began to suspect someone was deliberately targeting Min Soo. This scenario was identical to when he was pushed to the kitchen team. Min Soo lowered his head and admitted helplessly that the guy was too strong. He couldn't land a hit or dodge. Yu Seong explained that his opponent this time was a professional kickboxer, unlike Seoyoung or Dabo, whom he could trick with feints. This guy couldn't be taken down with regular tactics, so Yu Seong affirmed that Min Soo had no choice but to improve his own raw strength. Yu Seong decided to initiate the third phase of training immediately. He declared he would directly supervise Min Soo and the construction team until the training ended, while secretly searching for the mastermind. He instructed Min Soo to put all his effort into physical conditioning. He needed to be ready to face his enemy head-on, because without basic skills, he couldn't fight. Meanwhile, on a deserted mountainside, Kang Min was stealthily making calculations. He was pleased that the guy in red had targeted Min Soo, but Yu Seong's appearance had been a major obstacle over the past few weeks. The strict surveillance by the sergeant made it impossible for him to act. Even though he got his hands on the personal profile, Kang Min still couldn't figure out Yu Seong's true identity. He sat silently in the dark, a sinister and calculating look in his eyes. He quietly opened a drawer, pulled out a secret phone, and made a call. As soon as someone picked up, he said in a chilling voice, "It's me, Kang Min." He warned the caller not to let Gwang know and then gave orders. "I have something I need you guys to handle. Must be nice using a phone freely in prison." Meanwhile, in the bustling city street as night fell, Kang Yuseong stood waiting, looking quite impatient. He kept checking his watch, pacing back and forth and muttering, "She should have been here by now." From a distance, a familiar figure strolled over. It was Seaman. She looked exceptionally beautiful yet slightly tired, and upon meeting him, she took the initiative to apologize for being late. Yuseong nonchalantly replied that he had anticipated it, so he intentionally arrived 30 minutes late himself. Seaman slyly challenged him, asking if he wanted to place a bet, prompting Yuseong to reply that next time he'd be 40 minutes late. Seben smiled brightly and set the terms, saying that if she were late, she would be 2 full hours late to get revenge. However, neither of them realized that their every move was being closely watched from behind. A camera click sounded as the moment Yuseong and Seben were together was captured through the lens. He immediately called to report with a gloating tone. "Yes," sang he. "I think we found the target." The mysterious man stared intently at the screen, confidently asserting that they had found Kang Yuseong's fatal weakness, just as their superiors had requested. In the quiet night of the city, Yuseong and Seben were still engrossed in conversation, completely unaware. They had already fallen into the crosshairs. From a car parked nearby, Kangbin's henchmen monitored their every move, whispering and discussing among themselves. "What the hell are they whispering about?" One of them clicked his tongue in jealousy. "Do you even need to ask? They're just dating and flirtatious. It's so unfair that I have to tail him all day, while he gets to enjoy himself with a beauty late at night like this. So annoying having to watch them act so sweet out of nowhere." Saying goodbye, Seben gave a charming wave. "I'll call you back later." Looking at her back as she walked away, Yuseong could only sarcastically think to himself, "Nonsense." However, just as Seben stepped into a quiet alley, a black van suddenly sped over and blocked her path. 2 strange men decisively jumped out of the vehicle. One of them smirked triumphantly. "Thanks for walking into this alley yourself." Seben turned around in shock, her eyes showing clear surprise. "What is this?" Even though she was surrounded by 3 tall men in the dark alley, Seben still maintained her composure. She coldly remarked, "Well, for stalkers, this force seems a bit crowded." A man puffing on a cigarette ordered, "You have to come with us." Showing no fear, Seben smirked and agreed, but she also made a surprising request. "Sure, but first, could you put out that cigarette? I'm trying to quit." The atmosphere suddenly shifted to a stifling inspection room. The sound of coffee being poured steadily echoed along with a calculating question. "How has Kang Yuseong been doing lately?" It turned out he was prying into his older brother's private life. The officer stood strictly at attention, reporting unusual behavior to the director. He asserted that the young sergeant was becoming overly obsessed and excessively concerned with Lee Minsu. Even when Minsu transferred to the construction team, Yuseong's attitude was still abnormal. He frequently appears around that area. He even asked me about the rehabilitation class. Hearing this, the director stopped pouring coffee, narrowed his eyes dangerously, and smirked. He revealed that transferring Minsu to the construction team was actually to test Kang Yuseong's reaction. He admitted part of the decision stemmed from the Special Task Force's request, but the core reason was that Yuseong was far too suspicious. Strangely, this sergeant's file was completely blocked on the military network. The only information gathered was through reception documents. Convinced there was a secret behind Yuseong's identity, he launched an external background check and planned to follow him closely to the very end. The officer curiously asked why he and the Special Task Force cared so much about Lee Minsu. Taking a sip of coffee, he smiled cryptically and replied coldly, "Because he looks too much like that person." Meanwhile, in the shower room, Minsu was lost in thought under the cold water. 2 weeks after his loss to Kangmin, he still hadn't stopped agonizing over it. Regarding that defeat, despite his efforts to train, Minsu admitted that his old tricks were completely useless against a professional fighter like Kangmin. He had to win with true skill, and to do that, Minsu told himself he must conquer level 3 of the training exercise. Right at that moment, an absurd incident occurred when the soap bar in Hyung Jae-eun's hand suddenly slipped out. Outside, Minso was shocked to realize that dropping the soap in a prison shower was an extremely dangerous trap. He immediately caught it neatly before it hit the floor. Gyeongjun received the soap back and could not help but admire his friend's extraordinary progress. "Thanks, man, but how did you do that so well? Your body looks significantly firmer and stronger lately." In the changing room, whispers and rumors erupted over the guard's unusual absence. It seemed Lee Kangmin was off work today. I asked someone else and heard he suddenly took a leave of absence, leaving Minso anxiously wondering about his training plan. "So what about our training?" Instead of getting trained, the whole group received orders to clean up the storage room to make space. Just then, an inmate from the construction team approached Minso with a very serious expression. "Hey Minso, can we talk in private for a moment?" Minso stopped his hands and replied, "What's wrong that's got you looking so tense?" The inmate revealed he wanted to discuss the dark, hidden secrets within the construction team. Minso immediately asked, "Were you the one who cut the power to save me from that desperate situation?" Seeing Minso remaining calm, he said in a deep voice, "You still don't know how terrifying Lee Kangmin really is." Right after that, the guy nonchalantly pulled down his pants, making Minso startle in shock and yell out, "What the hell? Why are you suddenly pulling down your pants here?" Minso's eyes widened in horror as he witnessed the crisscrossing, deformed scars on the other man's leg. The man candidly admitted he used to be a close friend and trusted right-hand man under Lee Kangmin in the notorious Morph gang that once dominated the DH area. Just for going against his boss's wishes once, he suffered this tragic outcome. He shivered and warned, "If Kangmin were only good at fighting, I wouldn't stop you. But he is a truly horrifying and cruel monster." He recalled the brutality of his former boss, a man ready to use a hammer to crush the bones of anyone who dared to betray him for the most ruthless revenge. "Don't go to the construction team anymore, or you might end up crippled or expelled from the reform class." Minso nodded to reassure him. "All right, I won't go there without the guard present. I'm also looking into other volunteer work." However, inside Minso's heart, a new determination began to form. "But if circumstances demand it for the overall plan, I'm still ready to go to battle once more." In a remote area, the henchmen were reporting their work progress to Kang Min over the phone, saying they had surrounded her and were on their way back to the hideout. The van sped recklessly down the avenue. One guy inside continued to receive instructions to hold that guy back at all costs and prevent him from returning to the reform class today. When asking about the girl's fate, they received a cold-blooded response. "Dispose of her as you wish." The guy in the backseat smirked pervertedly, excited, thinking there would be a worthwhile fun time tonight. Meanwhile, Seomin lay bound hand and foot, lying motionless on the back seat. She silently pieced together everything from Kang Min to the reform class. The situation had far exceeded initial calculation. She realized this group was likely henchmen for a powerful figure hiding in the shadows within the prison. Their purpose was to buy time and prevent Yunxiang from interfering in an important event about to take place. She recalled the tense argument when Yunxiang strongly opposed taking the risk. She had planned to act as bait, but Yunxiang firmly insisted it was too dangerous and that both of them had long been watched, so the target would definitely be one of them, who suspected that the mastermind pulling the strings was a dark force in the reform class, or the very person who harmed Minso. The clue might even be linked to the mystery behind the forbidden door of the red reform class. She emphasized that this was the sole opportunity to expose the prison's secrets, and asked if he could bear to miss it. He confessed anxiously, "If the target were me, I wouldn't care, but if it's you, I can't just sit back and do nothing." A real man letting a woman shoulder the heavy burden is simply unacceptable. Faced with Yunxiang's restlessness, Seomin remained composed. Looking at the tracking device on her wrist, she asserted with complete confidence, "I'm not afraid, because if I'm in danger, he will definitely come to save me." Back to reality. The car carrying Zieming sped into the pitch-black tunnel toward the execution site. Suddenly, a high-powered motorcycle tore through the wind at a terrifying speed. Yuseong wore full protective gear, his eyes burning with fury behind the visor. He gnashed his teeth and promised himself, "Hang in there, Zieming, I'm coming right now." At the same time, Lee Kangmin crossed his arms in deep thought after receiving an unexpected request for a private meeting. "I didn't expect you to take the initiative to ask for a private meeting like this." Lee Chang-hee lowered his voice and pleaded, "Please spare Lee Minsu." He explained that he didn't know why Minsu had been targeted, but he was just someone trying to take back his workbench, facing Kang Min's suspicion. Chang-hee affirmed that although he was once on the construction team, he was no longer a subordinate like before. "I'm asking this as a childhood friend." Childhood memories flooded back when Kang Min and Chang-hee were still close friends. They used to play together lightheartedly, running through the streets without a single care in the world. However, after leaving elementary school, fate pushed the two in completely opposite directions. While Kang Min stepped onto his older brother's business path, Chang-hee had to shoulder the burden of caring for his sick parents due to his personal circumstances. They gradually lost touch, each choosing a different path to survive. As soon as he entered high school, Chang-hee earned his driver's license early and worked as a delivery driver to cover his living expenses. He continued to accept each meal portion from the kind owner, and then hurriedly set off to resume his work. Knowing Chang-hee's difficult circumstances, the kind delivery shop owner didn't hesitate to help. They lent him a motorcycle. He bowed deeply in gratitude, promising to drive carefully to earn money for his mother's medical treatment. One day, stopping in front of an old, rundown brick building, he wondered why a place like this would have anyone ordering food. "Living here must be really dangerous, man." Timidly stepping inside, Chang-hee asked where he should leave the food. But what appeared before his eyes was a dark, murderously intense room filled with a group of rough-looking thugs. Uneasy, he quickly set the food bag on the table, planning to slip away before getting into trouble. but just as he turned around, a cold voice called out Chang He's exact name from behind, making him jump. That person was none other than Lee Kang-min. Chang He stared in bewilderment, recognizing Kang-min, his close friend from elementary school. However, it was hard to recognize him because his appearance had completely changed. Kang-min was decked out in expensive designer clothes, highlighted by a shiny gold watch on his wrist. Chang He couldn't help but wonder how he could make so much money. Kang-min casually asked about his job, and Chang He softly replied that he was still doing deliveries. He then asked about his mother's illness, and Chang He nodded sadly. Kang-min looked at his old friend with calculating eyes, smirked, and pitched an offer to him. An opportunity to make easy money. He showed him a picture of a bowl of noodles attached to a one-star review, sneering at the screen. He boastfully praised, "You have a talent for writing reviews. If we partner up, we'll definitely make a lot of money." Chang He was bewildered, unable to believe this job could be so profitable. But Kang-min insisted that as long as he followed his lead, money would automatically flow into his pocket. Before long, the cruelty of the scheme became clear as a restaurant owner fell to his knees at Kang-min's feet, begging for mercy and promising to pay, hoping only that he would delete the malicious comments ruining his business. Sitting arrogantly, Kang-min coldly demanded 5 million won to remove the post. Seeing the notification of 5 million won chime into his account, Chang He was stunned to realize this was the first money he had made just from a few dirty comments. He told himself that if he kept earning money like this, his mother's medical fees would soon be taken care of. Did they think these dirty tricks were that easy to pull off? However, the price of dirty money was soon paid with a tragedy. An obituary was put up amidst the harsh, bitter whispers at the funeral. They said Mr. Kim had committed suicide after being extorted following the incident with the cockroach in the food. Chang Hai stood frozen in the sorrowful atmosphere, his heart tightening as he heard people curse the heartless perpetrator, who destroyed someone else's livelihood. Those memories became a terrifying obsession, driving Chang Hai to drink to drown his sorrows. Tormented by overwhelming guilt, he realized that those dirty, blackmailing reviews with Kang-min had indirectly caused the death of the restaurant owner. As he painfully demanded to go surrender, Kang-min coldly adjusted his glasses and sneered, "Surrender." He stared intensely at Chang Hai, asking if he was truly clean when both of them were already tainted. This bastard had absolutely no intention of letting his friend turn over a new leaf. Kang-min squeezed Chang Hai's neck tightly, his voice laced with mock disgust at his friend's laughable compassion. He declared that if he had truly repented, he wouldn't have gotten involved in those dirty dealings from the start. He pointed the sharp tip of a pen directly at Chang Hai's face, threatening that he would never forgive anyone who dared to betray him. Chang Hai could only tremble and beg in utter terror. Showing no mercy whatsoever, Kang-min decisively plunged the sharp object into Chang Hai's leg, making him scream out in agonizing pain. He coldly warned Chang Hai to drop the nonsense, or else he would truly lose his mind. Just at that moment, a tall figure casually walked in. It was Lee Kang-won, the boss of the notorious MZ crime syndicate in the Daelimdong area, who was also Kang-min's older brother. Kang-min was shocked to see his brother appear so suddenly. Kang-won coldly announced that the police had begun to intervene. Due to a series of major extortion cases and the incident that resulted in a victim's death, he shifted all the responsibility onto his younger brother and decided to make Chang Hai the scapegoat for the organization. Chang Hai slumped his head, crying in despair as he realized he had been set up and was about to go to prison. However, Kang-won curled his lips into a smile, declaring that Chang Hai alone wasn't enough to close this case. He ruthlessly forced his own younger brother to turn himself in, reasoning that as a juvenile, Kang-min would receive a much lighter sentence than an adult. In the end, both Kang-min and Chang Hai were thrown into a reformatory, stamped with a bright red letter A on their chests, officially entering a fight for survival in a living hell. Is this the first time we've sat face to face like this since that day? Lee Kang-min spoke up, initiating a tense conversation with Lee Chang-hee. He admitted that both of them had approached each other because of Lee Min-soo, and that he himself had stopped Kang Yuseong from stepping in order to find a way to get close to him. Suspicious, Chang Hai asked about his old friend's true motive, but he was immediately pinned down to the table by two of Kang-min's henchmen. He wanted to punish Chang Hai for daring to try and help Min-soo. Smirking, he explained the reason he had to step up and take on the troublesome management job at this construction crew. Holding a large pair of heavy-duty pliers, Kang-min coldly declared that in this harsh environment, once you're injured or turned into scrap metal, no one cares or suspects anything anymore. He clamped the pliers tightly onto the victim's finger as a ruthless threat, his eyes burning with cold calculation. This plan would force Minsu to come here on his own, to an isolated, abandoned warehouse. The black van was already parked outside, and his henchmen reported over the phone that they had brought Ga Si-min to the destination. At the hideout, her hands and feet were tightly bound, yet a serene composure emanated from her amidst the rubble, unnerving even the kidnappers. The henchmen smoked while whispering to each other about the hostage's strangely indifferent attitude, sending a threatening text that Yu Young must show up alone before 12 o'clock. Otherwise, the girl would be in danger. Looking at the phone screen packed with violent, gun-toting threats, Yu Young lightly pushed up his glasses with an expression as cold as ice, nonchalantly replying, "Don't rush, I'm already here." Without a second thought, Yu Young strolled leisurely across the open field, heading straight for the open warehouse door to face the trap laid out for him. Determined to play the hero saving the beauty, "That guy named Yu Young is coming soon, right?" one henchman asked in the middle of the ruined warehouse. He delightedly asserted that any man who heard his girlfriend was kidnapped would definitely rush here, while the henchman calculated. No matter how fast he moved, it would take him at least a few hours to find this place. They casually lit cigarettes and joked around, assuming they still had plenty of time to relax before their opponent arrived. Tightly bound inside, Ga Min still maintained a strangely calm attitude, making the bullies suspicious. "What's wrong with this brat?" Captured and not afraid at all, one guy approached her with a perverted look and sneered, "Or do you actually like this feeling? You look quite attractive when tied up," he teased, reaching out to touch Ga Min's face to amuse himself while waiting for the rescuer. "Be good and we'll be gentle," but before he could finish, a sudden violent impact struck him right in the face, knocking him backward. A helmet came flying through the wind at terrifying speed, executing a surprise raid that sent the whole gang into a panic, shouting, "What the hell is this?" The guy who got hit lay squirming on the floor, crying in pain when he realized the object that slammed into his face was a helmet. Behind a thick cloud of dust, an imposing figure walked in, radiating an overwhelming murderous aura. It was none other than Yu Young. The henchman stood bewildered at this sudden appearance, cursing, "Damn it, how could he get here so fast?" Suspecting he had secretly followed them from the start, the gang quickly surrounded him despite their shock and taunted him aggressively. "You got here fast, but look at the situation. What can you possibly do all by yourself?" Yu Young didn't bother to reply, quietly tightening his gloves. His sharp eyes declared war as if saying, "Is that so? Let me open your eyes right now." Looking around at the tight encirclement, Yu Young quickly assessed the state of the battle. He knew full well that if the fight dragged on, he would be the one exhausted first. Thus, Yu Young decided to go all out to finish it swiftly. He instantly charged into the crowd with powerful punches, and the enemies fell one after another before his precise strikes. Facing Yu Young's relentless assaults with zero wasted movement, even as the gang began to go on the defense under intense pressure, Yu Young rallied his spirits, determined not to back down in the face of hardship. He channeled all his strength into a devastating uppercut, aiming straight for the chin of the guy in front of him. Instantly, someone from behind yelled, "Your back is wide open, you idiot." He then unleashed a treacherous kick, but Yu Zheng was one step ahead. Bending low to dodge the strike, he grabbed the attacker's leg, leaving the bully in a panic, begging him to let go. But Yu Zheng immediately snapped his leg back, inflicting excruciating pain. "Ah, my leg!" Witnessing such brutal force, the remaining thugs stood frozen in fear. They wondered in shock, where on earth did this guard come from? What kind of monster is he? Caught in a 1-against-10 disadvantage, a normal person would have panicked long ago. However, Yu Zheng fought with the chilling composure of a seasoned veteran warrior. Every single move he made was incredibly fluid and decisive, making the incoming crowd feel like eggs smashing against a rock. Collapsing en masse, the henchmen began to realize the harsh reality. Yu Zheng was merely playing with them, and all standard tactics were completely useless. Yu Zheng roughly grabbed a thug's face and slammed him onto the floor, creating a deafening crash. Seeing all his accomplices go down, one guy frantically pulled out a knife and lunged forward, yelling in desperation that this was the only way to end it. Yet Yu Zheng maintained an eerily calm demeanor. Acting as if in slow motion, he casually snatched the opponent's weapon-wielding wrist and delivered a 1,000-pound punch, knocking him out cold. Quietly observing from the corner of the room, Ga Si-min internally admitted she had been worried about being outnumbered. But in reality, Kang Yuseong was completely dominating the entire area through overwhelming power. Watching every single bully get taken down so effortlessly, Shen Bing couldn't help but marvel that Kang Yuseong was truly a monster. A subtle smile played on her lips. She gave him a bonus 10 points for such an incredibly impressive and badass performance. At the same time, over at the prison yard, the reflex training exercise with tennis balls had just come to an end in sheer exhaustion. Minsu lay sprawled on the floor, gasping for air. "I'm dead tired," he muttered, glancing over at Si-jun, who was lying barely breathing nearby, and teased, "Hey, are you exhausted too? Stop pretending." Si-jun maintained his cold front, snapping back that he wasn't tired and telling Minsu not to bother him. Minsu burst out laughing heartily upon hearing the clear sounds of heavy panting from his counterpart, proudly declaring that he considered himself to have passed level 2 today. Si-yun scoffed in disdain, telling Minsu that he should come up with a slightly more believable lie. He asserted that a newcomer at level 2 like him couldn't possibly fathom the brutal challenges waiting ahead. As Minsu and Sejun were sitting on the floor of the warehouse, resting after the training session, a prison guard suddenly kicked the door open and barged in, roaring at them. "Why haven't you two cleaned up the warehouse instead of sitting around being lazy? Talk about bad luck. Nobody notices when you work hard, but the moment you take a brief breather, you get caught." Minsu nonchalantly replied that he was only resting for a moment because he was completely exhausted. Unexpectedly, the guard tossed a bundle wrapped in white cloth toward him and said coldly, "Catch this." Minsu caught the strange package in bewilderment, completely clueless as to what was going on. The guard revealed that this was a gift sent by Jiang Hai. The moment he opened the cloth bundle, Minsu's face distorted in horror. Sejun, who was sitting right beside him, also noticed something was off when he saw Minsu freeze up, drenched in dripping sweat. Inside was a bloody finger belonging to Jiang Hai, accompanied by a threatening warning. If Minsu did not show up within the next hour, he would send even more horrifying gifts. Minsu realized with horror that this was a direct declaration of war from the leader of the construction team. At the same time, in the abandoned warehouse, Yuseong decisively used a knife to cut the ropes binding Ga Si-min. The moment she was freed, Si-min immediately grumbled that he took far too long, making her arms ache terribly. Yuseong flusteredly explained that he had tried to take down the henchman as quickly as possible, while sincerely apologizing to her. Even so, Si-min continued to tease him. She teased that he looked rather thrilled to get some physical exercise like that, looking around the scene where dozens of kidnappers lay scattered across the floor. Yuseong still tried to defend himself, saying he had rushed over in a hurry to save her, while Xianbin sighed gently and decided to believe Yuseong's explanation. However, her expression suddenly turned serious as she realized a terrifying truth. She asserted that both of them had fallen into a trap, as the real goal was not to kidnap them, but to lure Yuseong away from the Gangrieo Rehabilitation Center. Yuseong asked back in shock, while Xianbin held up her phone and analyzed that Li Kangmin could only move against Minsu when Yuseong wasn't there to protect him. Yuseong froze in thought, realizing they didn't intend to break into the cell yet. This meant that until Minsu reached level 3 of the training course, everything would remain safe. "Don't be so sure. What if they're acting in secret without you knowing?" Ion admitted to Yamin that he had doubted his younger brother's plan all along, which was why he had been secretly using the iron staircase. Meanwhile, at the staircase area, Li Kangwon walked down leisurely with an arrogant look on his face. He admitted his hands were itching because he rarely encountered a worthy opponent, believing Yun felt the exact same way standing before someone like him. Kangwon curled his lips, asserting that the reason didn't matter anymore, and decisively threw down a challenge. "How about a match?" He was Li Kangwon, the leader of the MZ gang currently dominating the powerful Gangdong district. Returning to the prison, Changhe was in a truly miserable state, being trampled on by Kangmin right on his unhealed wound. Surrounded by prisoners, Li Kangmin shouted in excitement upon seeing his opponent completely subjugated at his feet. He looked down at Changhe with mock sympathy, asking if going up against him was too much for the second in command, as a surge of fury ignited. It distorted Minsu's face in sheer rage, his eyes rolling back and burning with lethal intent as he roared, "Get your filthy foot off him right now." He suddenly lunged forward, throwing a punch full of resentment directly at the damned captain. However, Kangmin easily dodged it, secretly assessing Minsu's attacks as still far too clumsy and completely lacking in weight. Kangmin counterattacked with a punch, confident he would finish the fight quickly, but Minsu easily neutralized it in a split second. Even the captain was stunned to see Minsu brush off his counterattack so skillfully. He asked himself in amazement how the kid could react so quickly, in such a split second. Despite seeing an opening, Kangmin remained cautious, fearing it might be a trap, and intended to use an elbow strike to finish it. But Minsu was faster, executing a clever feint that took him completely by surprise. Kangmin realized in shock that Minsu seemed to have secretly studied and predicted his every move and action. He concluded that in this situation, the opponent could not possibly dodge, so he decisively threw a decisive blow. Kangmin spun and launched a lightning-fast kick, but Minsu blocked it once again, forcing him to admit in astonishment. "Looks like you've been practicing pretty hard." Kangmin stood frozen when Minsu stopped his kick right before the strike could burst with full force. The surrounding inmates began chattering in awe at his dramatic improvement. "Wow, that kid is way stronger than last time. I can't believe Kangmin's kick was that fast and yet." Still, one guy sneered that Minsu hadn't landed any actual offensive hits yet. But Kangmin, with his sharp glare, had already realized Minsu's true goal was far from that simple, leaving the crowd bewildered about what was happening. As it turned out, Minsu had endured the beating just to find an opening to rescue Chang-hee from Kang-min's control. Chang-hee sat up abruptly and whispered, "Thanks." So even though Li Yul smirked and asked if this had been his plan all along, Minsu stood up straight. "Clear and composed, shall we start for real now? Only after rescuing my friend can I fight with peace of mind." The true reason behind this fight no longer mattered. In the quiet atmosphere, the sound of heavy footsteps echoed steadily on the stairs. An arrogant man with a bloodthirsty smile appeared. He blatantly provoked, "What's up, want to go around?" That was Lee Kang-un, the leader of the M-gang, who ruled the Gangdong district with absolute power. Facing Lee Kang-un, Li Yul instantly felt a heavy pressure emanating from his opponent. He silently assessed, he really is strong. Yul's eyes turned cautious upon realizing the man before him was on a completely different level compared to the small-time thugs he had faced before. Seeing Yul's pensive expression, Kang-un smirked mockingly and provocatively asked why he was making that face, asking if he didn't want to fight anymore. Yuseong, however, was still trying to figure out the connection between him and the organization. He truly wanted to avoid a clash right now, but Lee Kang-un had no intention of letting him leave easily. Glancing toward Sae-mi, he threatened ruthlessly, "Then let her take your place." At the same time, he growled and brushed aside the idea of leaving. Right after, Kang-un charged forward at a terrifying speed, the tip of his foot delivering a crystal-clear impact. Yuseong's confidence quickly crumbled into thin air when his kick was blocked effortlessly. Kang-un nonchalantly defended the attack and sarcastically praised, "Not bad," leaving Yuseong horrified as he realized his blow had been stopped. He understood that his opponent was not only superior in raw power, but also extremely cunning at reading the flow of the battle. Yuseong gritted his teeth, telling himself to go all out and unleash a relentless barrage of strikes if he wanted to win. Then he continued his attack. Unexpected that the enemy blocked it with ease and countered with a powerful punch straight to his abdomen, forcing a painful gasp out of him as Yuseong collapsed to his knees. His hand gripped the ground tightly to keep his balance after the fierce impact. Lee Kang-un smirked mockingly and patted his head, telling him that if that punch had landed directly, his spine would have been completely shattered. Arrogantly stepping closer, he smugly asked if that punch was painful enough to sink in. Yuseong clutched his side tightly, enduring the sharp pain while inwardly cursing that his ribs might have cracked. Yuseong forced himself up, knowing that dragging out the pain would only make things worse, so he mustered his strength and charged forward to finish the match quickly. A fierce clash echoed as Yuseong decisively used his own fist to block the opponent's strike. Kang-un widened his eyes in surprise, seeing him dare to use a fist to block the blow. However, the follow-up attacks were still repelled. Yuseong worriedly realized his opponent was deliberately neutralizing all his punches, silently wondering if the man was just playing around. Kang-un coldly stared straight into his eyes and said with extreme arrogance that he was starting to get bored. Yuseong gritted his teeth, preparing for another strike. But Kang-un was one step ahead, stomping hard on his foot. He looked down on him, complaining how predictable he was, and declared that he had been holding back, but this seemed to be his limit. Decisively, he slammed Yuseong hard onto the ground in complete helplessness, not forgetting to ridicule his textbook, uncreative fighting style. Standing tall from above, Lee Kang-un looked down at him with a gaze full of superiority. He secretly wondered what kind of battles this warden had been through to have such an amateurish way of fighting. Because to Kang-un, fighting was never a choice, it was a survival instinct from the moment he was born. He was born to an emotionally distant mother, who had never shown her child even a shred of maternal affection. Persistent hunger forced Kang-un to grow up. Surviving through brutal fights, he had to resort to violence and robbery just to avoid starving to death. Realizing early on that taking a beating was still better than an empty stomach, Kang-un learned to face opponents stronger than him, no matter how tough they were. For him, the satisfying rush of victory had always been the sweetest addiction. The satisfying rush of victory was always the sweetest addiction. Survived through countless life-and-death battles, Kang-un became increasingly dominant and ruthless. From dark back alleys to bustling streets, his territory expanded continuously, helping him rise to the position of leader and rule supreme over the entire Gangbang district. Returning to reality, Kang-un stood tall amid the rubble, coldly admitting, "You've got skill, not bad for a nerd who only knows how to study." But right after that, he sneered bitterly, "But you're too textbook, you nerds are all cut from the same cloth." Yuseong lay slumped on the ground, completely crushed by the gang boss's brutal, real combat strength, looking at the pathetic Yuseong beneath his feet. Kang-un sighed in boredom, how disappointing, then casually walked toward Sae-min, asking if he should find a new pastime, catching her gaze. Her eyes burned with intense hatred. Smirking, he remarked that her glare looked pretty good, even if she wasn't his type. Seeing Sae-min trembling with fear, Kang-un gloated, declaring that her fear was precisely what made the game so thrilling. Yet Sae-min wasn't looking at him. She was looking at the person behind him as Yuseong reached up to adjust his glasses. He calmly admitted that his attacks just now were indeed too simple. He explained that those were his master's instructions. When facing ordinary opponents, just use basic moves. Yuseong looked up with a cold glare, stating that the enemy before him was clearly no ordinary foe. Hidden behind his glasses, his eyes burned with insane murderous intent as he clearly stated, "So I'll go all out against you." Four eyes really are terrifying. Thinking he was completely knocked out, yet he stood right back up. Meanwhile, at another location, the assistant in the orange puffer jacket gleefully lifted a giant fish. He shouted excitedly, celebrating a catch larger than ever before. Standing beside him in fishing gear, Congressman Kang also praised him warmly, "You're amazing. I've never seen anyone catch a fish this big." The assistant exhaled a soft sigh and replied that the congressman didn't need to be so modest, especially when he himself had just reeled in a truly impressive prize. Out on the vast ocean, the assistant thoughtfully confessed that he had once hoped Yuseong would give up halfway. Because of that, he arranged for him not to follow the standard officer route, forcing him to apply as a Special Forces non-commissioned officer instead. Congressman Kang smirked, believing a real man should at least accomplish that much. He recalled the harsh Special Forces training, where 2/5 of the candidates quit enduring heat and cold through agonizing marches, night insertions, mountain crossings, and grueling survival tests. Usually only those with exceptional physical strength dared to apply. However, Yuseong was not discouraged at all and even ranked first in every course. He excelled, shattering every record in the Special Forces. The congressman emphasized, "To be my son, one must not only excel academically but also possess extraordinary physical strength." Precisely for this reason, he deployed his elite warrior into the juvenile prison to investigate, aiming to undermine the current president's credibility and overthrow him. Hearing this, the assistant turned pale as he realized in shock that the person the congressman referred to was Yuseong. Yuseong's direct mentor was Jun Seok-jun, a notorious, brutally cruel former North Korean agent. Yuseong stood there silently, keeping in mind his master's instructions. Only use basic techniques when facing ordinary civilians. Staring straight at the gang boss, he declared coldly, "But I take it you're no ordinary civilian, are you?" Yuseong stated firmly. "So I will fight you with all my strength." Instantly, an intimidating aura surged forth, causing Kang-un to realize with shock that the presence of the young correctional officer had completely transformed. Yuseong stepped forward with sharp, cold eyes. Kang-un recklessly rushed in to challenge him, wanting to test how much he had changed. He swung a blow, but Yuseong dodged it deftly before suddenly landing an uppercut, leaving Kang-un dazed. He was forced to admit that Yuseong's speed was far too fast. Even with blood trickling down his face, Kang-un still flashed a twisted smile, finding this match intensely thrilling. He was astonished by Yuseong's top-tier reflexes, which made dodging his attacks no longer as easy as before. Yuseong charged in and launched a strike that cracked the bones in Kang-un's forearm. Instantly, the gang leader roared in agonizing terror, "Do you think one arm can stop me?" but his punch was intercepted squarely by Yuxiang's elbow. He was shocked because Yuxiang had completely read all his attack angles. In excruciating pain, the gang boss was sent flying. He secretly admired the young officer's battle-hardened experience. Giving his opponent no time to recover, Yuxiang followed up with a heavy kick straight into his body. Kang On was stunned to realize he had never faced anyone with such an unorthodox fighting style before. He repeatedly endured a brutal barrage of strikes and could only scream in desperation. Kang On frantically wondered where Yuxiang had learned these bizarre, deadly techniques. However, he coldly replied, "What I was taught isn't conventional martial arts." A relentless series of powerful punches rained down, utterly crushing Kang On. Yuxiang grimly noted that fighting was not merely about defeating an opponent. The ultimate purpose of the skills he possessed was to neutralize the target as quickly and efficiently as possible. Yuxiang delivered a devastating final blow, causing the gang boss to collapse completely before his overwhelming strength. Meanwhile, at another location, the fellow inmates were beyond shock. They gossiped noisily, surprised that Minsu was resilient enough to make the captain deliver a kick so early on. Right when the dangerous kick aimed for his flank, Minsu decisively blocked it and cheered inwardly with excitement. But Kangmin immediately followed up with a punch that left Minsu dazed. Gritting his teeth, he realized the bastard was constantly pressing forward to prevent him from dodging. Kangmin's overly rapid movements pushed Minsu into a defensive position, turning him into a punching bag to vent his rage. Heavy blows rained down from both sides, forcing Minsu to brace himself and endure helplessly. Kangmin smirked triumphantly, confidently declaring this to be the finishing strike. He then swung his leg to finish the fight immediately. Kangmin's thunderous kick made the crowd certain that it was all over. They insisted that no one had ever been able to stand firm after the captain's high lethal kick. But right after that, Kangmin himself froze with a face full of doubt. The horrifying truth was revealed. Minsu had firmly grabbed his leg at some point. Looking up with sharp, threatening eyes, he growled, "I thought you wouldn't use this move." Minsu exuded a chilled aura, firmly asserting that he had been waiting for this kick for a very long time. This was precisely the brutal reflex training that Yuxiang had drilled into him. Pushing his focus to the absolute limit, Yuxiang continuously threw balls at him while sternly imparting the secret. You must know which attacks to dodge and which ones to accept. He wanted Minsu to understand that in real combat, dodging every single strike was impossible. Therefore, one must sacrifice flesh to create an opening in the opponent. Returning to reality, Minsu applied the blood-bought lesson flawlessly. He decisively grabbed hold of Kangmin's leg the moment he launched his trademark high kick. Minsu's face displayed a wild, triumphant madness as he roared, "I've been waiting for this kick of yours for a very long time." Kangmin stared in wide-eyed shock, unable to believe his kick had been read and countered so easily. With hands like iron vices gripping his opponent's leg, Minsu silently recalled the core principle. Trading flesh to break bone, he channeled all his fury into a brutal blow directly to Kangmin's knee, making the team captain scream in agony before completely collapsing. The violent impact sent Kangmin crashing down, clutching his leg in pathetic shock. "You bastard, my knee. This isn't over yet, don't you dare collapse." Before Kangmin could react, he ate another punch from Minsu. Outside the warehouse, Yuxiang sat slumped on the ground, his face battered and bruised. Yimin tearfully cupped his face, thinking to herself that his already battered face looked even worse now. She scolded him softly, "You're pushing yourself way too hard." Yuxiang looked at her blankly and asked quietly, "Are you crying for me?" Yimin couldn't hold back her tears. She quickly hugged him tightly to hide her weakness. "Don't look," she cried out in pain. "You could have ended this sooner. You didn't have to get beaten up like this." Yuxiang could only whisper an apology, "I'm sorry." Looking at his motionless opponent, Yuxiang inwardly admitted, but that guy was no easy target. He knew full well that if his opponent hadn't let his guard down, the outcome might have been very different. Yuxiang reflected on the decisive moment. Had he not proactively broken his arm from the start, the one facing defeat could very well have been himself. While Yuxiang was supporting Yimin, the heavy steel door suddenly burst open, making them both turn around in shock. A group of burly strangers stepped into the warehouse. Yuxiang frowned and demanded to know how they had found their way here. The henchman gloatingly held up his phone with a smirk, boasting that he had seized the opportunity to call for backup, while Yuxiang was distracted with the beauty. However, before he could finish speaking, a hand suddenly grabbed his head and slammed it ruthlessly onto the floor. The one who attacked was Kang Eon. Nobody expected that despite having his arm broken, he could still force himself back up. Completely exhausted, he still yelled out orders to his subordinates, asserting that this was a personal grudge and forbidding anyone from interfering. Kang Eon emanated a chilling aura, threatening to rip apart anyone who dared step into the fight, forcing the entire gang to nod in terrified submission. His men bowed in unison, promising to wait outside and let their boss handle his business as he pleased. Seeing their leader in such terrible shape, his subordinates anxiously rushed forward to help him up, leaving Yuseong surprised. Unexpectedly, Kang Yeon demanded everyone stop. Despite his painful defeat, he still let out an arrogant grin, asserting that while he accepted defeat today, there would definitely be a next time. He boldly declared he would challenge Yuseong 10 more times, or even 1,000 times until he finally won. Even so, Yuseong only responded with an icy cold stare and delivered a harsh, decisive refusal, advising him never to show his face around him again, leaving Yuseong and Yi Min standing silently in the ruined warehouse. Meanwhile, at the Gango Juvenile Correction Center, tension was escalating in the construction workshop. The inmates began whispering anxiously among themselves. Astonished murmurs echoed everywhere as they saw Kang Min losing his footing. Ever since his signature kick was countered by Min Soo, Kang Min fell entirely into a passive position, unable to regain the match's rhythm. Min Soo continuously pressed forward, unleashing a barrage of precise punches aimed squarely at his opponent's weak spots. The heavy, relentless blows rained down, leaving the leader of the construction squad bracing himself helplessly against the assault. A decisive punch slammed directly into Kang Min, sending him flying backward before collapsing onto the floor to the shock of all spectators. Min Soo loomed over him as he approached, glaring down at the defeated opponent with cold eyes and sharply ordering him to get up because it wasn't over yet. Gasping for air on the ground, the look in Kang Min's eyes suddenly turned wild upon discovering a screwdriver lying right within reach. He immediately grabbed the sharp weapon and screamed in resentment. But just as he was about to strike a vicious blow, a hand grabbed his wrist lightning fast to extinguish. To his brutal plot, that unexpected intervention was Jang Hai, leaving Kang Min completely shocked as he blurted out his name. Taking advantage of his loss of focus, Min Soo immediately rained a relentless barrage of heavy blows down on Kang Min. Witnessing Min Soo's violent explosion, the surrounding crowd of inmates stood frozen in sheer disbelief as they saw Kang Min being utterly overwhelmed. Watching Min Soo repeatedly rain strikes down on him, he could only wonder in utter shock how these two had become so close, before bitterly realizing he no longer had a chance of winning. A powerful punch from Min Soo slammed directly downward, sending Kang Min flying backward and tumbling far away. While his fellow inmate spectators could only stare blankly, Kang Min fell flat on his back into a pile of junk in a pathetic state, sitting on the ground. He agonized frantically over what to do to hold onto his candidate position, as everything slipped from his grasp. Min Soo rushed over and called out Jang Hai's name, while Kang Min suddenly burst into a crazy, demonic laugh that echoed through the workshop like a madman. Kang Min shouted at the crowd, claiming Jang Hai had illegally interfered in his fight. "You all saw it, right? That bastard Jang Hai meddled in my match." He frantically incited the inmates, asserting that if he failed, everyone else would also be forced to live a dark, miserable life in this place. His cunning words successfully stoked their rage, causing the crowd to roar, demanding the destruction of the rule breaker. Min Soo stood all alone, surrounded by dozens of inmates exuding overwhelming murderous intent. The sheer disparity in numbers quickly put Min Soo in a perilous position. The workshop inmates screamed insanely, demanding to capture and subdue him. They violently rushed in and pinned his arms, rendering Min Soo completely helpless. One man smirked triumphantly and roared, "Got you now, you cowardly rat." A barrage of punches rained down continuously, leaving him with no choice but to grit his teeth and endure the agonizing pain. Who could have guessed they would play so dirty by ganging up on him? Just at the critical moment, a heavy punch slammed straight into the face of the guy holding Min Soo, sending him flying backward in an instant. Min Soo looked up in utter shock. It turned out to be Sejun. Sejun asked coldly, "Did you just call for help?" He couldn't believe the leader of Block A had actually appeared to rescue him. Right at this dire moment, Sejun's presence completely turned the tide of battle. He swept through the crowd like a wild beast, unleashing brutal strikes that sent enemies collapsing one after another amidst terrified screams. The atmosphere in the workshop instantly grew freezing cold and suffocating solely due to his arrival. Sejun stood tall and imposing amidst the fallen foes, his sharp eyes ready to crush anyone standing in his way. Heavy footsteps echoed, alongside the astonished whispers of the crowd. "He's here, it's Vice Captain Kim Seo-Chuan, the former captain of the construction squad." He strode forward arrogantly, chin up, and asked, "Hey, looking for someone?" Kang Min, kneeling on the ground, curled his lips into a calculating smile and replied, "Well, Who else would I be looking for besides you? Unbelievably, Kang Min had also brought an ally. The battle returned to square one as Sejun immediately charged forward, leaving everyone stunned. Was he really aiming straight for the vice captain? Kim Seohwan roared with excitement. It's been a while since I had a warm-up like this. Bring it on, all of you. He launched into a frantic attack, but Sejun dodged artfully with lightning speed. Seohwan was shocked to see his opponent moving so nimbly. What? He moved in the direction of my arm. In the blink of an eye, Sejun vanished from sight, leaving the vice captain searching frantically in terror. Where is he? Next to me. Sejun suddenly closed in from a blind spot, throwing a devastating punch right into his opponent's face with all his might. With all its might, the decisive strike sends Mr. Hohn's needle spinning backward, knocking him out cold on the spot. The fellow inmates witnessing the scene freeze completely, unable to believe their eyes. Was Hohn really taken down with just a single hit? And to think, turns out he was just all talk, leaving Cao Min breaking out in a cold sweat. Trembling in horror, Cao Min asks himself, since when did Sejun become this strong? Realizing he's at a disadvantage, Cao Min hurriedly screams out, "Stop right now. I don't know why you saved Lee Min-soo, but you better listen to me from now on." Smirking, he reveals his true abusive nature, threatening that his henchmen are currently holding Sejun's older sister hostage. As a hostage, Min-soo gasps in utter shock, while Sejun gnashes his teeth in fury, clenching his fists upon hearing that his sister is in danger because of a killer. Cao Min brazenly pulls out his phone to challenge him, saying that whether he believes it or not, this is the truth. The screen clearly shows Ga Si-min tied up tightly. Gloating with satisfaction, he asks sarcastically if his sister's name is Ga Si-min. Cao Min continues to mock the relationship between the two, while admitting that he was the one who abducted her as a hostage to force his hand. He smirks slyly upon realizing Officer Yui Seong is absent. He speaks up to demand the guard's whereabouts, laughing triumphantly. The vision of Officer Yui Seong being brutally assaulted by his henchmen while trying to save Si-min fills him with extreme satisfaction. However, before his insults could even finish, Min-soo's fiery punch lands straight on his face, sending him flying backward. Min-soo roars in rage, stripping away the fake mask of someone who always puts on a front, but whose true nature is utterly despicable, even after being knocked down. Cao Min stubbornly challenges whether Min-soo can stop this plan all by himself. Driven mad, he screams, ordering Sejun to hurry up and kill Min-soo if he wants to save his sister's life. Yet contrary to his calculations, Sejun and Min-soo look at each other, smile, and high-five in perfect harmony right in front of their enemy. Standing tall and firm, the two assert that they have seen through all the dirty, divisive tricks orchestrated by his group. Sejun looks down at the defeated man kneeling on the ground, asking sarcastically if he really thinks his sister is all alone. Cao Min is stunned, sweat pouring down profusely as he sees Sejun completely ignoring the threat. He screams out, reiterating his demand to take down Min-soo, but Sejun coldly replies that although his sister is pretty, she is more than capable of defending herself. Furthermore, she is currently being protected by Yui Seong, so he has no reason to worry. Sejun leisurely approaches Lee Kang-min, who is trembling violently, issuing a warning that anyone who dares lay a hand on his sister or the kids in the room will pay a heavy price. Panic, Kang-min screams in despair, begging for mercy right when the captain's phone lying on the ground suddenly rings, and a hand quickly picks it up. On the other end of the line is Yui Seong's nonchalant voice asking if everything is settled over there. Min-soo reports back that all is well and Si-min is safe. But because of his crime of kidnapping her, Kang-min is getting beaten to a pulp. Flabbergasted, Yui Seong can only reply before saying he'll see them at school tomorrow promptly. Hanging up the phone, Yui Seong gently adjusts his helmet, musing quietly that her younger brother sounds furious, as if someone has bothered him. The roaring sound of the engine tears through the air as the heavy-duty motorcycle carrying both of them speeds off. Si-min asks about their destination, to which Yui Seong simply replies that the weather today is a bit chilly. She then gently inquires about his injuries and unexpectedly makes a subtle invitation to come to her place to see her cat. Using a classic lure to invite an innocent guy into her den to see a cat, this part really comes as a surprise. As soon as they enter the house, Yui Seong notices a yellow cat purring softly. He sits down and gently pets it, while Si-min keeps busy in the kitchen, smiling as she thanks him for saving her and promising to cook something for him, happening to spot an old photo on the shelf. Yui Seong asks curiously if it's a family picture. Si-min explains in a heavy voice that Sejun used to play the piano, and the man in the photo is their unfaithful father. Her face shows clear hatred when mentioning him. Right after that, the hot dish was finished right in the pan. Ziming spoke in a threatening tone. "All done. No matter what now, you have to eat it and say it's delicious, okay? Serving the food, she didn't forget to keep reminding him of the effort she had put into making it. However, Zioxing at this moment only wanted to lie down and close his eyes for a bit with the cat on his chest before returning to school, leaving Zimin to stand watching and exclaim. Luring this guy home was truly not a waste of effort at all. Seeing him lying asleep on the floor, Zimin went into the room to fetch a blanket to cover him. After thinking for a moment, she gently lay down as well and softly hugged him from behind. Oh my, it's mealtime, so what are you two doing that makes it so hard to look away? But when meeting a handsome guy, one must seize the chance immediately. Forget about meals for now. That brief peaceful moment passed by, making way for a cruel reality. At the prison, Si-jun leisurely walked closer and called Lee Min-soo in a cold voice. Min-soo looked up with tired, weary eyes and softly uttered, "Oh." Si-jun gently patted his head, admitting that he himself was completely exhausted after pouring all his strength into the recent battle. Right at this moment, Gang Hai suddenly removed the bandage on his hand. Surprisingly, there was no wound at all on his hand. So who did the finger that Min-soo received earlier actually belong to? Turning back the clock a few hours ago, when Gang Hai was about to have a finger chopped off by Kamen, the guard, Shin appeared just in time to intervene. In the infirmary, a horrifying truth was gradually revealed through the harsh sounds of cutting. A prosthetic finger was decisively severed from the model hand and fell to the floor. Officer Shin curled his lips in satisfaction. He believed this fake act was enough to fool everyone who was watching. The old man knelt beside the medical box, muttering that he shouldn't have gotten involved in this dangerous game, and decided everything had to end before the director found out. Holding the syringe, he berated himself for being just a pawn swept deep into a vortex of sin. In the infirmary, another guard was shocked upon opening the box and seeing the prosthetic arm with a severed finger. He shouted in delight, thinking he had seized the evidence to punish the alliance. Meanwhile, Min-soo was having his real wound treated by the nurse. On his hand, along with the advice that he was still very lucky that his hands were not completely crushed. Wrapping Min-soo's wound, the nurse let out a sigh of relief, confirming he was extremely fortunate that the hit did not damage the bones. Otherwise, these hands would have been considered ruined. Min-soo softly thanked her and then sat quietly in the room. Shivering, he recalled the moment the hammerhead brushed past his face, thinking that if he had taken a direct hit from that blow, he would certainly have been in great danger. While agonizing over the fear of being trapped here for life, the bed next to him suddenly made a noise. He used his hand to pull aside the curtain. Min-soo flinched in shock. His eyes widened when he realized the person lying in the next bed was none other than Theo. The guy who used to bully the elderly in the nursing home was now wrapped tightly from head to toe like a mummy. He groaned and admitted he had brought trouble upon himself by daring to challenge Lee Kamen, not forgetting to thank Min-soo for taking revenge on his behalf. Min-soo coldly replied that he didn't do it to help him. Getting straight to the point, he asked what that red uniform over there symbolized. The patient curled his lips into a sly smile, setting a condition that Min-soo had to agree to be his subordinate before he would reveal it. Without a shred of mercy, Min-soo immediately took a feather and repeatedly tickled the soles of Theo's feet, forcing him to hold back his laughter to the point of breaking out in a cold sweat. Before this brutal torture, the guy could only beg profusely for mercy and promise to confess the whole truth. He began to reveal that those red uniforms were originally reserved specifically for red uniform individuals whom society absolutely never wanted to reintegrate. This was a group of prisoners directly managed and kept in utmost secrecy by the facility director. Instead of being rehabilitated like ordinary inmates, they were assigned a dark mission known as status management for those prisoners striving to accumulate merit points to earn their freedom. The Red Army would step in to create dire situations, forcing them to commit infraction. If petty tricks to rack up penalty points didn't work, they would resort to far more brutal methods. The injured man looked at Min-soo with eyes full of haunting terror, repeating the rumor that no one ever leaves this place in one piece. For those who had saved enough points or were approaching their release date, the Red Army would strike to break their bones and turn them into invalids with the ultimate goal of ensuring that once outside, they would no longer be capable of causing any trouble for society. Min-soo froze in shock as the man concluded with a firm warning that he himself was currently the top target for the next purge. Meanwhile, in a secluded luxury room, members of the Red Army were casually watching the entire situation unfold through the CCTV system. Jisoo calmly noted that the situation was getting very chaotic, but the black-haired man sitting opposite him didn't seem to care much, and kept his eyes fixed. on the screen and asserted that he was only interested in Lee Min-soo. Even when Jisoo pointed out that Min-soo had taken down both Do-bo and Saeyeon, Han remained skeptical, wondering if he was truly that strong. Jisoo smirked, viewing Min-soo as nothing more than an entertaining toy. That only excited the black-haired man further, making him want to personally test the strength of this newly emerging mouse through the surveillance screen. These guys were in prison, yet living like they were in a VIP suite. Meanwhile, the situation in the prison had completely reversed after the recent shocking battle. As the instigator of the brawl, Lee Kangmin was thrown into solitary confinement to pay for his actions. Min-soo's reputation had spread wide, causing the attitude of the other inmates toward him to change drastically. Min-soo inwardly realized his new status as he stood before the crew and clearly commanded, "All right, let's start today's work without any incidents." The crowd shouted in unison in response. Lee Min-soo had officially become the new leader of the construction class, striding arrogantly amidst the respectful and intimidated gazes of his fellow inmates. Walking down the hallway, Min-soo asked curiously, "I didn't expect you guys to actually follow me and sign up for the construction class." His fellow inmates cheerfully replied that working under the boss was much more interesting than rotting away in their cells all day. They began talking animatedly about the recent fight. A few still doubted whether Min-soo had defeated his opponent single-handedly. Another chimed in, saying rumor had it Si-young was actually the one who did it. But Si-young nonchalantly claimed he had only delivered a surprise decisive blow. Suddenly a sharp shout cut through the air. A guard blocked their path. Roaring in anger at the inmates for gathering, Yu Seong rushed over to defuse the tension, explaining that they had just returned from a volunteer session. But he was immediately snapped at by the old guard for lacking proper respect toward a superior. Yu Seong quickly stood at attention to report and apologize, but instead of letting it slide, the old guard suddenly swung his baton, striking him with immense force right in front of all the prisoners. Min-soo screamed inwardly in shock. The officer harshly demanded if that was how a sergeant greets a superior, then framed Yu Seong for disturbing public order. He roared for everyone to return to their positions and threatened to punish anyone who dared disobey. Standing tall with the baton in his hand, the old officer looked down at Yu Seong with utter contempt and demanded absolute discipline from everyone. Min-soo and his fellow inmates were completely stunned witnessing Yu Seong get knocked down. Coldly announcing that the director was waiting, he also explicitly declared his twisted ideology. "The deputy director just wants to help garbage like you turn into human beings." With those words, he turned and walked away, leaving Yuxing still struggling on the ground. He struggled to push himself up in the chilly hallway in front of the director's office, then solemnly performed a military salute. Colonel Yuxing began to report when the director asked about the recent incident. Yuxing affirmed that everything had been taken care of, and then immediately expressed concern regarding the inmates' block, having heard that things were extremely chaotic there. "I will immediately restore order." The director could not help but feel surprised, asking whether Yuxing needed more time to rest after just returning. However, he merely tightened his grip on the cane in his hand coldly, asserting that his only pleasure was personally training this garbage into human beings. Inside the classroom, a tense atmosphere hung heavy as the prisoners struggled with extremely complex literary concepts among towering stacks of books. Overwhelmed by exhaustion, one student could not resist sleep and dropped his head onto the desk. Instantly, a chair was hurled with force, slamming right into the sleeping prisoner and creating a deafening crash. The deputy director glared at him menacingly. "If you don't want to remain garbage forever, don't doze off." The victim trembled violently, stammering apologies in utter terror before his ferociously enraged face. His cruelty even extended to the kitchen. Simply because the seasoning was not to his taste, Dubu had an entire pot of hot soup thrown right onto his head by him. Ever since the arrival of this deputy director, life in the reformatory had plunged completely into darkness. Inside the cell, the youngsters were forced to kneel neatly like machines for hours until lights out. The humiliation mounted as the shouting of the guards echoed through the corridor, forcing everyone to oink like pigs whenever they walked past. Moving along the hallway, the inmates were forced to march in absolute precision. But for Lee Min-soo, a far more brutal challenge awaited ahead. If previous training sessions were merely pastimes for the guards, then now everything had turned into a living hell. The acts of torture under the new deputy director were truly a nightmare. In the pouring rain, Min-soo and his fellow prisoners were forced to lie face down in the muddy puddles to do push-ups, while the guards shouted relentlessly, "Keep your heads down, you bastards! Don't you dare lift your heads!" Min-soo struggled to breathe as the mud rose up to his nose. He harbored deep resentment, thinking to himself, Damn it, the water's up to my nose, I have to breathe through my mouth. A young boy beside him could not endure it, coughing violently and stammering apologies because mud had flooded into his nose. Immediately, nearby guards flew into a rage. Who allowed you to raise your head? Get down, they cursed while lunging forward to beat him, dunking him into the filthy water mercilessly. If you can't do it yourself, I'll help you, splashing water mixed with agonizing groans, making the environment even more harrowing. Seeing that unjust scene, Minsu could not hold back. He roared in fury, "Stop it right now," then rushed forward to push the guard away to support the gasping Hyunja. Standing nearby, Yuxing understood all too well that his younger brother's impulsive action would come at a heavy cost. Minsu shouted in resentment, "This is so unfair. No matter what, he shouldn't be allowed to beat someone to death like this," right at the peak of tension. Yuxing decisively stepped forward to block him and bowed his head. "I apologize, Deputy Director. I will personally teach them a lesson, so please do not trouble yourself." The deputy director glared at Yuxing with sharp, suspicious eyes and asked, "Are these kids under your management? Fine, I'll hand them over to you." The old man stepped closer, pointed at Minsu, and issued a cruel challenge. "I want to see how you usually handle these rebellious ones. Show me right here." Yoseong and Minsu stood facing each other in the cold rain. The two brothers were trapped in an ironic predicament once again, all because of that damn deputy director. The deputy director glared at Yoseong in the rain and repeated his query in a low voice about how the young sergeant disciplined rebellious prisoners, while Yoseong remained silent and still. Gradually losing his patience, the old man asked sarcastically if he was hesitating because he was watching. Yoseong hastily reassured him that he was merely calculating the most effective disciplinary method. Tightening his grip on the baton, he declared, "I will show you my method." Showing no mercy, Yoseong swung his baton, delivering a direct strike straight at Minsu. Minsu collapsed into the muddy puddle. Yoseong stepped forward coldly and shouted at him to get up. Struggling to get up, his younger brother gasped out, "I was just about to," but Yoseong was even faster, launching a brutal kick straight into Minsu's body. After the baton strike, Minsu was taken to the bathroom to wash off the mud. Yoseong looked at his younger brother sitting dazed on the chair and reminded him, "If you keep acting like before, you should just go back inside. How long do you plan to sit here?" Minsu replied thoughtfully, "I've been thinking a lot." He recalled the times Yoseong had stepped up to protect him, accepting beatings from enemies to the point of having to put bandages on his face. Back then, his brother had just brushed it off with a smile. "It's nothing. Don't worry, I'll find a way to protect you all from this." Minsu yelled in rage, "That's the problem. Why do you keep trying to push yourself to protect us like that? Your role is a guard, not a babysitter. You said you'd get us out of here, but this place swallows people whole. Getting in and out isn't that simple." Minsu looked straight into his brother's eyes. His older brother and stated clearly that to achieve that, they must completely forget their blood relationship. "I am a prisoner and you are a guard. Promise me. If a situation forces you to discipline me again, act like a real guard, not a brother." Under the hallway light, the two brothers made a decisive pinky promise to affirm their determination. Back at the scene under the pouring rain, Yoseong shouted and put on a show in front of the deputy director. Collapsing after just one blow, "Get up right now." Yet deep down inside, he was secretly begging, "Don't get up. Please don't get up, Minsu, just stay down." Despite his unspoken plea, Minsu gritted his teeth through the pain, struggling to stand up from the muddy puddle, and taunted, "I took that hit and it was nothing special." Under the torrential rain, Minsu struggled to his feet, but Yoseong didn't even give him a moment to catch his breath. To play his role convincingly before the deputy director, Yoseong delivered a heavy, powerful kick straight into his younger brother, causing Minsu to collapse once more, lying motionless in the middle of the freezing yard. Yoseong walked over, looked down at his brother, and asked coldly, "Nothing special, huh?" He raised his baton high in a frenzy, preparing to strike another fatal blow. "Is this special enough for you?" But at the critical, pulse-pounding moment, a hand stopped him as quick as lightning. The deputy director intervened. "Stop, that's enough." Yoseong maintained a stern face and asserted in a low voice that he wanted to teach this brat a lesson so he would never dare to rebel ever again. The deputy director smirked slightly, admitting that he understood how Yoseong felt, but didn't forget to remind him that if Minsu broke his neck, all educational efforts would be meaningless. Yoseong quickly stepped in, proposing to take Minsu for treatment first, fearing that his death would cause major trouble for the facility. Under the relentless rain, all the prisoners still had to endure the humiliating physical punishment. Out in the middle of the yard, at the same time in the director's office, a knock on the door broke the silence. The guard brought over the background record file of Sergeant Kang Yoseong. Just as requested, the director nonchalantly flipped through the documents. His eyes narrowed with suspicion, as the information had been processed faster than expected. He began digging deep into the secrets hidden within the file to look for a loophole to use against the young sergeant. Looking at the dossier in utter surprise, Yuseong could not help but feel horrified, wondering if the dreadful things unfolding right before his eyes were real. In a semi-conscious state while being carried on his brother's back, distant childhood memories suddenly flooded Minsu's mind. That was the time before both of them entered the orphanage, back when Minsu was still a small child who was often protected by his brother and carried everywhere on his lean back. It had been so long since Minsu last felt this sense of warmth. He realized his brother's back was now much broader and firmer than before. Just waking up from his faint, Minsu panicked and shouted out loud, what's going on? Why am I on your back?" Yuseong glanced back and asked if he had woken up, but Minsu kept struggling and demanded to be let down. He screamed at him to put him down right away. Down the deserted hallway, Yuseong firmly held on. Softening his voice, he said they were almost there and that he just wanted to carry his little brother a bit longer. Feeling his older brother's shoulders trembling slightly, Minsu hesitantly asked if he was crying. Yuseong immediately brushed it off and scolded him, asking if he had a death wish to dare claim he was crying. Minsu lowered his head, sincerely apologizing for dragging his brother into this mess because of him. Yuseong bitterly reminded him that he was actually the one who had beaten him up so painfully, but Minsu understood he had only done so to protect him. He knew the road ahead was full of hardships, so he earnestly hoped the two brothers would never abandon each other. Yuseong's eyes behind his glasses blurred with emotion at his younger brother's resilience. In a place where human life was treated like trash, they could only silently lean on each other. Minsu's eyes burned with a determination stronger than ever, resolved to escape this damned place at all costs. Standing in front of the cold iron door of the restricted area, Yuseong suddenly noticed something unusual. The guards who usually kept a strict watch here every day had suddenly vanished. Leaving no trace behind, it made him suspect whether a major incident had just occurred. He was certain that all the dark secrets and hidden conspiracies of this facility were stored in the film reel. The images of victims being brutally tortured and a crippled farm constantly haunted his mind, urging Yuseong to uncover the truth at all costs, or else his little brother would be disposed of soon by them. Decisively stepping forward, he told himself he had to break inside to expose the truth. Behind it all, however, just as he was about to act, Yuseong froze due to an unexpected arrival. It was none other than the deputy director. Yuseong was shocked, wondering what that ruthless man was loitering around and doing here at this time. He quietly observed as the man used a keycard to unlock the door leading to the restricted zone. Doubts surged in his heart, wondering if this man was the mastermind behind the mysterious red-clothed army. Suddenly, the deputy director stopped in his tracks, smirking maliciously as if he had known about his presence all along. He asked mockingly if he was curious to know what was inside. Yuseong froze, caught off guard, while the old man with a cold, scarred face extended a chilling invitation to come inside together. Yuseong silently followed behind the deputy director down the deserted hallway, his heart heavy with suspicion, unable to fathom why the man was dragging him into this. The heavy iron door creaked open with an ear-splitting sound, revealing a mysterious space behind it. Stepping inside, Yuseong was stunned to realize that what lay before his eyes was merely a large room that was unusual. It was extraordinarily silent. The deputy director stood frozen for a long moment, resting his chin on his hand in deep, mysterious contemplation. He muttered to himself in suspicion, wondering whether the director had quietly struck before him. Turning to Yuseong, he asked in a harsh tone whether his curiosity had been satisfied yet, issuing a stern warning that he had better not delve any deeper. "This place is extremely dangerous." Yuseong was stunned and asked if this was a warning. Looking at him with calculation, the deputy director confirmed, "You are certainly a very special person. The enemy forced you to harm your own younger brother." Yuseong froze, his eyes wide with horror as his secret was exposed. The deputy director continued to mockingly say that if one chooses to step into hell, they must know how to turn into a devil. He reminded him that if he didn't know how to hide, he would soon be destroyed in this miserable place. Just after finishing the conversation with the deputy director, he returned to his shift and wondered about the man's sudden return. After his long absence, the correctional officer explained that since he was new, he didn't know that the man had once stood trial for taking bribes. Yuseong asked back in shock. The officer revealed that the man was previously accused of taking money from inmates' parents, but he was recently acquitted, and rumors suggested this was a frame-up by the director, who always viewed the deputy director as a rival standing in his way. Witnessing this intense battle of wits, Yuseung felt suspicious about this grudge, but told himself not to jump to conclusions yet. Just then, a brawl broke out, capturing Yuseung's attention. An inmate shouted in rage, accusing his opponent of giving him a dirty look and mocking him. The other guy immediately retaliated with insults and dared him to get lost. As the tension escalated, Minsu quietly approached the area of the scuffle. He calmly intervened, reminding them that it was work hours. The enraged inmate swung a punch at Minsu and roared, ordering Minsu to back off, claiming he liked playing the squad leader today and bragged about his past of stabbing people to intimidate him. Minsu coldly replied that he didn't care about his past, then threw a punch that knocked the arrogant guy down on the spot. He added, "Showing off your trivial past achievements in a place like this will only get you beaten up." Minsu stood tall, looking down at the defeated man, and coldly warned that he would let it slide this time since the guy was a newcomer. He reminded him to focus on work. The newcomer trembled violently, breaking into a heavy sweat and stammered an apology. Minsu loudly barked an order to the whole team, and the inmates shouted back in agreement, full of enthusiasm. Observing from a distance, the correctional officer let out a sigh of relief, since work had become much easier ever since Minsu took over the construction team, as they no longer needed to intervene directly. Yuseung nodded, realizing his younger brother had truly changed, and promised himself never to abandon him again. Having been beaten so many times, he now knew how to exercise restraint. Yuseung harbored a strong determination to create an opportunity for Minsu. The meeting in the command office took place in an extremely tense atmosphere. Yuseung clearly announced that the next community support location was a village that had just suffered heavy damage from flooding. The officers discussed expanding the operations to focus on civil engineering, maintenance, and cooking. Even so, the deputy director expressed concern about the risk of inmate escape and who would be held responsible. However, the head warden immediately reassured him that the previous volunteer activity at the nursing home went very smoothly without any incidents. They agreed to establish a strict selection process for inmates based on recommendations submitted by the officer. Adjusting his glasses, Yuseung confidently asserted that if this community support campaign succeeded, it would be a golden opportunity to promote a positive image of the correctional facility to the public. The director nodded in deep agreement at this thorough preparation. "Very good. It's done properly. Proceed according to plan." Right after that, he asked all the staff to step outside, keeping only Yuseung behind for a private talk. The other officers withdrew quietly, leaving a silent space. Standing upright and trying to stay calm, Yuseung gently spoke up. "Director, is there anything else you would like to instruct me on?" The director unexpectedly stepped closer, leisurely adjusting Yuseung's tie while reminding him. "Your tie is crooked." Yoseong offered a flustered thank you. Cold sweat began to break out under the pressure of such unusually intimate behavior. Hey, the old man slowly confessed that he had always wondered why an outstanding person like Yoseong would come to a miserable place like this. But now he had found the answer. Stunned, Yoseong asked back to clarify the implicit meaning behind those words, only to freeze when the director smirked and affirmed the main reason was his father. Wearing a sinister smile, the director nonchalantly exposed Yoseong's true identity. "Isn't that Congressman Kang Manti, the president's sworn enemy?" The founder of this place smirked, wondering if he should give special care to a noble young gentleman like him, before coldly declaring his decision. "You will be exempt from participating in this community service trip." Right after that, the heavy iron gate opened for the buses. Carrying the inmates, the vehicles slowly rolled out of the prison to begin the volunteer journey. On the bus, Minsu surveyed his surroundings and asked anxiously, "Sejun, do you see my brother anywhere?" Sejun also found it strange not seeing the familiar guard in the group. "I don't see him. Looks like he isn't on this bus." He pondered and guessed that Yoseong might be traveling in another vehicle out of sight to observe. Looking around, Sejun suddenly noticed a stranger sitting next to Minsu and asked curiously, "Hey, who's that guy?" Minsu glanced at the person leaning on his shoulder, let out a helpless sigh and replied, "Ah, him. I have no idea who he is either." He could only sigh in dismay, wondering how a total stranger with gray hair could sleep so soundly on his shoulder like that. At the scene of the village that had just experienced a flash flood, Gang Dubo and the logistics team were ready at their positions, holding large ladles firmly in hand. Full of momentum, the squad leader asked his subordinates where to start when preparing energetic meals for everyone. At the same time, the work crew also took their first steps down into the layer of mud that reached up to their calves. The whole team rallied their spirits, encouraging one another to work quickly to finish this grueling task as soon as possible. The atmosphere suddenly surged like a real battle. Minsu led the group of prisoners, sonorously shouting the command to dispatch amid cheers of determination. Right now, they weren't facing any gang, but were entering a tough war against the mud. Shouts echoed everywhere, urging each other to clear the debris and drain the wastewater. The historical flood after days of torrential rain had turned the entire area into a scene of desolation. The entire village was submerged in a sea of muddy soil, making rescue operations extremely difficult. A prisoner was shocked to see heavy machinery severely damaged, left completely broken amidst the chaos. Dubo's logistics team tirelessly supplied hot soup to energize those who were exhausted. In another corner, the technical team rushed to replace fuses and check the electrical circuits to restore power as soon as possible. In contrast to the hustle and bustle around him, Jisoo nonchalantly sat, letting out a long, bored yawn, perched on the steps. Jisoo grumbled about why he had to be in such a miserable place. He planned to get things over with to leave early, then quietly observed Minsu clearing the mud. Jisoo inwardly assessed that this kid acted quite differently from what he had imagined. His eyes were sharp and calculating, wondering if this was the target he needed to aim for, unaware that he was being watched. Minsu tiredly held a steamed bun and secretly doubted, is this even edible? The entire prisoner crew took advantage of a break to sit on the ground, enjoying a rare moment of relaxation after exhausting hours of hard labor under the scorching sun. However, the peaceful moment quickly vanished due to an argument between the prison guard and a villager. The guard was trying to persuade an old man to evacuate because the ground was experiencing severe landslide. Ignoring the advice, the old man brushed it off and insisted that his house had stood firm for decades, despite the guard's earnest invitation to the shelter. The old man still bellowed in rage about the inconvenience. He pointed at the group of inmates and roared, "How can I trust the ones who just stole my wallet?" The deputy director calmly approached, coldly questioning if the old man was certain about his suspicion. The old man asserted that his wallet disappeared the moment he put it down to clean up, insisting the kids were the culprits, then suddenly pointed toward Sejun, who was carrying items while singing loudly. Only him, that long-haired guy, stole it. The old man rushed over and grabbed Sejun tightly by the collar, scuffling as he screamed for his wallet back. But Sejun remained cold and firmly denied it, though the old man's rage did not stop there. The old man brushed him off and framed them, saying criminals could never change their nature. Watching from a distance, the deputy director mused as he realized why the kids were reluctant to do community service. The head guard was pondering the harsh reality that no matter how many good things they tried to do, bearing the label of a criminal meant they would still be looked down upon. So whatever you brothers do, stay out of trouble with the law. The old man continued to tighten his grip on Sejun's collar and screamed into his face, "In the eyes of the public, you're all just a bunch of criminals. You went to prison for stealing, didn't you? Should I chop off your hand to cure that habit?" Just then, Hyung-jun spoke up, interrupting and asking if he was looking for a brown wallet. The old man turned around and yelled, asking who he was, and if he was the thief. Hyung-jun casually replied that he saw the wallet on the ground and handed it over to the supermarket. Hearing this, the old man let go in shock. Even though he knew he was wrong, he still tried to shout to save face, claiming he wouldn't praise him, exclaiming, if even a single penny went missing, who would take responsibility, and adding that criminals couldn't be trusted, before Sejun turned away, sighing bitterly that things would never change, while Hyung-jun scratched his head, saying he was just telling the truth. Unexpectedly, a kindly old woman walked over, handed them 2 ears of corn and told them to eat. "Don't mind that old man." Seeing both of them looking bewildered, the old woman explained further that his temper had become like that ever since. His leg was broken after being hit by kids on motorcycles. Sejun took the corn and started eating. The old woman smiled and asked how it tasted, and he nodded softly, honestly praising that the corn was delicious. The peaceful scene temporarily faded, giving way to the suffocating atmosphere of the office, where the visitor center was loud with the sound of computers. As Hyusong put on his headphones, focusing intensely on the screen, he sighed in fatigue after being demoted to this place, telling himself that sooner or later the truth about his father's identity as a powerful congressman would be discovered, as it was too big of a shadow. He still vividly remembered the director's words that his father was Congressman Kang Mang-gil, the president's political opponent and the founder of this facility. The director asserted that such a powerful father certainly wouldn't misjudge his precious son, then decisively announced his exemption from participating in community service duties this time. Hyusong was stunned, trying to stay calm as he asked whether being a congressman's son was an issue, or if he was implying he had an ulterior motive. The old director merely smiled sinisterly, saying he only wanted to nip the trouble in the bud before things went too far. Returning to his office, Hyu-song silently pieced everything together, realizing the old man still didn't know he and Minsu were biological brothers. However, the deputy director's suggestive words flooded back, bringing up how the enemy had forced him to strike his own younger brother. Hyu-song was shocked, wondering to himself if that old man really knew everything after all. Ho-song burned with suspicion, realizing he was trapped in layers of scheming. Standing at the head of the prison under the pouring rain, the deputy director looked down at the rain-soaked road with cold, calculating eyes. Yo-song vowed to find the truth behind his motives. As soon as the guard reported that all the children had gathered, the old man coldly asked if they had checked the return signal yet. Receiving confirmation that everything was normal and without any flaws, he decisively turned back to focus on his unfinished plan. As the rain grew heavier by the minute, the deputy director screamed orders for the whole team to move to the temporary shelter. He did not forget to threaten the soaked prisoners that every action was being monitored, warning them not to try anything. The prisoners shouted in unison, understood, and trudged forward in the rain. The old man watched solemnly, hoping no incidents would occur along the way. But right at that moment, a terrifying noise echoed as the entire mountainside suddenly gave way. The landslide rushed down, leaving the prisoners frozen in fear. Minsu realized in shock that it was the old man's house from earlier. The old farmer screamed frantically, struggling to break past the guards to rush into the rubble. Ignoring the imminent danger of a second landslide, he cried out, "My wife is still trapped inside." His heartbreaking scream made Si-jun freeze as he realized the kind old woman with the injured leg was still trapped in the collapsed house. Panic-stricken, the deputy director ordered the rescue team to be called, while pushing the kids back as mud poured down endlessly, threatening to swallow everything in an instant. Amidst the chaos, Si-jun quietly bent down and tied his shoelaces decisively, making Minsu realize his reckless intention in horror. "Don't tell me you're planning to." Without bothering to reply, Si-jun immediately charged straight into the dangerous landslide zone, ignoring the shouts behind him telling him to stop. In his mind now, there was only room for anxiety over his reckless move. Inside, bricks, rocks, and mud poured down like a waterfall from the ceiling. Si-jun decisively kicked open the room door and shouted, "Ma'am." Amidst the blinding debris, he eagerly searched everywhere for the old woman. But then, Si-jun abruptly froze as he heard a dry, snapping sound. Right above his head, he looked up in horror as the entire ceiling structure began to collapse downward. Outside, the desperate husband sobbed loudly while held tightly in the arms of two police officers, screaming through his tears, "Let me go. My wife is still inside." The officer pleaded with him to stop. "You can't, it's too dangerous." The devastating landslide had flattened the house, while an elderly woman who couldn't move on her own was still inside. Si-jun stood frozen, cold sweat mixing with rainwater trickling down as a massive concrete block crashed down right at his feet. Out of nowhere, Minsu suddenly appeared right beside him. Si-jun demanded, "Why did you come in here?" Minsu grumbled while brushing off the dust. "Seeing an idiot rushing to his death means a department head like me has to come in to protect him." Si-jun brushed it off impatiently, "Stop babbling and hurry up and find the old lady." As the two dug frantically through the rubble, Si-jun pointed, "There's still that corner we haven't checked." Finally, they found the old lady lying unconscious beneath the pile of rubble. Minsu and Si-jun rushed to clear the debris to rescue her. Minsu called out anxiously, "Ma'am, wake up." Si-jun quickly checked her pulse and let out a sigh of relief. She's still breathing. But their brief moment of joy didn't last long as the situation worsened. Terrifying cracking sounds echoed again from above. The entire ceiling collapsed completely, burying all three of them in a thick cloud of dust. Witnessing the terrifying scene from outside, the prisoners screamed in despair. The ceiling collapsed. Minsu and Si-jun are still trapped inside. Just as everyone was panicking, a rough hand firmly grabbed the edge of the collapsed roof. Immediately after, another large prisoner with dreadlocks rushed in to help. Both strained with all their might, veins bulging on their muscles. As they roared together in an ultimate effort under the pouring rain, the two giants poured all their strength into lifting the concrete block to open a path to survival for their teammates. Trapped inside, moved by such bravery, the underlings from the kitchen crew couldn't sit still either. They cheered loudly for their captain on the front lines. "We have to lend a hand," Even the maintenance crew was fired up. Their leader immediately shouted out, "Is the maintenance crew going to be cowardly at a time like this?" The whole team shouted in unison, and dozens of inmates gathered all their strength together. They chanted and strained to lift the concrete beam, revealing a small gap among the ruins. Urgent, breathless calls echoed in rapid succession, recognizing the golden opportunity. Minsu and Sejun shouted for everyone to run quickly. They immediately rushed out, pulling the old woman along. In the very next instant, the entire house completely collapsed. The group of inmates stood looking at the rubble, still in total shock. Some were still dazed, unable to believe their own eyes. They looked at each other and breathed a sigh of relief, realizing they had just narrowly escaped death. The whine of an ambulance echoed mournfully through the desolate countryside under the heavy rain. The old man rushed frantically to the side of the stretcher. Crying and trembling, he gently shook his wife, calling out to her. The old woman drowsily opened her eyes, dazed and unsure how she had survived after coming so close to death. Seeing that his wife was safe, the old man could only hold her hand tightly. Watching from a distance, the chubby guard hesitantly asked the deputy director whether the boss would punish the kids for acting on their own. The deputy director remained silent, watching Minsu and Sejun sitting exhausted beside the ambulance. The guard quietly remarked that while the boss was away, the kids here had changed a lot. He affirmed that this transformation was entirely thanks to Lee Minsu's arrival, not because of any adult's guidance. Looking at Minsu's determined face under the rain, he thought thoughtfully that only kids could reform their own peers. The next afternoon, the sky turned unusually clear and blue. Community support work continued on top of the rubble. The only difference now was that there was additional help from the Volunteer Women's Association. Along with friendly gazes from the villagers, the locals warmly served food to the inmates and told them to eat as much as they liked. An old woman even turned around to scold the guard when he tried to intervene. She criticized him for being too strict and urged the kids to eat watermelon to regain their strength. She then affectionately fed them watermelon and asked about their hard work. Meanwhile, over the radio, news that the group chairman had once again skipped his court appearance due to a chronic illness played continuously. Jisoo clicked his tongue in contempt, believing that terrible adults were the ones who truly belonged in prison. Hearing the villagers mention inviting him to eat watermelon to reform himself, he flinched slightly and responded awkwardly. Suddenly, a cold glass of ice water was handed to him. Si-min, wearing an apron, smiled and urged him to drink some fruit juice. Si-jun, who was resting under a tree, looked up in surprise and asked when she had arrived. Si-min teased her younger brother for losing his sharp instincts lately. Si-jun admitted he had guessed she would come since their father was away. Si-min curiously asked if he used to hate old people. Si-jun answered thoughtfully that he still hated them, but he couldn't ignore an old woman who was kind to him. Listening to her brother open up, Si-min smiled and praised him, but didn't forget to remind him not to rush into dangerous places like that ever again. When night fell, the whole group gathered to rest inside the local gymnasium. Looking at the long rows of inmates already fast asleep, Minsu silently prayed for the storm to pass. He muttered to himself that going out on a mission like this was even more dangerous than fighting in prison. In the middle of the night, Minsu suddenly woke up needing to use the bathroom. He grumbled annoyedly under his breath. He awkwardly sat up, intending to relieve himself and go back to sleep, but suddenly froze as he looked at the spot beside him. Startled, he wondered where Moon Hyun-jun had gone. Could he have gone outside to use the bathroom as well? Right then, amidst the quiet night, the bushes by the forest edge suddenly made a rustling sound. A figure was frantically sprinting through the dense bushes. It was Moon Hyun-jun. He ran for his life, his face pale with panic and his breathing heavy, as if he were being chased by something terrifying. Close behind, in the pitch dark, Hyun-jun discovered a pile of discarded old clothes by the road. He quickly rummaged through them to change into a new outfit. He disguised himself with a floral pajama shirt and a woolen scarf. Reaching the main road, seeing a woman walking, he hesitantly spoke up. "Excuse me." When the person turned around, Hyun-jun anxiously asked for directions to the hospital. Seeing the teenage boy's strange appearance late at night, she felt uneasy yet deeply sympathetic toward the poor beggar. His disguise was quite clever, and she warmly pointed straight ahead, instructing him to catch the approaching bus, which would take about 30 minutes to arrive. Hyun-jun bowed politely and thanked her. However, as the bus rolled away, Hyun-jun remained frozen at the lonely stop. He frantically searched his pockets, only to realize the bitter truth. "I don't have money for the bus. What should I do now?" Standing alone in the dark, Hyun-jun gritted his teeth, telling himself he had to get money at all costs. Meanwhile, back at the duty room, Ayu Seong was intently watching his computer screen, monitoring the signal. Continuous beeping sounds rang out, warning that Hyun Jun's TS signal was moving. The community service area. Ayu Seong calculated that he couldn't have gone too far. I asked the old man to buy some time until tomorrow morning, so there's still a little time left. He grew anxious, as even driving right now would take 4 hours. Meanwhile, the old man couldn't leave his post. Did these kids really think escaping would be that easy? Everything had been under control. Left with no other choice, Ayu Seong called for backup. He fell silent, apologized, and said she was the only one he could rely on right now. Ra Si-min, please go find Hyun Jun and bring him back for me. Receiving the order, Si-min immediately put on protective gear, revved up her heavy motorcycle, and prepared to set off in the night. Si-jun quietly stood there, wanting to come along. Surprised, she asked, "What, you're coming too?" Si-jun stepped forward cold and decisively, cutting his sister off. "Just stay quiet and drive." Getting on the bike, Si-jun stared thoughtfully into the night, his heart heavy with remorse over past mistakes. Not just toward his sister Si-min, but also toward Hyun Jun. He bitterly realized he still owed them a confession, and had never gotten the chance to apologize. Meanwhile, at the roadside eateries, the news reported that Yusong Group chairman Han Man-soo was absent again. At court, the public was furious, clicking their tongues in disgust at the wealthy, corrupt elites. He was clearly faking illness to dodge the trial, pulling all kinds of tricks to escape justice. From mental illness to terminal conditions, and then leisurely enjoying his retreat. In another corner of the street, Moon Hyun Jun was desperately kneeling, searching for loose change dropped under a vending machine. An automatic machine. He thought to himself in despair, "Damn it, I'm still short 1,251 for the bus fare." In his desperation, a balding man with a creepy smile suddenly approached him. Coming closer, the man asked if he needed money and offered to give him some. Naively, Hyun Jun looked up with hope. "Are you really giving me money?" The man smirked meaningfully, saying of course, but in return he had to be his secret friend. Hyun Jun asked in confusion what that meant. The creepy man began explaining his twisted definition. "A secret friend is someone who comes over there to have fun with me." As he spoke, he pointed toward a dark alley up ahead. Hyun Jun started feeling uneasy, timidly declining because that place didn't look like somewhere to play at all. Ignoring the teenager's hesitation, the old man stepped closer. His face distorted with filthy desire, he coaxed him to go out and have fun. Realizing his sinister intentions, Hyun Jun screamed in horror and ran away for his life, asserting that he was not that kind of person. The old man could only call after him in deep regret as his prey slipped away, nearly ruining a young man's life. Hyung ran for dear life into an alley, panting heavily from exhaustion as he leaned against the wall, despairingly complaining of hunger and thirst in the middle of the night. Suddenly, the sound of light snoring caught his attention. Right at the base of the wall, a homeless man was fast asleep in front of a begging bowl. A dark thought flashed through Hyung's head. He considered taking a little money, thinking the man would still be fine. Standing before the bowl of spare change, his hands trembled as he reached out, only to hesitate due to the inner struggle of his conscience. He realized in shock that he couldn't bring himself to do something so degenerate. At the same time, Sae Jun and Si-min were frantically searching for him. Sae Jun looked down into the gap underneath a vending machine, foolishly asking if Hyung was hiding inside. That prompted Si-min to complain, asking if that space wasn't way too small for him to fit. Sae Jun nonchalantly replied that with his tiny frame, he could totally hide there. But Si-min immediately told him to be quiet so she could focus on checking the VAMPE signal. She said the researcher had just called to report that the target had moved a bit, but was still wandering around this area. Sae Jun put his hands on his hips, grumbling as he asked her for a cigarette. But Si-min calmly replied that these were candies and that she had quit smoking. Sae Jun was stunned, as it was his older sister who had dragged him into smoking in the first place. He pressed her for the reason behind her sudden decision to quit. She casually revealed that she quit smoking because she wanted to kiss someone who didn't smoke. Sae Jun froze for a few seconds, then went crazy and yelled out, asking who the hell that bastard was. Ignoring her furious younger brother, Si-min just urged him to hurry up and focus on finding Hyung instead of worrying about useless things. Sae Jun's resentful screams echoed through the deserted street. "Who is it? Who the hell is it? How are they supposed to search for him if he keeps shouting like this?" Returning to the dark alley, as Hyung was trying to restrain himself, he trembled in an internal struggle, telling himself not to steal the money and decisively turned to leave. Suddenly, a raspy voice called out telling him to just go ahead and take it. Startled, Hyung stammered and asked if he wasn't asleep. The homeless man looked at him gently and calmly said that if he needed money, he should just take the spare change in the bowl. Hyung waved his hands in a panic to decline, but the old man still gently encouraged him, noting that he was going through a tough time. Looking at his appearance, the old man guessed Hyung had his own worries. Offering his hands full of change and a paper bill, he said returning it tenfold later would be just fine. Touched, Jung took it and thanked him. Meanwhile, Sae Jun and Si-min had made their way to the exact alley. Sae Jun was certain that the location signal was coming directly from this spot. Now that he has money, he'll be long gone. Why would he still be around here to be found? Looking around the empty alley, Si-min wondered why no one was there. Did he move again? Right at that moment, blood-curdling screams rang out from a dark corner. "I won't give it to you." The shouting made Sae Jun freeze in his tracks. In front of him, a group of thugs was viciously beating up the old homeless man, robbing him of his spare change to buy cigarettes and liquor, even mockingly saying that money earned from begging had to be shared with them. Believing Hyung wasn't there, Si-min urged them to move on. She didn't want to meddle in other people's business. However, Sae Jun suddenly stopped when he saw Hyung unexpectedly rush out to shield the old man with his own body. The young boy screamed for them to stop, which enraged the thugs. They grabbed his hair and rained down a barrage of blows on his small body. Si-min was shocked to realize that it was indeed Hyung. After all the effort searching in the dead of night, they had finally found him. The target had finally appeared. Hyung tightly held the old man while crying out in pain, demanding that they stop. The furious ringleader grabbed his hair and swore at him, enraged that a beggar had dirtied his new clothes. He swung his fist, intending to knock the kid out. Hyung could only panic as the punch surged right toward his face. Just then, Sae Jun appeared, blocking the punch midair and coldly warned the thugs to get lost. He glared at the scum with a murderous look, promising to make them feel many times the pain. At first, the thugs were still arrogantly mocking them, but everything changed right after. Faced with Sejun's overwhelming power, they had no choice but to drop to their knees in humiliation, admitting they were garbage and begging for forgiveness. Hyunjun rushed over to the old man's side, anxiously asking if he was hurt anywhere. Face covered in blood and injuries, the old man still forced a smile, saying he was fine since he was used to getting beaten. Then he sincerely thanked him. Sejun gently approached and advised him, "I don't know what business you have, but let's head back right away." Hyunjun reassured himself that if the group left quickly now, no one would notice their absence. Under the quiet night sky, the group silently left the abandoned building to make it back before dawn. Oh-seong pressed the phone to his ear in shock, cold sweat pouring down as he heard the news through the receiver. "What do you mean? You found him, but he can't return immediately." Semin calmly explained that she needed to drop by the hospital for a bit, earnestly pleading with him for more time. She firmly promised to return as soon as possible before vanishing into the night with Sejun and Kanga. Oh-seong stood frozen in the control room, unable to do anything but sigh in utter helplessness. But then an even worse disaster struck out of nowhere, leaving him on pins and needles. Through the window, he watched in horror as the director's jeep started its engine, preparing to leave. The smug director cheerfully waved to Sergeant Kang, instructing him that he was heading out for a brief inspection, and telling him to stay behind to watch over the reform camp. Oh-seong froze as he watched the vehicle fade into the distance, realizing that the director was heading straight toward the community service center, where the inmates were secretly escaping. At Deokjung Hospital, two high-powered motorcycles slammed on their brakes right in front of the lobby. Sejun, Semin, and Hyunjun stepped into the elevator amidst a tense atmosphere. Sejun asked curiously, "Is your father hospitalized here? Which floor is he on?" Hyunjun timidly replied that it was the 16th floor. Hearing that, Sejun paused for a moment and then stared intently at the button. Semin was in awe, asking if Hyunjun's family must be extremely rich to rent a VIP room like that. Hyunjun hesitantly revealed the shocking truth that this entire hospital, along with a series of other major hospitals, belonged to his father. "Whoa, a wealthy young master like you, how on earth did you take a wrong turn like this?" Sejun looked at the kid skeptically, asking if his father was a doctor. Hyunjun quickly denied it, explaining that he wasn't a doctor, but simply the owner of the hospital. Sejun flatly rejected the claim, telling him to stop blowing smoke because Hyunjun's bad habits seemed to be flaring up again. Someone brought up how he had once bragged about the lot tower, belonging to his family as well, leaving the kid with nothing to do but scratch his head and give in. A chime sounded, signaling that the elevator had arrived on the 16th floor. Sejun quietly stepped out, not forgetting to remind him that if he kept lying, no one would trust him anymore, leaving Hyunjun only able to look up and apologize. The moment he stepped out of the elevator, Sejun froze in place before an unbelievable scene. 2 rows of massive bodyguards in black suits stood solemnly along the hallway, as if welcoming a VIP of immense power. Sejun wondered in shock whether the gang had walked onto the wrong floor. Despite having made up his mind to protect Hyunjin, faced with this overwhelming aura, Sejun still trembled and clenched his fists tightly out of extreme tension. He was about to call Hyunjin back, thinking they were in the wrong place, but the stunning truth was instantly revealed as all the bodyguards bowed deeply in unison, greeting the young master. Sejun and Semin stood frozen behind him, realizing that the usually timid kid actually hailed from a formidable family background. With a resolute look in his eyes that was completely different from usual, he spoke up clearly and firmly, asking to see his father. Meanwhile, at the command center, the GPS tracker on the screen kept flashing, indicating Hyunjin's location at the central hospital. Oh-seong observed the map on his phone and calculated the distance in his mind. It was quite far from here to the community service center. Taking more than 2.5 hours, he realized he had only 2 hours left before the director arrived and discovered the inmate's absence. He buried his face in his hands, running his fingers through his hair in anxiety, knowing full well that much time was far from enough to get everyone back. To get everyone back in time. Right at this moment, EUC also decided to find every way possible to delay the director's journey, no matter the cost. At that exact moment, his jeep was still speeding down the long, straight avenue in the late night like the wind when the young driver hesitantly spoke up. "Director, I'm afraid we'll arrive a bit late." Chewing his tobacco, the old director suddenly frowned and snapped. "Is there a traffic accident up ahead or something?" The driver didn't know what to say, anxiously gesturing for him to look straight ahead. Under the streetlights, the French flag fluttered beside the massive cannons of the tank columns slowly advancing forward, completely blocking the road. The old director was stunned by the sudden military exercise taking place right in the middle of the city streets at night, and yelled furiously, ordering them to change directions immediately. And the driver hurriedly reported that there was still one last detour. It turned out that tonight's parade was arranged by Yusiok, who relied on his foster father's help. "Thank you, father. I'm sorry for bothering you. I'll call you back later." Yusiok hung up, his eyes suddenly turning sharp and full of scheming. "Now, let's try the next trick." Meanwhile, the old director's car ran into trouble again on the detour. The driver trembled. "Sir, we're late again," the furious old man roared. "Why, we completely avoided the military zone." The only response he got was the image of a cyclist leisurely gliding right in front of the car. Not just one person, an entire professional racing team suddenly blocked the path, lining up shoulder to shoulder to occupy the only road leading into the village. The driver exclaimed in helplessness, "There's no other way out. What should we do now?" At the same time, at the hospital, Moon Hyun-jun stood silently in front of his father's hospital room, terrors from the past suddenly flooding back. Those were the days when he had to witness cowardly thugs joining gangs to assault other children. They never stopped committing brutal acts that crossed human limits, even taking the lives of others. His father, a man holding absolute power who could manipulate both political and business circles, coldly judged that these sins could not be covered up, and that whoever did wrong must suffer the consequences. While Hyun-jun could only hold his head and sob uncontrollably in extreme confusion. "But father, I still don't understand." Young Hyun-jun stood frozen, staring at the corpse at the bottom of the stairs. His mind completely collapsed before the cruel injustice of his family. He kept telling himself that committing a crime and receiving punishment was only natural. But why were all the sins dumped onto the head of a child like him, while the actual culprit, his older brother who committed the crime, stood there laughing merrily? He casually put his arm around his shoulder as if nothing had happened, making Hyun-jun cry out loud in mad resentment. Why am I the one being punished and not him?" In the suffocating atmosphere of a wealthy, noble family meals had never brought a single bit of warmth to Moon Hyun-jun. He quietly and bitterly endured the discrimination right inside his own home. According to strict rules, his grandfather, father, and the eldest son were always the ones prioritized to dine first at the lavish banquet. Meanwhile, Hyun-jun and his older sister could only huddle in the corner of the room, waiting to eat the leftovers like servants. Truly a feudal-style, wealthy family. The favoritism reached its peak when the grandfather gently asked the eldest grandson if the fish dish suited his taste. But when turning to Hyun-jun and his sister, the old man barked orders at them like slaves. The moment they made a mistake, they were immediately berated. displeased, he was ready to get physical, yelling at him for being disrespectful and forcing him to pour water, serve, and show absolute deference to his elder brother. The atmosphere grew even more tense as the grandfather constantly berated his daughter-in-law simply because the eldest grandson's suit had gone cold, turning family meals into a space of oppression and blind submission. To Hyun Jae-un and his sister, this house was nothing short of a living hell, making them constantly long to escape. The senseless beatings from his elder brother became a horrific trauma in his childhood memories. He vented his fury on Hyun Jae-un for the most absurd reasons, such as daring to eat good food or even blaming him for making his own studies so difficult. Seeing her younger brother being bullied, the elder sister couldn't hold back any longer and rushed in to slap that brat. Although Hyun Jun was no longer beaten after that, the consequences of striking the favored eldest grandson came immediately. That day, his sister was locked in the storeroom and starved for a whole day and night. Heartbroken, Hyun Jun urged his sister to eat and take medicine to recover quickly. The two siblings embraced each other, relying on one another through the storm. As time passed, both studied frantically in hopes of escaping their family's tight grip. While Hyun Jun worked tirelessly at his desk despite the pain, the eldest grandson sank deeper into a life of crime. Upon reaching adulthood, he led a gang, committing countless brutal assaults and performing inhumane acts. Even when arrested by the police, he still sneered arrogantly and defied the authorities, believing his grandfather would use his power to wipe away all the trouble. He was truly a spoiled brat gone wrong who needed to be sent to prison early to open his eyes. One day, his sister beamed as she brought home her college acceptance letter to show her grandfather and father. The old man laughed triumphantly in praise, but immediately after, he roughly snatched the paper away and uttered cruel words. Claiming there was something more important, he forced her to give up her dream to serve the advancement of the family. She could only helplessly submit to the harsh arrangement. From that day on, Hyun Jae-un's sister changed completely when pushed to the wall. She threw herself into the middle of the street seeking death. However, in that rotten family, not a single person cared in the slightest that she was lying there gasping for air. On the hospital bed surrounded by life support machines, witnessing his sister's tragedy, Hyun Jae-un fell into utter despair with those called his relatives, who treated each other more cruelly than strangers. A few days later, while beating up a classmate, the eldest grandson pushed the poor student down the stairs. Yet the scumbag brother remained completely indifferent despite having just taken a human life. To cover up the crime for his favorite grandson, the powerful old man used his connections to hush up the matter. The brother leaned close to Hyun Jae-un's ear and whispered chillingly enticing words, "Do as I say and you'll be out soon." In the end, Hyun Jae-un sullenly entered the juvenile reformatory in uniform number H523, taking the fall for the culprit in this living hell. Hyun Jun was repeatedly tormented brutally by his fellow inmates. This bastard lied again. He gritted his teeth and endured all the humiliation, inwardly questioning if this was the price he had to pay for failing to protect his sister Soo-min. Choking back tears, Hyun Jun thought, "I accept the punishment for failing to protect you, but is that brother really not going to pay for the crimes he committed?" Returning to reality, Hyun Jun's father stood by the window and casually uttered cold words, "All of this is for the family. Your small sacrifice will bring the greatest benefit to our business." The old man raised his voice, demanding the illegitimate child Hyun Jae-un to accept it. Witnessing such extreme cruelty, Si-jun retaliated in fury. "How can you utter such brutal words?" Looking at that shameless monster, he quietly turned away, realizing this old man no longer deserved to be called a human. Si-jun advised Hyung-jun not to dwell on it too much, but he affirmed he still had an important matter to settle before returning to the detention center. "Let's go, your hospital treatment is finally over," Hyung-jun quietly replied and left with the group. But suddenly, they ran straight into the chairman and Hyung Jae-un's older brother who were waiting for them beforehand. Hyung-jun gasped in shock, "Father," as night fell, enveloping the Ganghui Reformation Center in a gloomy atmosphere. Walking down the corridor, the deputy director accidentally overheard two inmates talking. "Are you sure this is the last time you'll get to see it?" The squeaking sound of an electric fan echoed through the silent space. Seeing his friend diligently fixing the fan, an inmate couldn't help but ask, "What on earth are you doing, fixing that fan as if your life depends on it?" The guy opposite casually replied that he wanted to show respect to the big boss. He shared his dream of finding a job after getting discharged, working at an auto repair shop, while hoping for a bright future to start over alongside his brother. His friend asked excitedly, So if I get out first, will you definitely come find me at the shop? He smiled and promised to keep his word. Afterward, both continued working tirelessly, daydreaming about a reformed life after release. The deputy director stood silently outside the door, looking at the two kids with sorrowful eyes, knowing full well that no one had ever left this hellhole in peace. Meanwhile, in the dark hallway, Park Hyo-jin lurked, observing before reporting that the guy at the workshop had made the repairs. Ready, he smirked schemingly, preparing to execute his dark plan. At the hospital, two bodyguards stood strict guard in front of the VIP room, as Mr. Yoon faced his exhausted father and arrogant older brother in utter shock. The brother sneered disdainfully, claiming that once a criminal, always trash, and would never receive protection from the family. He mocked him shamelessly, asserting that once stained, Hyung-jun's honor was worthless. The brother turned to look at Si-min with perverted eyes and dropped sleazy comments about her appearance. He casually threw his arm around Si-min's shoulders, demanding some fun because he found her edgy style attractive. Witnessing that filthy hand touch her sister, the killer intent radiating from Si-jun surged to the absolute limit, without a single warning. Si-min threw a punch that sent the eldest grandson flying backward to everyone's horror. Watching the scene unfold, the old chairman and the father stood frozen in place, their eyes wide at the violent act right inside the hospital room. He coldly remarked that she seemed to have learned nothing at school except using her fists to resolve issues. Si-min's eyes darkened, suppressing extreme rage alongside a chilling aura aimed directly at the man who had just insulted her. "Do you want to die?" the crazy old man roared. "How dare you touch my precious grandson?" Si-min smirked sarcastically. "Your grandson, what a joke. Are you blind, or can't you see this scoundrel was just trying to molest me?" The old man pointed angrily and yelled, "I didn't intend to interfere since this is another family's business, but were you brats never taught manners by your parents? I wonder how a punk like you was raised." Si-min bluntly fired back in a defiant tone, "Yeah, my parents divorced early, so I graduated from the school of hard knocks. If I learned anything, it's that siblings shouldn't fight each other but should share and yield to one another." She looked straight at the old man and firmly declared. Hyung Jae-un stood frozen at Si-min's sharp words. She coldly delivered the final blow, stating that his precious son seemed to have missed that lesson entirely. The old man flew into a rage and shouted at his son, asking what on earth that wretched girl was talking about. He couldn't hear clearly and urged his son to do something quickly. The arrogant old man pointed and ordered the kids, telling them to pretend they had never seen them here and to get out immediately while he was still speaking nicely. However, the older brother, Hwang-jun, didn't stop. He gritted his teeth, cursed, and refused to leave. Driven mad, he grabbed a long iron bar and swung a lethal blow towards Si-min's head with all his strength. Si-jun stared in shock and gasped in despair, calling out for his sister. The old man didn't stop him. Instead, he gleefully cheered on his grandson's rampage, urging him to teach that bitch a lesson. The iron bar sliced through the air, coming down right in front of Si-min's face to the delight of the crazy old man. Meanwhile, at the reform school, one of the two inmates was working. One had to go out to use the restroom first, and taking advantage of the moment, a mysterious intruder snuck in and picked up a wrench from the floor. Thinking Dong-hyuk had returned, the inmate paid no attention, completely unaware that danger was closing in on him. Before the victim could react, the attacker struck a heavy blow straight to the poor guy's head with the wrench. At the hospital, two bodyguards stood strict guard in front of the closed door of the VIP room. The older brother, Hwang-jun, stared in disbelief and screamed in horror as he witnessed the gruesome scene inside, wondering what the hell was going on. Min Jae-hun bravely stepped up to shield Si-min, declaring he would not back down because he didn't want anyone around him to get hurt anymore. His rebellious glare infuriated the older brother, who questioned the defiance in his eyes and swore to teach him a lesson, just as he was about to make his move. Si-jun shouted at him to stop, and a fierce slap suddenly landed squarely on his face. The one who struck him wasn't Si-jun but their powerful father. The father roared in extreme anger, leaving Jun frozen in shock, barely able to gasp out a word. The father unleashed a rain of slaps onto his eldest son's face, yelling and asking what on earth he was doing. He shouted and demanded to know if this was what he had been teaching him all along, causing the older brother to collapse in shock. He couldn't believe his father, who had never spoken a harsh word to him, would beat him so brutally. The youngest screamed out to ask why, claiming he couldn't beat the eldest son like that. The old man coldly ordered him to stop, asserting that he had endured enough. He painfully recalled losing his eldest daughter because of him, and how he even made his youngest son, Hwang-jun, go to the reform school to take the blame. The father bitterly admitted he made a mistake in believing his eldest son would grow up over time. Looking at the harsh reality, he realized the price of blind trust was far too high. Bowing his head to his youngest son, he choked back tears as he apologized, begging for forgiveness and promising to fix his brother's mistakes by getting him out of the reform school soon. Behind them, the old man kept shouting at his child who was causing chaos, asking wildly if he understood what this meant. Glaring intently, he demanded to know who gave permission to do such a thing, then called out to see if anyone was there. A group of bodyguards in black immediately appeared and bowed to receive orders. The old man pointed and ordered them to immediately capture those who dared to insult his eldest grandson. The men quickly advanced and surrounded Si-jun and the Si-min siblings right in the empty hallway of the reform school. Gi-soo walked nonchalantly, wondering to himself whether he could truly escape this building. He curled his lips into a smirk, thinking that returning here was inevitable because the outside world functioned normally without them. Coldly, Jisoo dragged the corpse across the floor, thinking to himself that Ha Seong-chul was also a target he needed to eliminate quickly so he could go to sleep. He silently dragged the corpse away, disappearing behind a dark corner of the hallway. Hearing an unusual sound, a guard walked over to check, unaware that the killer had not left and was waiting in ambush in the corner for his next victim. Meanwhile, Minsu was using the restroom, unable to hide his anxiety, and telling himself to find every possible way to buy time if things took a turn for the worse. Suddenly, Sungchin from the maintenance team spoke up, remarking that Minsu looked like he had a lot on his mind, recognizing his acquaintance. Minsu was secretly suspicious, wondering what scheme this guy had up his sleeve by striking up a conversation. Sungchin offered to help if Minsu was facing any difficulties, leaving him stunned and bewilderedly asking why. Standing side by side in the restroom, Sungchin softly admitted that he used to have a bit of a misunderstanding about Minsu. Washing his hands, he confessed that because Minsu was on the candidate list wearing the red uniform, he used to view him as a scumbag. Sungchin poured his heart out, saying it was just personal prejudice, and then curiously asked if Minsu hated that haunting red uniform. In a heavy, resolute voice, he declared that he would never want to return to those dark days of the past ever again. Looking at himself in the mirror, Sungchin bitterly realized that being chosen as a candidate meant nothing. It merely turned them into pawns to slaughter each other. He promised to always help Minsu, as long as violence wasn't needed to solve the problem. Minsu could only force an awkward smile in response, secretly wishing the guy wouldn't bother him while he was using the bathroom. Back at the crime scene, a heavy wrench dropped onto the floor. Nobody expected that the unlucky guard who had just been knocked out was actually Officer Sin. As the scene shifted back to the past, the deputy director took his time lighting a cigarette, the flickering flame illuminating the rugged scar on his face. Officer Sin asked in surprise if he hadn't quit smoking, to which the man bitterly replied that he too would relapse if he had to go through such an unfair trial. Unexpectedly, the deputy director changed the subject and bluntly asked the most important question. "Have you found Moon Hyun-jun yet?" Officer Sin exclaimed in astonishment. "How did you know?" He scoffed cold-heartedly, saying that with Sin shouting over the phone like that, anyone would know. He warned that if the director found out, he would use Sin's negligence in management to pressure him. The deputy director advised that the best plan right now was to act naturally, as if nothing had ever happened. But suddenly, the roar of a helicopter engine tore through the night sky. Panic-stricken, Officer Sin looked up at the helicopter gradually landing. That was the director's private aircraft. Has that old man really returned? Sin hurriedly grabbed his walkie-talkie to prepare for the emergency. Immediately, a fake award ceremony was set up for show. The guard holding the camera kept urging everyone to smile. The sound of shutter clicks echoed continuously to capture wholesome, staged photos, while two men joyfully raised a 5 million won reward sign and shouted their slogan, "Let's all rehabilitate together." Next came a photo of the deputy director standing beside Minsu, who was holding a 50 reward point board. The lackeys showered them with lavish praise, saying the picture looked amazing and the model came out great. The director nonchalantly reviewed the final result and praised how sharp the photo was. Minsu looked at the board in his hand, still stunned, asking again just to be sure if he was really giving him a full 50 reward points, unable to hide his excitement. This score was even higher than when he did volunteer work. The director flashed a sinister smile and casually remarked that 50 points was still too little, compared to his contribution in saving a life. Besides, media materials like this will look great in the news. The old man patted Minsu's shoulder encouragingly. You're not far off from the parole review now, right? Hang in there a bit more, Minsu replied radiantly. Yes, thank you, sir. However, right after that, the old director's eyes suddenly turned icy cold, along with a ruthless thought. Of course, that will never happen. The pitch-black night enveloped the deserted corridor inside the correctional facility. The deputy director stood motionless in the middle of the hallway, staring intently at his phone screen with an ominous bad feeling. If those guys don't hurry back, serious trouble would truly brew. Meanwhile, at the shelter, the head warden was beginning to lose his patience. Seeing that not everyone had arrived, he growled in a harsh voice, asking why they still hadn't reported in. I've been standing here waiting for quite a while now, he said, as Nguyen Su hurriedly explained that he had arrived beforehand. Meanwhile, Jun's car was at the restroom area, leaving the subordinate officer wondering if the deputy director had lost track of the kid's location. But the deputy director brazenly declared that he no longer needed such a thing. Amidst the tense atmosphere, Jun's car brought Hyung Jun back. Both apologized for being late, causing Min Soo to let out a sigh of relief, dispelling his worries. Rewinding time to before then, when the two were still trapped at Vuk Dung Hospital. The atmosphere here was also extremely chaotic. Hyung Jun's father was frantically trying to stop the group of men in black suits. He yelled, demanding that they stop and questioning how they dared disobey him to follow someone else. The chairman glared at his son, who dared to talk back to him, and roared, "Do you all want to get fired?" Facing the rage of both men. The bodyguards could only break out in a cold sweat, stammering explanations that they were forced to follow orders from higher up, which made the chairman fly into an even greater rage. Screaming loudly, he asserted that he was the one who put his son in that position, relentlessly insulting the child who was foolishly trying to flex his power. The old man turned to look at his son and yelled in deep fury, "How dare you talk back to me?" Witnessing his father's blind stubbornness. Hyung Jae-hun's father could no longer contain himself and screamed, "Please, please stop." The chairman was stunned, his eyes wide as he looked at his trembling son. Then he muttered in confusion, "Why are you doing this?" Despite fierce opposition, the old man stubbornly justified that all these sacrifices were all for the future of the eldest grandson. The harsh truth of the wealthy family was gradually revealed through consecutive tragedies, all to cover up for the eldest brother, who constantly caused trouble, leading the ruthless chairman to betray his own biological grandchildren. The pain reached its peak when the family's eldest daughter ended up in a vegetative state. Meanwhile, the youngest son, Hyung Jun, was thrown into a reform school to take the blame for his older brother's mistakes. The heart-wrenching father screamed in deep resentment, "They are your grandchildren too. They are my priceless children." The old man firmly asserted that the other children would eventually understand this decision, as the ultimate goal was for the eldest son to inherit the family estate. Unable to endure his father's cruelty any longer, the father decisively ordered the bodyguards to quickly escort the honorary chairman outside immediately. The crazy old man thrashed around, screaming at his son to let go and demanding that the eldest son be protected at all costs. Coldly, the son ordered his subordinates absolutely not to let the old man step outside without his permission. Turning to Hyung Jun, he softly promised in a firm voice, "Hyung Jun, Dad will definitely find a way to save you." Realizing there wasn't much time left, Si Jun and Si Min urged the group to leave quickly. Before parting ways, "Dad is very glad to see you return safely to the reform facility." Everyone took a commemorative photo together to record the meaningful commendation moment. Minsu softly asked, "I'm not sure what happened, but is everything over now?" As Hyung Jun bowed his head, sincerely apologizing for the trouble he had caused. Seeing his friend still looking sad, Minsu unexpectedly wrapped an arm around his shoulder in a friendly manner. Then he encouraged him, "It's okay, it's good that you're back. Why the long face? Let's collect lots of reward points so we can definitely get out of this place." Hyung Jun smiled brightly and replied, "Yeah." However, just as the fake commendation photos were being taken, a terrified scream rang out, sending Minsu and Hyunjun rushing down the hallway. Minsu confirmed the sound came from this direction and quickly located the room in question. Inside, Seung screamed in agonizing pain and utter shock. Why? He couldn't believe his brother had fallen so tragically. Before Minsu's eyes was a horrifying scene with two people lying motionless. Among them, Officer Shin was severely injured in the head when the vice director stepped in with a cold expression. He coldly ordered everyone to get out of the way. He knelt down beside Officer Shin's blood-soaked body and demanded to know what had happened, his face filled with murderous intent. Seung held the gasping Taegu, screaming in hatred to ask who could have been so cruel. In his delirium, Taegu faintly revealed the culprit was a man with long hair. Seung stood frozen in disbelief. Long hair. Min-soo suddenly felt a deep sense of dread upon realizing this physical description pointed directly to the only person at the scene, S.A.E. Jun. The cold guard ordered S.A.E. Jun to step aside so medical personnel could work, then put pressure on H523, demanding, "What did you see here? Confess quick." In the midst of the peak tension, Hyung-jun suddenly rushed forward. "It wasn't S.A.E. Jun, he was with me at the time." However, S.A.E. Jun abruptly raised his hand to stop Hyung-jun and issued a cold order. "Stop it!" Hyung-jun looked at his brother in shock, unable to understand why S.A.E. Jun wanted him to remain silent. At this moment, the guard narrowed his eyes in suspicion, wondering if S.A.E. Jun was covering up a conspiracy or some other scheme. Amidst the thick atmosphere of distrust, Min-soo suddenly roared to break the deadlock. "The long-haired guy isn't S.A.E. Jun." Min-soo asserted firmly that he had seen someone else on the volunteer bus. "There was another long-haired kid sitting next to me. His name was—" "That's right, Hyojin." The guard immediately pulled out his phone to check the list, but his face quickly twisted in shock as he stunned everyone with a shocking truth. On the volunteer list, no one had long hair, nor was there any inmate named Hyojin. Min-soo desperately screamed to explain that the real culprit had been sitting right next to him, but the guards only threatened that he would be in big trouble if he intentionally covered for his friend. The vice director silently observed, wondering suspiciously if this was a trap set in advance. Overwhelmed with rage, Seung charged forward to strike, but was immediately pinned down firmly by the guards. He struggled violently, screaming and demanding they let him go out of sheer injustice for Taegu, a man who was about to be released, who had always worked hard and never caused any trouble, yet fell into such a tragedy. He couldn't accept that a good person had to suffer such brutal injuries. Heart-wrenching screams echoed throughout the corridor. Why did the victim have to be Taegu? The blaring siren of the ambulance sped away, carrying the critically injured victim. The next morning, the volunteer trip ended in a gloomy atmosphere as the convoy slowly rolled back to return the inmates to the prison. As soon as they arrived, S.A.E. Jun was immediately locked in a cold, solitary confinement cell. He sat quietly in the dark, absolutely refusing to utter a word about the truth behind the horrifying assault. The heavy iron door slammed shut, leaving S.A.E. Jun alone with a secret yet to be answered. Dry, dull sounds of a head banging against the wall echoed down the damp hallway of the solitary unit. In the darkness, Ha Sung-chin was also thrown into solitary confinement after the shocking brawl. He sat curled up between four cold walls, his eyes burning with hatred as he continuously muttered in madness, "I will definitely kill you, Ra Si-jin." Meanwhile, at the hospital, updates about maintenance team leader Park Taegu began to come in. Fortunately, Taegu made it past the critical period, and his condition gradually stabilized. However, a cruel reality struck when the doctor announced that the peripheral nerves in his left arm were paralyzed. The injury was so severe that Taegu's hand moved almost unconsciously, making it impossible for him to carry out normal daily activities. This was a devastating tragedy, especially since he was already scheduled for parole approval to reintegrate into the community in the near future. The scene suddenly shifted to a solemn ceremony under the blue sky. It was a military funeral with full honor guard rites for a fallen soldier. The heartbroken mother collapsed beside the grave, sobbing and calling out her child's name in utter despair. The ceremony was attended by both the chief warden and the deputy director. Yoon Seong stood beside them in an elegant suit, his eyes behind his glasses carrying a melancholy look and inscrutable contemplation. Yoon Seong walked away silently, yet he didn't forget to look back at the graves behind him with a troubled gaze. Heavy footsteps echoed in the silent space. The deputy director leaned against the brick wall, then suddenly sank to his knees in helpless, total exhaustion. His shoulders trembled as his mouth continuously uttered belated apologies to the deceased. Min-soo was still tirelessly working beside the roaring chainsaw, but his mind was consumed by somber thoughts. He recalled the moments when the brothers leaned on each other to survive, bitter to realize that given the current situation, escaping this hellish place was virtually impossible. T-ho loomed from behind, nonchalantly stating that one look was enough to know what Min-soo was worrying about, then exposed the cruel rule that had long existed. Those about to accumulate enough reward points for freedom were usually purged and crippled. Right before their release date, T-Ho firmly declared that in this world, the only one with enough power to wipe Hyo Shin's record clean was none other than the director. Min Soo burst out in anger upon realizing there was only one possibility. The red-clad squad had returned to the heavily guarded restricted area. Those carrying the deadly shade of red officially resurfaced, casually playing game, enjoying freedom after a long period of hiding to dodge the deputy director's watchful eyes. Amidst the fun, Imgi Soo took a cold sip of liquor, his calculating eyes, declaring it was time to finalize the next name on the candidate list. The black-haired guy, eyes glued to the screen, wondered who besides Min Soo was skilled enough to catch their eye. He brought up how Ha Sung-chin stubbornly refused to cooperate, which was the exact reason they had to eliminate the stubborn fool. Right after, another guy flashed a sinister smile, revealing a malicious plan to take advantage of Sung Chang's rage upon seeing his leader crippled, using him as a proxy to eliminate Min Soo. This scheme would cause the two strongest fighters to slaughter each other in a life-or-death battle. The squelching snips of hair-cutting scissors resounded. Hyo Shin coldly cut off the long hair he had meticulously grown for so long, clicking his tongue in regret thinking about the time he spent. Then took off his shirt, revealing a hauntingly long scar on his back. Hyacinth quietly put on a new uniform, looking completely different. Smirking, he declared that it was time to start the plan. Over in the maintenance team's area, Ha Seung-chin was focusing on his work. Hyacinth suddenly approached to greet him and asked for help, looking at the sly eyes of the newcomer. Sung-chan annoyingly warned him not to look at him with that attitude, but Hyo Shin nonchalantly covered it up, claiming he was new and needed assistance. Standing under the vehicle, he suddenly asked to confirm his identity, inquiring if he was Ha Seung-chin, the maintenance team leader. Receiving a nod from him, Hyo Shin immediately issued a dangerous warning, telling him to watch his back because Lee Min-soo was targeting him. Saying that playing this kind of diversion trick was dirty, he continued to land a lethal psychological blow, reminding him that Min-soo had defeated the kitchen team one by one, as well as the construction team right after arriving, before asserting that the maintenance team was the next target, claiming Min-soo wanted to conquer every squad here. Following the old director's orders, Seung-chan was the final obstacle that needed to be eliminated. Facing Sung-chan's suspicion about the motive behind revealing this secret, Hyo Shin merely smirked mysteriously, saying it was simply because he hated Lee Min-soo too. "I think you're the only one who can stop him, so I just want to lend you a hand." Right at that moment, the iron door clanged open, and Min-soo quietly stepped into the maintenance team's area under the strict supervision of the prison officer. Instantly, the air grew thick with murderous intent as dozens of hostile eyes glared at him in unison. The entire crowd stirred and turned around, isolating Min-soo among the rage-filled crowd. They pressed him together, demanding to know if he was the one trying to provoke the maintenance team. One guy yelled provocatively, claiming they wouldn't sit idly by and let him touch their team leader. It was over. These wild beasts had fallen into the hunter's trap. Min-soo shouted to clarify that he didn't come voluntarily, but was deliberately framed and pushed into the maintenance team by someone. However, he suddenly paused upon seeing the triumphant smirk of a short-haired man nearby. Sensing something unusual, Min-soo immediately grabbed him by the collar and yelled out, "Got you!" Dismissing all doubts, he accused this exact guy of framing team leader Tiga. Even while restrained, Park Hyo Shin smirked contemptuously and issued a challenge. Ha Seung-chan immediately rushed forward to brush Min-soo's hand off, asserting that this guy neither had long hair nor belonged to the construction team as Min-soo claimed. Sung-chan coldly forced Min-soo to shut his mouth, then had guards push him into a hidden corner to avoid disturbing their work. He threatened to settle the score personally once finished. Urged on by Sung-chan, the entire maintenance team urgently got to work. The scene shifted to a scorching asphalt road where the intense summer sun was baking everything. A cicada writhed on the pavement before suddenly being ruthlessly crushed by a slippered foot amidst the bustling crowd. A woman with disheveled hair and a tired face was leisurely pulling a red suitcase. She trudged toward a massive landfill, completely isolated from the hustle and bustle of the surrounding city. Then something strange happened. The suitcase suddenly shook violently, revealing an eye peering through the zipper slit before being hoisted into the air by a massive crane hook. Eom Jaisu observed coldly. In his mind, only the brutal law of elimination existed. The useless are discarded, burdens are discarded, and the weak are discarded. In short, those who offer no value will surely be cast aside. Right in the middle of the yard, the prison officer shouted loudly to announce an emergency assembly, not forgetting to threaten the prisoners against causing trouble in the ranks. Min Su recalled the survival cups. Suddenly, he charged straight at his opponent and roared, "Didn't you promise me in the bathroom back then?" Memories flooded back of how that person had pledged that as long as he stayed out of fights, he would be ready to help him anytime. But reality was utterly brutal. He was pulled into the brawl under the amused eyes of Jisoo, who was curious to see who would ultimately be the last one standing. In the end, just as both sides were preparing to charge and expose each other, they pulled an unexpected U-turn. In unison, they turned around and threw punches straight into the face.